Good morning. Good morning to the video team. Hello, hello. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. We're going out.
Sussex have won the toss and will field first. I'll run through the two teams reasonably quickly. So that's whether you like to score the match and also make adjustments to the scorecard on the fetched already. So starting with our visitors from Hampshire in no particular order. Wearing number 19, Fletcher Middleton. Wearing 27, Alan Hall. Wearing 31, Nick Cummings. Wearing 15, Toby Albert. Wearing number 10, Captain wicketkeeper Ben Brown. Wearing 24, Tom Prest. Wearing number 45, Bjorn Fortan. Wearing 26, James Fuller. Wearing 13, Keith Barker. Wearing 87, Kyle Abbott. And wearing shirt number 91, Eddie Jack. And for Sussex, wearing number 20, Tom Haynes. Wearing number 89, Dan Hughes. Wearing number 11, Ollie Carter. Wearing 30, James Coles. Wearing number 45, Tom Alsop. Wearing number 9, Captain of wicketkeeper John Simpson. Wearing 16, Jack Carson. Wearing number 33, Finn Hudson-Prentice. Wearing number 25, Ollie Robinson. Wearing shirt number 91, J.J. Unaka, and wearing number 21, Sean Hunt. Our umpires are Nigel Long and Rob White, and they're supported by match referee Simon Jones.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to Hove, and how lovely to be back with County Championship cricket for the first time for, I don't know, it seems like an eternity, weeks and weeks and weeks. The good news is it's a dry morning here at Hove. There's a bit of cloud around, lots of blue sky, and we are going to start on time. The news from the middle is that Sussex have won the toss and they're going to bowl first. We'll talk about the pitch in a moment. First of all, a quick shout out around the ground to make sure the signal is going out. There we are. They're waving from the top of the Spen-Karma Pavilion on the top tier. Can you see them up there? They're all waving away up there. So we're going out loud and clear. So welcome everybody. Great to be back. And also a huge pleasure as ever to welcome Kevin James from BBC Radio Solent, who's the Hampshire commentator. Always good to see you, Kevin. And welcome again to Hove.
Yeah, well, it's been a while, wasn't it? Certainly in the Championship.
Yep.
Was it 2015?
Yes.
We were last year in the championship.
Don't mention it.
Well, I might. But 2020 we were here for a Bob Willis Trophy game, but it didn't feel quite the same. But it's lovely to be here. It's always a fixture that I want because it's nice to come along the south coast, stay by the sea, which doesn't happen very often, but it's lovely. Yeah, good fun. Is it an early morning ritual you do every time you come on commentary that you get the crowd to wave at you?
I do.
You?
Just to make
That's
sure
nice.
just to make sure the line's working. So it's Julian and Tim up there, I think, today, who are waving away. So they are also big Albion fans as well. So they get doses of cricket and football from the radio station. But it's always good because it means I mean, the other question is, Kevin, whether they're the only two people listening, which may or may not be the case.
Well, let's quickly gloss over that.
But hopefully there's some more, and hopefully there's some more listening via the BBC website as well. So, as I say, the news in the middle is that Sussex have won the toss. They're going to bowl first. I've been out to look at the pitch. It's a pitch that hasn't been used in the Championship so far this season. It's been used for some one-day cricket. There's a little bit of grass on it. It's sort of a slightly funny brown colour. The ground staff was saying the pitch was covered a lot last week because the weather wasn't great last week. And John Simpson, as soon as the coin came down, he said, "Yeah, we'll bowl." So I think I got the impression Ben Brown might have done the same as well. But it just looks like the sort of track that might give a bit of help to bowlers.
Well, I'm hoping that it doesn't, obviously, this morning. I'll tell you what I do like about this ground, and I've mentioned it before, and I'll mention it again because I've already walked across up to the dressing rooms. I think the outfield here is as good an outfield as there is. It's like a carpet. It's like a very, very nice, very expensive carpet out there that you'd spend about £20 a square metre on. I don't know if that's top-end carpet. I think the last time I bought carpet, it was about £8.99. So I'm just allowing a bit for inflation, but I think it's a lovely, lovely outfield. It really is. I could go and sit on it if I'm honest. It's a shame we're not commentating from the outfield. We could just sit there and then commentate on the game. Melinda, how are you? It's been a while since we've commentated together.
So Mel Farrell is our third voice this week, and Mel's going to come and have a natter to us. We've done our timetable here after 11 o'clock, so we'll bring Mel in for a...
Yeah. You wanted to put Mel on first, but she wasn't here.
I have a story.
Well, you could tell us that. Just coming back to the outfield, though, Kevin, it is fabulous, and we're lucky enough with our passes that we get to walk across outfields and go and conduct our interviews. And I would agree with you. And perhaps I'm biased. I think this is. I think here and Taunton, the outfields are absolutely immaculate and better than some of the test grounds actually. So Ben Gibson and his staff do a really good job. We ought to run through the team news before we do anything else. And check the last time Sussex played in the Championship, well, in fact, the last two games they've played have both been innings defeats. And the last one was a really poor performance up at Scarborough. They lost to Yorkshire, and Paul Farbrace was none too happy about that performance, to put it mildly. So there have been some changes for this game. The changes mean that Ollie Carter comes into the side. There's no Dan Ibrahim. A couple of changes in the bowling attack. Ollie Robinson, who hasn't figured his back, and looked raring to go when I saw him out in the middle about half an hour ago. And Jadev Anukat, the Indian quick left-arm seamer, is back for these three games. And what a lovely man Jadev is. I hadn't seen him for a few months, obviously, and walked up to him, shook his hand. He's recently become a father. The Indian people are just so incredibly polite, and it was just lovely to see him again. So good luck to Jadev as the umpires make their way on. So three changes for Sussex from that game that's weeks ago at Scarborough, and I think changes for Hampshire as well, Kev.
Yeah, should we go through the Hampshire changes
Yes,
first?
please do.
It does seem a while. Hampshire's last game was at Worcestershire, end of July, beginning of August, and they drew up there, and of course with time having passed by and players coming in and out, Hampshire have made four changes from that last Championship game. In come Toby Albert, Ali Orr, formerly of this parish.
Yes.
Bjorn Fortain, which might not be an immediately recognisable name from a Sussex point of view, but he did play 3 T20 games earlier on in the season when Liam Dawson got back into the England side. When they were playing the West Indies. He's here for this game, and I'm told that he's also around for T20 finals day on Saturday because Dawson's not available, he's with England. And a certain Keith Barker, he's playing his first Championship game since the beginning of July for several reasons. One being that he was suspended after inhaling a substance that he shouldn't, and then when he was due to come back he got injured, but he did play one day cup game, so he's back in the side. And out go Joe Weatherly, who's injured, Sonny Baker, who's with England, Telak Varma, who's gone back to India, and Felix Organ, the off-spinner. So Hampshire, I shall very quickly go through the Hampshire side. So it's Orr, Fletcher Middleton, Nick Gubbins, Albert, Tom Prest, a certain Ben Brown, who might just have played here a little while ago.
Yes.
Fortain, James Fuller, Barker, Eddie Jack, and Kyle Abbott.
And as far as Sussex are concerned, Haynes, Hughes, Ollie Carter comes into the side at 3. I think that's very much a recognition that Sussex have struggled in that position all season. Tom Clark, who's been in and out of the side, made some runs in the one day, but I always felt that Carter would play in this game. Then James Coles, Tom Alsop, who's happily recovered from a nasty blow he took in the 100, playing for the Trent Rockets, which I think might have broken Tom's nose. I'll have to ask him a bit later, but he's happily restored. John Simpson, the skipper, Jack Carson, batting at 7, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Ollie Robinson, J. Devon O'Cat and Sean Hunt. I guess that was a toss-up between Sean Hunt and Henry Croker, but Sean Hunt has got the nod. So 2 left-arm seamers in for Sussex in this game. And Ollie Robinson back in the side for Sussex, which is a welcome return. He missed the heavy defeat up at Scarborough a few weeks ago, and he's going to be bowling the first ball of the match to a very familiar figure, Ali Orr, the tall left-hand opening bat for Hampshire, who know this ground very well in his second season now at Hampshire, and has made some runs in the One Day Cup. And after a difficult start, I think it's fair to say, he's had some injuries, but he's now going to face Robinson, who's coming in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, down the hill with 3 slips. He's in and bowls, and Orr plays it off the hip to short leg, where it's fielded by Ollie Carter, who's underneath the helmet. So the field, 3 slips, Alsop, Coles and Haynes on duty in there. Hudson-Prentice in his usual position at point. Daniel Hughes at mid-off. Daniel Hughes wouldn't have played any cricket for weeks. He played up at Scarborough, but then had a bit of a holiday. I think he's been up to Scotland and other places.
Oh,
with his partner and new child as well.
Clearly not following the weather then.
Yeah. In comes Robinson down the hill, bowls and Orr defends into the offside. He wants a single as Ali Orr, and I would say that's not one of Ali Orr's strengths, is his running between the wickets, and he played into the offside. That would have been a dodgy single, but Hudson-Prentice quickly in, and there is no run. Then on the onside, at mid-on is Sean Hunt, Ollie Carter under the helmet at short leg, Jack Carson at leg slip, and all the way down at fine leg we've got J. Dev and Nudcat. So we've got a cricket update coming in a couple of moments' time. And Robinson coming around the wicket, and is in, bowls and Orr lets that delivery go outside of the off stump, taken by John Simpson, and there is no run. But we'll discuss it after this update. I mean, this is an important game for both these counties, separated by just a couple of points in the county championship, and the battle to avoid relegation is very much on. A very important game this week at Chelmsford between Essex and Durham, 2 sides who are in trouble, but neither of these 2 sides can really afford to lose this game, as Robinson is in again, bowls, and Orr clips that one down to fine leg, where it's fielded by J. Devon Nukat with a good scrambling stop down below us. It was turned in the direction of Jack Carson at leg slip. There was a cry of catch, but in the end Orr is on his way with a single, and Hampshire are 1 without loss.
Cricket update. Yes, let's get a cricket update with Adrian.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Alison. The first game of county championship cricket for over a month due to the break for the 100, and a game that Sussex really do need to win. They've lost their last 2 games by an innings against Essex and Yorkshire. They're playing Hampshire in this game. It's a lovely sunny morning down at Hove. The news from the middle is that Sussex have won the toss and they've decided to bowl first, and Ollie Robinson is bowling the first over of the match down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. Hampshire 1 without loss, batting first. Surrey also in action in this round of matches, Alison. They're playing Warwickshire at the Oval. Warwickshire have won the toss. They've decided to bowl first as well, and Surrey are currently 2 without loss. So, big appeal.
Yeah, going down the leg side.
Robinson. Let's hope we get the music turned off in our ears. That's not going to happen, is it? In comes Robinson down the hill. Bowls and defend. Oh, thank you very much. Played onto the onside by Fletcher Middleton. So the end of the opening over of the match, bowled by Ollie Robinson. And one without loss. I mentioned the importance of the game, Kevin, because people, Sussex listeners will be looking, saying, "Crikey, Hampshire having a cracking season. You're into the finals of the T20. You're into the final of the One Day Cup as well. So, and yet championship-wise, I think Hampshire are far too good a side to go down, but they need a couple of wins as well, or certainly one more win."
Well, it'd be ideal, yeah. Well, both these sides, Sussex just 13 points above the bottom two.
Yep.
Hampshire 15 points above the bottom two, 6th against 5th. So it just shows you how tight the table is once you get below sort of the first 2 or 3 teams or so. I mean, listen, it's the wrong coloured ball for Hampshire, this one. If it was a white ball, I think we'd all be a little bit more confident the way things have been going. It's a different Hampshire side this year. We've been used to sort of being in the top 4 for several seasons, second last year, but no James Vince, no Mohamed Abbas, and several changes, and it's a team in transition in the 4-day game. Right, so here's Undercat, I should say, left arm over, and Dawes just prodded that away through gully, up the hill. That will be 2 runs to Ali Orr, who's only played a couple of championship games this season. Couldn't get in the side at the start. Played against Essex at Chelmsford, Worcester at the Utilita, both in the Kookaburra Ball era.
Yeah,
A couple of 30s in that game against Worcestershire. Kookaburra era. Hopefully that era has been and gone.
Well, we hope so.
Yeah, I don't know too many people that have said, "Oh, bring the Kookaburra in more, please." With a cat bowls, or plays that into the ground, fielded at short leg. Are we using an email today?
We are, yes, it's sussexsport@bbc.co.uk.
I think we'll use that one, shall we? I mean, I know some Hampshire fans have got used to me saying Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk.
Please use both. I'm very happy, Kev. These things seem to be inherently unreliable, so... Yeah,
we all had to change our email addresses, which has confused one or two, which is quite right, because it's confused me. And then we had to revert back to it for a little while. But anyway, he's on the cat bowls, and or plays that into the vacant mid-wicket area, jogs through for a single, moves on to 4. The second over here. Sussex win the toss, electing to bowl first.
Coming back to Hampshire's season, I was slightly watching from afar and keeping an eye on Hampshire's progress, because you've had a lot of travelling to do, because you had a semi-final up at Scarborough in the 50 over competition, and then a quarter final up at Durham in the T20. So you've clocked up some miles in the last week.
I certainly have, yes. It's nice that there are long trips to go if your team loses. Fortunately, on both occasions, Hampshire won it as Unicat comes in and bowls. Middleton is forward. That looks like it's hit quite high up the bat. They're worthwhile. Those trips are much easier when your team wins.
No, I agree. Yes, I had a particularly depressing drive home from Scarborough a few weeks ago, I have to say, because Sussex didn't play well in that game at all.
Where did you stay there in Scarborough?
Well, they must have had a deal, because we can only go into hotels that the BBC sign off, and I actually stayed where the players were staying, which was in the Crown Spa.
Oh, look at you!
Yeah, there must have been a deal. I mean, because last year I stayed in a pretty tatty place somewhere in Scarborough, which wasn't the nicest, but this year it was very pleasant.
And the cat runs away from us and bowls. Middleton leaves that one alone. Just came back a fraction. Was 2 hands on heads there, didn't quite do enough.
But in keeping with Hampshire, looking at their side, and I looked at the Yorkshire side, and I just think they're a good side, Yorkshire, and particularly at Scarborough. I mean, Sussex have been on the wrong in 2 seasons running of pretty heavy defeats at Scarborough. I think they've got a good seam attack, and I'm looking at them in the table, thinking, how on earth are Yorkshire in that position? But maybe it just tells you just how competitive the First Division is.
Certainly is. Yeah, Dawson's 140. This day best put them under massive pressure.
Yeah.
And the cat in again, bowls, and that's gone the other way this time. Push through point, and Middleton will pick up 4 runs. Well, we'll just about make it all the way to the rope, or will it? Yes, just. And Hampshire double their total onto 8 without loss. So Unicat has signed a deal for next year as well, isn't he?
Yeah, so he's been here. This is his 3rd season at the club. So he comes for the September run of matches, which has worked well in the previous. Certainly last season bowled really well when Sussex was just getting over the line in the county championship. So Sussex have got these 3 quick bowlers that they rotate. Jaden Seals came for the early part of the season, then he went, then Nathan McAndrew went, and now Jade Nudcat. So I think Paul Farbrace is very keen to to bring these fast bowlers in and juggle your overseas around. The one constant in the overseas has been Daniel Hughes, who's opened the batting right through the season, apart from the One Day Cup. Here comes Ollie Robinson round the wicket, bowl short to Ali Orr, who thought about hooking, and that's interesting because Orr pulled out of that shot, and we were just discussing Ali Orr off air and talking about how he'd played, Kevin, and he is an attacking player who likes to take things on, and you said I think he's perhaps just reined that in a little, and I thought that was an example then, because it's quite a short boundary, and he decided not to take on that hook shot.
Yeah, a couple of hundreds in the One Day Cup this year. He's played really well in it as well. It just looks as though he's playing a little bit more intelligently.
Robinson in bowls and clipped away, and Robinson's got his hands to his face, but he's clipped that away down to fine leg for 4 runs. I think Robinson thought that maybe Carson might be in the game at leg slip, but it was a clipped away, and it didn't look to me as if it was a particularly risky shot, but all goes to 8 and the total to 12 without loss.
Well, I can understand why there's a leg slip in there, because he's shaping it into the left-hander. Not a lot, but just enough. So I think Ali Orr has to be a little bit careful, but that ball has raced off the bat between keeper and the leg slip, who is Jack Carson.
Yes. And the outfield, as Kevin was saying, looks immaculate, but it's still very fast, despite a lot of rain here last week. Robinson in bright sunshine from the Cromwell Road end is in bowls, and Orr is struck on the path. There's a loud appeal and given not out by umpire White at the far end of the ground.
Just watch this again. There's the shape on the balls going down.
It's his leg side, isn't it?
Yeah, ideally with that shape, Robinson needs to come over the wicket, because not only is the angle into the left-hander, but then the shape of the ball as well is taking it even further. So
that looks a long way down the leg side.
Yeah, it is. But I think he shouted as much on the shape of the ball as much as anything. But I mean, listen, it's not for me to tell Ollie Robinson what to do, but I think ideally he should be coming over the wicket, pitching on, hitting.
And again, there's Robinson bowls to Orr, and Orr is back and across and plays it onto the onside, and there is no run.
So here we are talking about seaside locations, and here I'm for the second time in a week, really, or just over a week. I'm on by the seaside again.
Yeah, you are. Yeah,
it's lovely.
Yeah. It's always very enjoyable up at Scarborough, and I enjoy the days. But as I say, from a performance point of view, Sussex, 2 innings defeats on the spin, really do need to put this run of results behind them.
Yeah. Looking for a reaction.
Yeah, Robinson in bowls to Orr, who drives nicely down the ground as Ali Orr through bit off. It's going to race away across the outfield. He's timed that better than I thought. He's run away for 4 runs up to the Cromwell Road. And so a nice start for Ali Orr on a return to Sussex. He goes to 12 and Hampshire to 16 without loss. Talking about one-day hundreds, actually, with Ali Orr. He made a double 100 down at Taunton for Sussex the year before he'd... I think that was... under when Ian Salisbury was coach, I think. But anyway, he hit the ball a long way that day. But he's in Hampshire colours now, off to a decent start. 16 without loss. So Hampshire in the 3rd over. Robinson around the wicket, bowls, and Orr plays into the offside. There is no run. End of the 3rd over of the morning, and a good start here by Hampshire, having lost the toss and asked to bat. 16 without loss. Orr on 12, Middleton on 4. One thing I did say, Kevin, this morning was, Sussex have virtually had no cricket. A lot of these players, I mean, they had the One Day Cup, but there hasn't been any championship cricket. Robinson hasn't played at all, and Nudcat Hunt has played a little. So you said to me, Sussex will be nice and fresh, and I said, yeah, that's good, but sometimes it's good to be playing. Do you know what I mean? So I'm just wondering whether Robinson's just feeling his way back into playing cricket here.
Yeah, well, he's a good bowler. He's got good action, isn't he? He's getting a bit of shape out there. He's going to be a handful, as is this man as well. It's about to start the new over for the Cat. First over went for 7. He's running up the hill, bowling to Fletcher Middleton. Bowls, that's a good delivery. That just holds its line, and Middleton hold the line with his bat as well. Good cricket all round. Just watch this again on the picture feed. Well, that is a good ball. It threatened to shape in, and then actually just went on with the line. That's a really good delivery. Very difficult for a batter, those sort of deliveries. You just hope they go past the outside edge harmlessly.
Yeah.
So 16 without loss. The final 3 rounds of Championship cricket This is the first of them. And a cat in again. Good leave. Good leave. And a cat would just love that ball just to be doing a little bit more in the air, I think. But it is shaping. Fletcher Middleton, who's played all the matches for Hampshire this year, opening the batting. That's a top score of 79, just under 600 runs, averaging 32. With 4 half centuries. I mentioned earlier. It's steady stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Steady. I know he'd love 100. Who wouldn't? 3 slips in the galley. Wait. The cat in again. Middleton off the back foot, squeezes that past the diving gate, and that will race away for 4 more up.
I think we're now into T20s, aren't we? I've slightly lost track. There was the South Africa. I think there's now T20s against South Africa and matches against Ireland. So no Liam Dawson and no Joe Weatherly either.
No, he's injured. He broke his arm in one of the one-day cup games. That was up at Worcester. So he's out for the season. Sonny Baker with England.
Yes.
Well, the last of those 50 overs was at the utility yesterday. Shot. That's pulled away by Middleton, through backward of square leg for 4, a little too short from Uddercat. Middleton onto that very quickly indeed. Not sure he's gone for the bouncer there really, I think it was just a little too short.
Good start by Hampshire, we'll put into bat.
Yeah, there's going to be some challenges, no doubt about that, this first session. Just feels like we're in September.
Yes, it does.
Which always causes a problem, and we're starting a half an hour earlier as well. So you would think, you've been out the middle, I haven't, there's some moisture there, I'm sure.
Yeah, there's a bit of grass on the pitch, something that they like to have here at home. Paul Farbrace's very keen that the slips come into play, and then it's a pitch that you have to bat well on.
He's around the wicket now, and a cat. He's playing a missing. Had the desired effect there. 33-year-old coming round the wicket. A little bit of a loose shot there from Middleton.
Yeah, so England have got these one-day internationals now, which is the reason that Liam Dawson is involved. They play South Africa in Cardiff in a T20 on Wednesday, then they play at Old Trafford on Friday, and then they play at Nottingham on Sunday, and then they go play some matches against Ireland. I'm not quite too sure of value of a T20 at this stage of the season, but anyway.
And the cat's around at the wicket again, and Middleton is just playing the line. Again, he's sort of threatening to come in more than it actually did. Middleton didn't follow it. Good over, apart from that one short delivery. 2 overs done for 9. So that's Robinson's figures. That's very quickly gone off the screen. But 2 overs, both bowlers are bowled a couple now. 24 without loss then, with Ali Orr on 12 and Fletcher Middleton the same.
And listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Solent, Adrian Harms, Kevin James and Mel Farrell, your commentary team here in the sunshine at home. There's quite a bit of cloud around actually. The weather forecast that I saw was for pretty much a clear day with lots and lots of sunshine. So there is some threatening cloud around, but let's hope that's going to pass its way. There's quite a breeze blowing across the ground. And Ollie Robinson's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground to bowl to the left-handed Ali Orr.
My other half will be very happy about that because she's with me for a couple of days. And she says she's going to get a sound lounger on the beach today, so hearing you say there's going to be sun all day, that'll be good news.
Robinson in over the wicket bowls to Orr, who looks like he was struck around the midriff. The ball bounces out into the offside and there is no run. I think that probably caught Ali Orr in the little gap there between thigh pad and pad. So will she be venturing into the channel for a quick dip, or?
That might be a little too much.
Right.
Yeah. We were sitting on the beach yesterday late afternoon and it was lovely, but it was a bit breezy.
Right, okay.
So I think we left it at that. And I think certainly September it's
starting to cool off.
Yeah.
Robinson still with these 3 slips. Short leg and a leg slip in and bowls, and Orr clips this one nicely away down to fine leg. JW can't get to that, and that's a nice shot by Ali Orr. It was just clipped away off of his toes, backward and square on the leg side, and the ball races away for 4 runs, and Orr on to 16, and Hampshire will be pleased with their start. They're on to 28 without loss. That was a nice shot.
It was. You can see the shape on the ball, but it just started almost outside leg stump. So he's got the shape on it. Ollie Robinson. He's over the wicket now,
Yes.
which I think is the right way to the left-hander. Just got the line wrong.
And interestingly, he's moved his short leg now, so that short leg has gone back to square leg. So 3 slips, point, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, leg slip, and a fine leg down below us as Robinson is in. Bowls and all. Lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. And there is no run. So other games we're going to keep an eye on during this round of matches, really involving those sides who are down the bottom of the table. Big game at Chelmsford this week. Essex playing Durham. Durham batting first on 19 without loss. Durham winning the toss and deciding to bat first, which is perhaps quite unusual in September. Down at Taunton, another side in trouble here, Yorkshire, as in comes Robinson. Bowls and Orr is forward and plays to Carter, who trots in from square leg to field, and there is no run. Somerset 14 without loss. Yorkshire winning the toss and deciding to field down at Taunton, where I think Hampshire go next week, Kev?
We do. Yeah, just another little away trip just to keep them coming.
Yeah. Surrey playing Warwickshire at the Oval. I don't know whether Surrey can wrap up the championship anytime soon, but they're 10 for 1 batting first against Warwickshire at the Oval. In comes Robinson. Bowls to Orr plays into the offside, and there is no. I sort of say that almost as if it's a guarantee, but it almost looks certain, doesn't it, really? Is that 4 in a row for Surrey it'll be?
Yeah. Well, we had to watch them because they'd already wrapped up the title. I think it was a couple of years ago, and they played their last game at our place to complete the season.
Yeah.
And they'd already won it, as I say, but they do a ceremonious lifting of the trophy, so
Yeah.
they had to do that. So we all had to sort of watch that, and it looks like that's going to happen again this year because they're at our place for the final week of the season.
Robinson in. Bowls and Orr is hit round about the midriff again. It's a sort of a strange crouch shot that Ali Orr looks to play there. The ball bounces away and there is no run. End of Ollie Robinson's over, and Hampshire are 28 without. Let's just watch this again. See how short that was. He was back. I think the ball sort of hit him in the midriff and the ball just bounced down in front of him, and there is no run. So Orr 60, Middleton is on 12. Hampshire have been asked to bat this morning, 28 without loss. The other game in the First Division, Worcestershire, who do look doomed, and I almost hate to say that because I love Worcestershire, I love New Road, but I think they're going to go down. They're 5 for 1 against Nottinghamshire, who are perhaps the one side who may fancy catching Surrey. They're only, in fact I say it's a formality, they're only 9 points behind Nottinghamshire, so perhaps not the formality that I was alluding that it might be. Surrey 175, Notts on 166. I'm not sure whether the two have to play each other. I'll check that.
So Unnacat staying around the wicket to fleck to Middleton. He's in. Middleton edges through to the keeper. First wicket of the morning. It was wide. It didn't really come in to Fletcher Middleton, which he probably thought he was, so he ended up chasing it. And that's a good catch by Simpson behind the stumps. And Middleton goes for 12, and Hampshire are 20. I can't see the ball.
28
for 1.
Big game next week, Surrey v Notts at the Oval, and that could be a title decider starting on Monday.
Ooh.
Yeah. As Nick Gubbins makes his way out to the middle.
Well, Nick Gubbins, unlike his one-day cup form, which has been excellent, I think he still is, off the top of my head, the one-day cup highest one scorer. But in the championship, hasn't quite gone his way this year, averaging just a fraction under 30, just over 500 runs. He does have 100, but I think he'll feel that he's a few runs light than where he would like to be at this stage of the season. Chance to make it up. So we've got 2 left-handers out there.
Yep.
And Unnacat decides to come over the wicket, and there are 4 slips waiting as he comes in. Gubbins just flicks that nicely, fine, up the hill, and that is 4 runs. It's interesting, there's not a lot of movement for the bowlers, but there is some. And in fact, not every ball is shaping. So I think both bowlers are just struggling at times with their line. It's not a lot, but it's just enough that are giving the batters a few outlets.
Yeah.
this morning.
You
And
know
it's
what-
already the 7th boundary.
Yes, the scoreboard has rattled along, hasn't it?
Yeah, it does. 3 for Alior, 3 for Middleton, and now the first one for Nick Gubbins. Looks like it's clouded over a little bit as Gubbins is well forward. That's come off the inside half of the bat as it goes out to deep backward square leg. It'll pick up 2. And Hampshire are rattling along. 34 for 1 they are now in the 6th. I think Sussex will probably feel that Hampshire are just scoring a little too quickly for the situation here. There are opportunities for wickets, as I say, the ball is shaping a little bit, but it's not every ball, and some are going a little bit more than others and some not at all. And that is quite difficult as a bowler, to make sure you get the line right. And of course you've had the left and right-handed combination, which doesn't help as Gubbins is forward to a straight delivery. So there are all sorts of little things going on at the moment which the bowlers probably feel that they haven't quite settled down.
We've had an email in to Adrian, Kevin and Mel, so we are. Great to have you all back at the county ground for some proper cricket. Seems ages, it is ages since we had a game here. Sussex need to win, that's about it. Looking forward to the next 4 days, says John in sunny Bexhill, just along the coast. Sussexsport at bbc.co.uk. Love to hear from you throughout the game.
Wickets into Gubbins. Gubbins pushes that up to mid-wicket.
It does feel, well, it is September, doesn't it? It's got that feel about it this morning, just a little bit of dampness in. Did you still enjoy September cricket, or were you thinking, oh dear, it's only a few more weeks to the end of the season? Or by this time, Kev, when you played, were you sort of thinking, oh, you know, I'm getting pretty tired now?
Depending on what sort of season I was having, really.
Yeah.
To be honest, Adrian. Sometimes you don't want it to end, and others
No.
you think, I cannot wait
Yeah.
for September the 31st or whatever it is. Yes, that's very true. Here comes the Unicat bowls. And Cummins leaves that one alone. That's quite tight, but
Yes.
it bounces through to Simpson. End of the over, 34 for 1. Fletcher Middleton in that over, going for 12. And there's the crowd there, sitting in the pavilion,
Yes.
enjoying the last remnants of sunshine.
Yeah. And back, this sounds like you're an old man, but back in your day, when the season finished, would there then be players who would go off to do other jobs, or were you at the era where pre-season then began sort of in November? How did you used to spend
Well,
your
in those
winters?
days, of course, no franchise cricket.
Yep.
So it was, if you wanted to get some cricket during the winter, you used, unless you were playing for England, of course, which most of us didn't, then you sort of fixed up trips to South Africa, Australia, New Zealand.
What, to play some club cricket? And
Yeah, mainly. I got lucky for a couple of years and played first-class cricket in New Zealand. But other than that, yeah, it was club cricket. So now you were looking forward to sort of spending 6 months in the sun somewhere else, definitely.
in comes Robinson, bowls, or lets that go outside the off-stump. Obviously got hands on head. It was obviously a good lead from Ali or through to Simpson. Whereabouts in New Zealand did you play first class?
Wellington.
Right, lovely.
I had a season and a half with them.
Enjoyed it?
Yeah, it's great fun. Yeah, very windy. It's incredibly windy.
Played against some good players, I'd imagine.
Well, our side had a good side. I'll say one of the years we won the championship. We had Jeremy Coney, Bruce Edgar.
Yes.
You might remember.
Yeah.
I mean, we had a really good batting side. Ewan Chatfield.
Robinson. Well, Cloud, not much blue sky around at the moment. As in comes Robinson bowls, or is forward and plays it defensively to backward point, no run.
There's a few others in there as well, but it was just great fun.
Yeah.
But other than that, club cricket in Christchurch, Auckland, club cricket in Durban.
Christchurch's lovely because the ground,
Well, it was in those days. It was. It's not Hagley Oval now.
No.
When I played there, Hagley Oval was literally Hagley Park. And
Right.
It was a park.
Yes.
So they've obviously built a first-class ground there, but it was. Lancaster Park was the main ground in Christchurch in those days.
Comes Robinson bowls, and Orr is beaten outside the off stump. That was two foot movement there from Ali Orr, and Robinson with a moral victory through to Simpson. No run. Yeah, because the Hagley Oval, I've been to Christchurch. There's sort of the botanical gardens
Yes.
and the Hagley Oval. It's the Richard Hadley Pavilion there. So that's.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And it's sort of in a bowl, isn't it? It's
Well, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
I can't imagine. Yeah, I mean, when I saw it was just literally a park. I mean,
Right.
any park
Yes.
in England, it was a park.
Yes,
And
and it
to
is a
think
park.
there's now a first-class
Yeah.
cricket ground
Amazing.
there. So you've seen it, I
Yeah,
haven't.
yeah. I always think it looks great watching cricket in New Zealand because you see people just sort of decked out on the grass around the ground. In comes Robinson, bowls and all shows good judgment. Lets that one go through outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. I'm sure that Ollie Robinson is actually bowling full throttle here, you know.
Because he's had a few injury problems.
He's had a very difficult time with injury. He hasn't played in the last 2 championship matches for Sussex. He played some T20s, but was clearly struggling with, I think, a series of niggles. But he didn't play against Essex. The last championship game he played here was the draw against Warwickshire. So perhaps just feeling his way back in a little is Robinson. Coming around the wicket to Alior. Short leg is back in place. Robinson is in around the wicket. Bowl again outside of the off stump. Let go by Orr through to keep Simpson, and there is no run.
Yeah, 24 wickets he's got this year, but it's only his 8th championship game. I mean, you guys must have missed his input.
Oh, definitely. I think there's no question about that. You know, you're missing some of his ability, and certainly the 2 games that Sussex lost. I mean, Scarborough was when they really missed him because at Scarborough the pitch has got a bit of nip up there. And, Sussex just didn't bowl well up there.
Just keep it line and length up there. That's all you need to do.
Hit again. Bowls and Orr plays this firmly into the covers, fielded there by a very alert Hudson Prentice. There is no run. End of Robinson's over. A maiden over. 4 overs, no maidens at 4-0 for 30. We're going to have a little change in the commentary box. Kevin's going to go and have a breather. Mel Farrell's going to come and join us. I was going to say something cheeky like Kev's going to go and make the coffee, but I thought I'd better not.
Do you want me to make you
one?
No,
34 for 1. Orr is on 16. Nick Gubbins is on 6. If you're just joining us, a very warm welcome to our cricket coverage here, our county cricket coverage here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Solent. Adrian Harms, Kevin James and Mel Farrell, our commentary team here at Hove, certainly for the first couple of days where Mel is with us. And it's going to be J. Devon Nugcat who's going to carry on from the C end of the ground. And a very good morning to Mel.
Very good morning to you too. I'm not going to lie, I'm flustered.
Are you?
I'm really, really flustered.
Right, okay. What? Because Kev and I are here?
Always.
Yeah, right.
I'm only human.
You go, Mel.
Oh, okay. Well, Gubbins on strike. In comes Nadcat. Oh my goodness! And someone's brought digestives. The ball's gone through to the keeper. I told you I was flustered. This is not helping.
Well, Mel's flustered. This is not helping because Jamie Burnett, who's the excellent Sussex press officer, has just brought in some digestive biscuits. I rather cheekily said this morning, "Well, we've got coffee. Where's the biscuits?" And he's gone and bought some. Well, so there we are. You concentrate on J. Devon Nugcat and I'll open the biscuits.
This is not helping my flustered state. I haven't even sat down yet. I'm going to stand until I just get it all under control. There's Gubbins, waits. Nadcat is in, and this is played nicely just up towards mid-on. They'll come through for a fairly comfortable single. Takes them to 35 for 1. Pretty good start, really, till the loss of the wickets of Fletcher Middleton.
Yes.
Yes, we're started. Okay, I've taken a couple of breaths. I'm slowly deflustering.
We're dying to know why you're flustered.
Oh my goodness! So anyone who's heard me commentating around the traps enough will have known that I do occasionally encounter a bit of a travel disaster.
Okay.
It's, happens when you're on the road as much as I am, and I was not expecting this one this morning. Or taps his bat and waits in Nadcat in, just defended stoutly into the offside, no run. So I thought I was smart because there are all these tube strikes in London at the moment.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, I don't want to be stuck trying to come down here from Birmingham on a Monday morning.
Which is where you live.
Which is where I live.
Yeah.
So I thought, smart. I have a dear friend who lives in Dorking.
Okay.
So I bypassed London and got myself to Dorking yesterday, and I stayed there. Very smart, right? As Nadcat is in, bowls, left alone by Orr. And so got up this morning, got the train down. First mistake, I didn't realise the games were starting at 10:30. Yeah, no, I wasn't in September mode, but I was still here in plenty of time. Got in at 1:45. I thought, right, I've got 3 nights booked in a what looks like a lovely little guest house down by the sea, about 20 minutes walk from here. So I thought, I've just got enough time, I can walk there. It's a 20-minute walk. Walked and arrived, and to see if I could just drop off my luggage. As Nadcat turns, runs in, bowls to all. Oh, there's a big shout. That was a very full delivery, but might have been going down the leg side. Watching on a bit of an angle here.
See this replay, Mel.
He's been a little bit straight a few times, and yeah, that's actually just nipped a little bit as well. So I think that was probably a good call by the umpire down the leg side. But so showed up, and I've had a lot of bookings lately. I tend to have a lot of bookings going on the run, everything else, and I have to keep on top of them, and I'm usually very good at it. Somehow I've managed to cancel my accommodation for the next 3 nights, as Nadcat is in, bowls, that's left alone outside the off stump by Orr. End of the over, just the 1 run coming from it. 35 for 1. So so I came here, and that's why I'm a bit flustered, because I've no idea where I'm staying tonight now. I don't even know how I managed to.
So you
cancel
found
that.
right. So are you staying in the place you originally booked, or?
No, I've got nowhere.
Oh right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So anyone listening, no.
Anyone listening, if you can recommend somewhere for me to stay that is cheap, that's key.
Okay.
But preferably somewhere near cafes and shops and the beach.
And the cricket ground. Right.
Right. So all of those things. Because I'm going to have to do some searching to see what I can find, or else it's only getting down to 10 degrees tonight, and I have got a jacket. You might just find me sitting outside.
In comes Ollie Robinson. He won't be sleeping outside tonight. The ball goes past the outside edge through to Simpson. There is no run. In fact, Kevin was saying Kev stayed last night in Brighton. He was saying there's a lot of people around because some games in the Women's Rugby World Cup are being played in Brighton.
So
there was a lot of Irish people in town yesterday, and oh right, there we are. Yeah, so
that's making it look like even more that you'll see me sitting outside the ground tonight. I just don't even know how I've managed to do that.
Robinson in again, bowls, let go again by Gubbins, and there's hands on heads. I don't know if that did miss the off stump by very much. We'll just get a little look at this one again. There we go. And
no, that is nipped back in. Oof.
Yeah, that hasn't missed the. It's a leave by Gubbins, and that really didn't miss the off stump by very much.
Good ball.
Four slips in place. Allsop at first, Cole second, Haynes third, Carson at fourth, Ollie Carter underneath the helmet at short leg, and Robinson probing away, running in down from the Cromwell Road end. He's in and bowls, and Gubbins edges this. He's going to get 4 runs, but it's a very unconvincing 4 runs from Nick Gubbins. Robinson stands hands on hips. He can't quite believe that. The ball races away down the hill, and Hampshire go to 39 for 1, and Gubbins into double figures on 11.
Well, right between fourth slip and gully as well. And that was somewhat streaky, shall it be said, but the main thing is he's still there.
And I don't think I've ever commentated at Hove with you, Mel. I was with you at Edgbaston for the first match of the season. Have you been to Hove before?
Oh, yes.
I mean, for a championship match.
Oh, no.
No.
This is my first Champo match. No, I reckon I first came down here for some women's Ashes cricket.
Right.
I'll tell you something I remember.
Robinson in bowls. Gubbins is more solidly forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run.
So it was when I first started covering cricket and came over here, and it was the women's Ashes, so I reckon 2013, and this was where Sarah Taylor took that magnificent catch to dismiss Jodie Fields.
And you were here?
I was here, yeah.
Well. One
of the best catches I've ever seen. That was wonderful to see. Not so wonderful during that game with the 2 streakers, 2 gentlemen who did a nudie lap of Hove.
Really?
Yes, really.
Robinson in bowls. Gubbins is beaten again. This is a good over from Ollie Robinson. He's asking all sorts of questions here of Nick Gubbins, and Gubbins was beaten outside the off stump. Through to Simpson, there is no run. It's the sort of conditions this morning, Mel, where Hampshire will be quite pleased, I think, to be 39 for 1, because they're the sort of conditions where you could be sort of 39 for 3 or 4, the way the ball is just nipping around a little.
Yeah, it is. It is nipping around. I noted what Kevin was saying earlier about some balls are moving and some balls aren't. And so a few times you've seen balls that they're trying to get to swing go straight, but Robinson has been really probing.
Robinson in bowls, and Gubbins is forward solidly, placed him in on. Good over from Ollie Robinson, just the 4 runs coming off it, and that was an edge through the slip cordon for 4. End of the over, 39 for 1, or on 16. Gubbins is on 11.
So yes, I was here for that. I've been down here. I remember coming down here when Pakistan were touring. They played a match down here against Sussex. So that would have been, I think that was the summer when they went to number 1. So was that 2016?
Was that okay? So was that the match where Jofra made his debut?
Now that I can't remember.
Because Jofra made his debut for Sussex against Pakistan.
It might
here,
have been then.
And picked up a couple of wickets, and everyone was saying, "Oh, wow, this guy looks quite good."
Yeah.
And at that stage,
yeah,
he wasn't contracted to Sussex. We've got to change of bowling, Mel, and it's going to be Sean Hunt. So it's going to be a continuation of left arm seam from the C end of the ground.
Yeah, so a few times I've been down here for various things. I've been down here for a few women's matches. I don't know, but I remember a T20 coming down here and commentating for the BBC and for Channel 5, when Channel 5 were doing highlights as well. So, but it's been too long. As the start of a new over comes in, first ball, well, that is a terrific way for Hunt to start, because that ball just really leapt off the deck. And Ali Orr's just had to go for a little walk and readjust his helmet, readjust everything, because I think he was surprised at the way that ball just leapt up at him. Managed to fend it away harmlessly, but just gave him a bit to think about, I think.
Yeah, his tall man is Sean Hunt, and he does get a bit of extra bounce.
Yeah, it was a lovely bounce from him early on. He's in over the wicket. This is another good ball. Was sort of played away from Orr's body, tried to drive it through the offside, got a leading edge, and it dribbled off into the leg side. 2 good deliveries, first up by Hunt.
It must be strange for Ali Orr playing against a lot of guys in this Sussex side who he'd have grown up with, sort of coming through the ranks at Sussex, and he'd have played a bit of cricket with Sean Hunt.
I always find it fascinating with that kind of situation, because players often do have interesting games when they play against former teammates. As Hunt is in, bowls, squared him up just a touch. Again, he was looking to play it into the offside. It's ended up going to third slip.
Intrigue as well there, Mel, that Tom Haynes fielded the ball and he threw the stump straight away at the stumps. Ali Orr was back at his ground, but that was when Ali was here, there was 2 or 3 occasions where he was out backing up Ali Orr and just wandering out of his ground a little. Just interesting though that Tom Haynes just picked it up and just shied at the stumps.
Oh, I'm sure there'll be plenty of that as Hunt makes his way in. He is hunting. He's in. Oh, that's another good ball that's just defended. Dribbles out to the offside, but that was right on the top of off stump, and Ali Orr's going for another little walk towards square leg, just practicing his defensive shots again. It's a little hint of movement, I think, there as well. Ball straightening on him. This has been a fantastic over from Hunt.
He's a great bat twiddler, isn't he, Ali Orr?
Yeah, I think bat twiddling is underrated. Should be more of it. He's in once more, full delivery, and that's through to the keeper. Beats Ali Orr, and tell you what, Hunt has been giving him all sorts this over, really working him over.
Good delivery, wasn't it? They just moved away from the left-handed Orr. Good piece of bowling.
That's a lovely ball, just enough seam movement, and Ali Orr very lucky not to catch an edge there. This is a real testing over for him, and very impressive by Hunt coming in at first change. Still got the 3 slips in. Last ball of Hunt's over, and Orr is on his toes, clips that one into square leg. They will get a single, but my goodness, that was an over of high intensity from Hunt. At the end of it, at the end of 10 in fact, it is 40 for 1.
Well, it's really good to see Sean Hunt back in action in the County Championship. In the second game of the season, he took 9 wickets here against Somerset in a game that Sussex won, but he finished that game with a really nasty injury, sort of shoulder stroke arm injury, and that kept him out of the side until, well, for months, until the One Day Cup came around. And he played in some matches in that, but really good to see him back in County Championship action, big Sean Hunt, as he wanders his way down to the boundary edge. A couple of emails have come in. Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk, which I'll read in a minute. We've got a change for J. Devon Nudcat, who's going to come in now from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. So a switch in ends, replacing Ollie Robinson. I'll give you Robinson's figures in a couple of moments' time, but it is going to be a Nudcat with 3 slips and a gully in place, coming into bowl to the left-handed Ali Orr. He's in and bowls, and Orr is forward. Certainly, it has to be said, the ball is played down the onside of the track, and there is no run. So Ollie Robinson's figures were 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 17. Might easily have picked up a couple of wickets.
He might have picked up a couple of wickets,
But didn't do so. Beat Nick Gubbins in that previous over on a couple of occasions.
I might have picked up a room.
Oh, really?
Already?
Someone been in touch?
Well, Mr. Jeremy Bell has had to cancel a room at in Hove
Well, there you
for the
go.
next 2 nights, and he's just offered to contact the hotel it's already paid for, and
Was that as a result of what we were saying?
he's had to cancel his hotel for a couple of nights, but he said I can have the room.
In
My
comes,
goodness.
in comes a Nudcat, bowls to Orr, who clips to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Well, there's a bit of fortune. A couple of emails have come in. David Holt's been in touch, and he says, good morning to Kevin. He says to say, you're a lifesaver. I'm unable to get to any away, and I suspect the remaining home match due to a bad heart and some back issues, but the stream and your commentary are keeping me in touch, says David. So David, thank you for getting in touch, and hope you're feeling better soon. Craig has been in touch from Mile Oak. In comes Nudcat, bowls, and forward is Orr. Plays to mid-wicket, to mid-on rather, and there is no run. He says, great to have red ball cricket back, and the normality of Ollie Robinson opening the bowling from the Cromwell Road end. And Adrian opening the biscuits from the sea end. Looking forward to stories of Orange from Mel.
Oh, you all know me so well.
There we are.
All know me so well.
And I remember I was at Edgbaston the first match of the season, and there was a question about Orange, and I thought, what on earth are they talking about? But I now know that Orange is a place.
It's my hometown, yes.
There we go.
Absolutely.
In comes a Nudcat, bowls, and Orr is forward. This has been good from Sussex in the last 3 or 4 overs, very tight, and equally Orr and Gubbins defending stoutly. Hampshire 40 for 1, having lost the toss this morning, been asked to bat first. Fletcher Middleton, the only casualty so far. He was out for 12, caught behind by John Simpson off the bowling of J. Devon Nudcat. For 12, Nudcat has now switched ends, and he's bowling down the slope here at Hove, the Cromwell Road end. With 3 slips, a point mid-off, mid-on, still the short leg in place, square leg, and a fine leg, Sean Hunt down below us on the boundary edge. And Nudcat waits, or just waits for Orr to settle, or 17 not out. Nudcat in bowls, and Orr again is solidly. He thought about a single momentarily, but it was never there. And Hudson Prentice fields, and there is no run.
So who was that last email from?
That was from Craig.
Oh, hello, Craig, and thank you very much for ensuring that Orange gets a mention, and I haven't even been on air for 15 minutes.
There we go.
That's not a record, but it's pretty good.
Shows how quickly the cricket season goes, though, doesn't it? I mean, it was that was that very first match. It was quite a dull draw in the end at Edgbaston. Quite a flat track.
There were a few dull draws at Edgbaston
Right.
on a flat track early in the season, it has to be said. It was definitely a period of attrition.
And Nukat is in. There's been a change in the field as Nukat comes in, bowls to... that's a very good piece of fielding by Ollie Carter in its short leg. Was tucked away by Alior, but Carter diving away to his right-hand side, fielded the ball and then shied at the stumps, which seems to be a tactic here from Sussex, but Orr was back in his ground. End of the over, 40 for 1. Hampshire, Orr on 17, Gubbins is on 11.
Well, that was outstanding fielding, and what it has done, it's just kept that pressure on Ali Orr. He was under pressure from Hunt with the ball in hand in the previous over, but that from Carter, that was really stunning.
Just a shout out to the Sussex Cricket Museum, which is over to the left of the ground, Mel, underneath the Spen Karma Pavilion. The volunteers are out with their books for sale and photographs for sale. If you haven't been to the museum, please go and have a look around. And they produce a quiz for every home match, produced by Keith Ridge and his volunteers. So thank you, Keith. I don't think you're at the ground today, but you may be listening, and I'm sure the volunteers in the museum are listening. So we'll read out some of the questions as we go through the match.
First ball of Hunt's next over is just seaming away a little bit again.
I'm just going to read the first one, which was probably of interest to, well, it's of interest to Hampshire fans. So the question is, how many championship matches have Hampshire played on the Isle of Wight? Is it none, 10 or 20? How many championship matches have Sussex played on the Isle of Wight? And you can reply sussexsport@bbc.co.uk. I wonder whether Kevin's played it. Well, we won't ask him actually, because if it's none and he's played in a championship game there, then we know none isn't the answer.
In comes Hunt over the wicket, and again ball just leaving Gubbins a little bit, but he's looking a little more composed than Ali Orr was. I like a quiz, so if you're bringing in quiz elements to things,
It's 10 questions.
Oh, wow.
I've seen Hampshire play on the Isle of Wight. I was on a family holiday back in the 70s, and my dad took me to Shanklin Cricket Club, and we watched Hampshire playing I think it was a testimonial match or something, but I'll tell you who was playing was Barry Richards was playing for Hampshire. Yeah, Shanklin mid-70s.
Hunt rumbles in, bowls on his toes. Gubbins just plays it out to short mid-wicket, no run.
So there we are.
I have been to the Isle of Wight a couple of times.
Okay. For cricket or?
No. Just, well, the second time was when we were down there. We were down in Southampton. It was ahead of the 2019 Ashes, and Australia played a warm-up game at the Rose Bowl. So, I don't know, there was a group of us that just decided we'd go across to
the Isle of Wight.
The Isle of Wight. Why not? I love an island. Hunt is in, bowls. One has beaten him, all ends up. Gubbins, he's just been right on the money, Hunt. This has been
an excellent spell, hasn't it?
Excellent spell so far. He's just angling the ball in, and it's just straightening a touch off the seam. And more often than not, he's getting his line right. So it's just at that point where he's making them play at the ball. He's getting enough movement to beat the bat.
It's just a shame for Sussex that Sean picked up that injury in that second game of the season, because he'd worked really hard in the winter and he's really bowling well here this morning.
He's in, bowls. This time that ball seaming away a bit more extravagantly, and in fact he's overstepped. It's a no ball signalled by the umpire. So the first misstep, you would say, by Hunt, because everything has really been wonderful. Has he always had the mullet? Because that's the first thing I really notice.
Question. I'd have to ask him. I'll ask him next time I interview him. And if he picks up a stack of wickets today, that'll be a good question.
I mean, I'm sure he wasn't born with it.
No.
It'd be quite unusual if he was. But I don't mind a bit of business up front, party out the back. He's in once more, bowls. Now Honour's just turned to short mid-wicket again by Gubbins.
There's some lovely cricket grounds on the Isle of Wight. There's a lovely cricket ground I've played at Ventnor, which is just by the Botanical Gardens. It's lovely. And we used to go on a cricket tour to the Isle of Wight, and there was a place called Northbrook and Brystone, which were lovely cricket grounds. And I'm pretty certain that Hampshire have played at least some county championship cricket on the Isle of Wight, but whether it's 0, 10 or 20 is the question.
Maybe they might have played there a bit more in earlier times, as Hunt is in. Just that good line again, getting good bounce and carry, seaming away, but comfortably left alone by Gubbins. But There's appreciation of that over from the crowd down here, and after 12 it is 42 for 1.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. If you're just joining us for the first time this morning, welcome to Hove on what is now a very sunny day. Lots of blue sky around, some heavier cloud around as well, but the forecast certainly for the first 2 days is for plenty of cricket and no rain. I think from the middle of the week onwards it's not quite so certain, but we'll worry about that when it comes. Hampshire have made a decent start here against some very good Sussex bowling. Hampshire losing the toss this morning. Wicket they've lost that of Fletcher Middleton, who was caught by John Simpson off of the bowling of J. Devon Nukat, who's making his seasonal debut for Sussex and is coming in down the hill in bright sunshine, left arm over the wicket. He's in and bowls, and Ali Orr lets that one go, lifts the bat high out of the way, and the ball passes through to John Simpson, who takes the ball low down in front of Tom Alsop at first slip. Changes for both sides in this match. 4 changes for Hampshire from their last county championship match, and 4 changes as well for Sussex from their last defeat, and a heavy defeat at Scarborough against Yorkshire. Both sides in need of a win just to settle the relegation nerves, because it's got very tense and tight in this division over the last few weeks, and I'll update you on scores elsewhere as we go through the overs. And Nukat is in, bowls, and Orr is forward, plays onto the onside, picks up a single fielded by Ollie Robinson, who throws at the non-striker's end, backed up by Daniel Hughes, but Orr has scampered through for a single. He goes to 18. Hampshire to 43 for 1. So at Chelmsford, Durham have made a decent start against Essex. Durham, I think, are the side who are in most danger of relegation if they don't pick up a couple of wins. I saw that Ryan Campbell signed a contract extension up there for a couple of years.
Yes. I'll be up there next week.
Durham against...
Oh gosh, I haven't looked that far. Are you kidding?
I think it might
Worcestershire.
I think it might be, yeah.
So it's a bit of a relegation.
And Nukat in bowls, let go by Gubbins through to Simpson, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, Worcester, you would feel probably need to win all 3 games. I think sadly they look like they could be heading for relegation. Sussex go down to New Road for the final match of the season. So at Chelmsford, Durham 69 for 1. Emilio Gay, the man, out for 22, but Alex Lee's going on very nicely. He's 37 not out. Down at Taunton, Somerset 43 for 2 against Yorkshire. Yorkshire also in trouble at the wrong end of the table. 2 wickets there for George Hill, who's a very fine young cricketer. And Nukat over the wicket, bowls, and Gubbins, I think he was thinking about playing that, but pulled the bat out of the line at the last moment. The ball goes through to Simpson, and there is no run. Tom Kohler-Cadmore against one of his previous counties, 24 not out. At the Oval, Surrey 41 for 1 against Warwickshire. Sibley out for 6. Rory Burns on 17. Ollie Pope on 13. And at Worcestershire 25 for 2 against Notts, who, as we were saying, are only 11 points or so behind Surrey in the county championship. But already they've lost 2 wickets this morning. Both of those to Dylan Pennington against his former county. And Nukat in, bowls, and it's gone through the slip cord, and there was a cry of catch. I think that might have been short of the slip cord. It's an edgy boundary though for Nick Gubbins, who goes to 15, to 47 for 1. Let's see this again. Ooh, difficult to... Jack Castle was sprawling across in the gully. I don't know if that was a chance or not. We may get a chance to see that again, Mel. Here we go. Let's just see what you think. Edged by Gubbins. Quite just slightly out of our picture.
Slightly out, but I think, that's
perhaps just short, but
just
only
short, perhaps. But what Inadkat's doing is he's threatening both edges of the bat at the moment.
Nukat is in, bowls, and up on his toes is Gubbins. Plays it into his pad. The ball bounces out into the offside, and there is no run. Kevin will replace me in a couple of minutes' time. I've got to do an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex and Surrey, and then Kevin will be back with Mel. End of the over, 47 for 1. J. Devon Nukat has bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 27. Hampshire 47 for 1, or on 18. Gubbins on 15, and I think actually Hampshire will probably have taken this at the start of play on a pitch that's doing a bit, and against a very good, tight, accurate Sussex bowling.
Well, Orr and Fletcher got them off to quite a sprightly start. We're scoring around about a run a ball, finding boundaries early, but since then it's actually been really difficult, and Orr and Gubbins are doing a good job just staying out there, I think, at the moment. As I said, both edges of the bat have been tested, and Sean Hunt is beginning another over, and he has been testing. That's full. It's come off the outside part of the bat, but without any real timing or power. Just goes to gully. No run.
Tom Moore has been in touch, Mel, with regards to the quiz. How many times have Hampshire played county cricket on the Isle of Wight? This is a quiz set by the Sussex Cricket Museum. And Tom doesn't know the answer, but he says he knows it's not naught. So it says it's got to either be 10 or 20.
Okay.
So we shall see. Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk if you know the answer.
Here comes Hunt. It's over the wicket again. Oh, and he's fishing at that one, or playing outside his body. I don't think it was the ball to cut. He replays the shot again, but he really has been ruffled by Hunt, as Ali Orr does not look comfortable against him at all. I think he was something like 16 off 16. He's now 18 off 45, which just shows how difficult it's become. He's twirling his bat like it's a swizzle stick. It's about to be put into a cocktail glass. Here comes Hunt. Bowls, and this time more comfortably left outside the off stump.
Is that what you call one of those sticks that you put in a cocktail?
Yeah, swizzle stick.
Is it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Haven't you ever heard of a swizzle stick?
No, is that an Aussie term?
Surely not.
I don't know.
Come on, listeners, dear listeners out there, please tell me that you've heard of a swizzle stick. Surely. Go email us, get on the old Twitter, that I still call it because I refuse to call it X. Yeah, but surely, yeah, swizzle stick. It sort of makes sense. It's Hunt, he's in, bowls, full delivery, and this time it's more convincingly defended by Orr, who gets in behind that one, but he still goes for that little calming walk towards square leg.
Interesting watching Ali Orr, because I watched a lot of him here in the early part of his career before he went to Hampshire, and Kevin was saying he just felt that he's just reined in his shots a little more in the last few weeks, and he's having to guts this out, isn't it?
Very much so.
And he'll probably feel if he can get through this tight session.
Yeah. Well, it really is. I think Hunt's bowling a little bit fuller now as well. Just really trying to bring the stumps into play. He's in now.
Oh, what a good catch.
Has he? Yes, he has. He hasn't needed the stumps because he's got the catch. The ball just coming in off the edge and taken the second wicket to fall.
Well, that was a great catch. That was Ollie Carter in there at short leg. Sorry, Mel. Yeah, we've got an update to come, so I'll just pick it up, the commentary. But it was clipped away, and that's a very, very fine catch, by Ollie Carter in there at short leg. That is a brilliant piece of fielding. You say catches wing matches, and that was a cracking catch by Ollie Carter. He's been brought into the side primarily as a batter, but that's a very, very fine catch indeed. I'll just give this cricket update, and then I'll bring Kevin back in. Well, and you joined us, Alison, just as Sussex have picked up their second wicket of the morning, and it's the ex-Sussex player Ali Orr who's the man out for 18. Brilliant catch at short leg by Ollie Carter off of the bowling of Sean Hunt. So Hampshire now are 47 for 2, having been asked us back this morning by Sussex. Elsewhere up at the Oval, Surrey are playing Warwickshire. Surrey, the leaders of the county championship, are 51 for 1. The man out, Dominic Sibley, for 6. But Rory Burns, the skipper, going on very nicely. He's 23 not out. So that's our update done. Just as I was saying, Ali Orr gutsing it out. He gets out next ball.
He does.
End of the over. 47 for 2. So I'm going to leave you with Mel, and they'll turn off the feed in the studio, I hope, so we don't have the Dion Warwick going out in our ears. And it'll be Mel and Kevin who'll pick up commentary. Chatter away, Mel.
I've got to work out the volume controls on this because it's still incredibly loud in my ear, and I did get blasted just as that wicket was taken. So someone might be able to help me turn down a few volume things because it. We'll get the music's gone, so that's a good start. But whatever knobs I'm trying to adjust, it's not working. But here is Hunt. And that ball just defended into the offside by Albert, who's a new batter in. I'll pull that one back out because now I have got Dion Warwick in my ear as well. So at the end of that over, a wicket maiden for Hunt. And 14 overs gone, 47 for 2. And thank goodness Dion Warwick has gone because I am not a woman in love. Oh, it's Barbara Streisand. I don't know. Okay, but I'm still not a woman in love. Barbara Streisand or Dion Warwick. Whoever it is. Kevin, help me out here.
It's been a while. It's been a while since we worked together. I can see why.
Now, is that any way to start us off? Can you turn me down?
You should be all right, actually. I can't hear a thing. You should be fine.
Everything's very, very, very loud in my ears at the moment.
Maybe Adrian needs to sort you out.
Okay.
Literally.
Cat is in for one that is left alone by Gubbins. No run.
So the last time we worked together, the one and only.
Only once.
It was the women's 50 over final up at Northampton.
Yes, it was.
About 3 years ago.
Yeah, I've never been the same since.
Well,
I think it was only 2 years ago.
Was it 2 years ago?
Yeah, 2 years ago.
Okay.
See, it's come around again too quickly for my liking.
I saw your name on the list. I thought, oh, okay.
In comes Unadkat once more. It's left alone by Gubbins. Been an interesting match so far because it just seemed to be quite a sprightly start by Hampshire coming in, but then it's sort of slowed up because of some excellent bowling.
Yeah, they've tightened up. Sussex, no doubt about that. First half hour, too many boundaries, and the bowling has been a lot more accurate since.
And they all have been on the money. Just every ball has felt like a real test of character for the batters. In comes Unadkat, and that ball's just edged again, short of the slips. And that catch by Carter to dismiss Olior. I mean, it was one-handed. He was fielding at short leg. It was one-handed. He flung his right hand up. The ball was well behind him.
You need to be a specialist short leg fielder to pick up those catches. What are you picking up? Because I'm not picking up anything.
I'm just extremely loud. So whenever...
Oh, you are?
Yeah, I am loud in my... Oh, that's the one. Oh, okay. That's the magic button. So as soon as that catch happened, I was blasted with music in my ear. I didn't know where I was. Here comes a Unadkat. That ball's off the outside edge again. Manages to just squirt in front of the slips fielders and away. It's going to pull up, I think. Excellent. 3 fielders down there on the boundary. Ball is flicked back in. It does save a run. Really great commitment there from all 3 fielders. They were herring down from the slips.
Yeah, it's been tough. You feel there's another chance coming.
It does. It has brought up the 50 as well, those runs. So 50 for 2. It's just been good cricket because they've done well, I think, to get there 50 for 2. So it's been some really hard work, some fantastic fielding, and a real test of the batters. I've managed to get some runs, but it ain't been easy. Yeah, so it's lovely to be back reunited.
It is,
We've got a couple of things.
We have, yes, we have.
Gig as well. Right. Unadkat is in, and there's half a shout from the fielders, but I think there might have been some bad in that. We might be able to see that one again. There's really no let up, and Albert is finding it nice and tasty at the crease, as has everyone else who's come before.
So I'm worrying about you tonight, Mel, if I'm honest, because what I don't want to do is walk along the beach at about 11 o'clock tonight and see you sprawled out on the stones because you haven't got anywhere to stay.
Well, hang on. As Unadkat in, testing the outside edge, another lovely ball, but it is safe and Albert survives. Just, I think we're having a look on the replay at that. Oh boy, he's not missing by much, is he?
Straightened.
Yeah, he's got quite a few to straighten. That's 15 overs gone. And it is now 50 for 2, Hampshire. So since my disaster, a lovely gentleman called Jeremy Bell has emailed me and said that he has cancelled a room for himself at a guest house that's not too far away,
Right.
and it's all paid. He paid for it, so he's currently calling the hotel to see if he can transfer the room to me for 2 nights.
How lucky is that?
Well, I don't know yet if they've agreed or not. So
Sean Hunt bowls, forward is Gubbins.
we're on tenterhooks, aren't we? Aren't we all on tenterhooks
Well,
to find out if I have
I'm-
a place to sleep tonight?
Yeah, I can hardly contain myself knowing what the outcome of that, to be honest, Mel. Forget the cricket that's going on out there.
I know. Oh, welcome to my life. It's often a bit harem-scarum. That's not the first time I've thought I don't know where I'm sleeping tonight, but
This is not the first time then? Really? What has been the worst situation? As Hunt comes in and bowls, you know what I'm going to say? It's down the leg side, goes through to Simpson. At this sort of point in a day, when you've been working and you haven't got anywhere to stay, what has been the worst outcome that you've experienced?
Oh, but probably having to pay more than I would like to pay. I have had situations where there was very few occasions where I've walked into a place and thought, even I can't stay here. This is beyond.
Right. Hunt's up the hill here, left arm over, bowls, Gubbin defends.
But look, I often find that these terrible situations in life, or difficult situations, often lead to something good. So when I was in India in 2023 for the ICC Men's World Cup, I booked a place in Dharamshala, and I was silly, I thought I had a bargain. The photos looked nice. How dumb am I? But when I saw the black mould that covered everything and the used soap in the bathroom, I decided I couldn't stay there.
Hunt again to Gubbins, who's forward, just works out behind square on the offside. The chase is on, it will be picked up inside the rope. Gubbins picks up 2. The only question here is whether they go for 3. They decide against it, and Hampshire move on to 52 for 2.
Yeah, so I basically walked in and then had to walk out. So I was standing in the middle of it was McLeod Ganj. I was up at doing a game at Dharamshala, and I walked out, got the app out and looked for somewhere nearby, went and had a look, and the people that was run by a group of young guys who were always there. They were so sweet. They let me check the room out to make sure it was okay. They went and got my luggage from the other place so I didn't have to go back down, and I couldn't have met a nicer bunch.
Hunts into Gubbins once more. It's a length ball. They're looking for a single. There isn't one there.
And it led to an amazing experience, because there was one time, if any of our listeners have ever been to Dharamshala or McLeod Ganj, it's up in the foothills, if you like, of the Himalayas. So it's basically hairpin turns all the way down from McLeod Ganj, where the Dalai Lama lives, to Dharamshala, where the cricket ground is. And there was a bus accident on the road, so the whole road was blocked on the morning of a game, and I couldn't realise when I couldn't get a taxi to take me down, so my young friends got together.
As Hunt comes in, bowls to Gubbins. It's a no ball.
And one of them had a bike, the old... Was he overstepped again there, by the way?
Yeah.
Yeah, he has. One of them had a bike, like a really lovely old Royal Enfield bike. So the next thing, they found a helmet for me, and the two of us went on the hairpin bends with the mountains and the snow and everything else all the way down to Dharamshala.
Wow. That sounds hairy. That's clipped away and stopped at mid-wicket.
It was wonderful. It's an amazing experience being on the side of a mountain on the bike going down. So
Any situation, even when you're faced with no accommodation with hours to go, and a seemingly impossible trip to a ground, that actually you always find a way.
There's always a way, isn't there? Just got to have a sense of adventure and perspective, and and think, well, what's the worst that can happen? And actually, you don't want to think that. But, you know, there's always a way. You've got to be flexible. So that's me. That's me.
Well, years ago, me and Adrian were flexible, but not in our time of life.
Right. And Adcat in for another testing over. In fact, the first ball whistles past the outside edge of Albert's bat. He's yet to get off the mark, and he's just gone for a walk down the pitch, and he's not so much gardening as raking the pitch. He's having a good old rake with the bat. But it's not easy to get yourself in, I think, at this point in time.
Still just enough movement, isn't it?
Yep.
There's not a lot, but it's just enough.
It's almost, sometimes just enough, I think, is worse than a lot, or more difficult than a lot. It's been terrific as Adcat is in once more. This time it's defended into the offside. They thought for half a second of herring off for a run, but thought better of it, the point fielder cutting that off.
Sorry.
Oh, please,
please, because
please.
I want to hear some more stories of you being in tight situations and somehow getting out of them. I think we could do. We've got a whole day's commentary of this, haven't we?
Oh, we've got a whole couple of days.
Because I reckon you've been in lots.
I have been in a few, it must be said. But look, I had a pleasant one. This is what I mean about, you know, I suppose you be spontaneous. So I had Cat in. That's driven really nicely, and it's driven straight enough to beat the fielder at mid-off. This is going to go all the way for a boundary to get Albert off the mark in style, and maybe just relieve a little bit of pressure as well. Lovely stroke.
That's great timing. That's not even a half volley. He's just lent into that.
Yeah.
He's in good form, is Toby Albert. He's been great form in the T20. Him and Chris Lynn batted sensationally, opening the batting at Durham last Friday night to get Hampshire into T20 finals day. Have I mentioned that? That's coming up this weekend.
Well, I have to say that the quarterfinals, what entertainment they were. And then to see that Somerset game as well. All of the Lancashire. Sean Dixon, and he's leaving the club, which is kind of amazing. But been absolutely brilliant. The blast as an Adcat in, and that is, goes for a drive. It's ended up coming off the inside edge, squeezing past the fielder at short leg, and they'll come back for two. It's a little bit streakier on that occasion. Yeah, it's been brilliant, the blast, and I've really enjoyed the One Day Cup as well. I was lucky enough to do 3 games at rugby. I'd never been to rugby before.
Rugby school?
Yeah, It was absolutely gorgeous there. So,
do you have accommodation?
No, it's close enough. It's close enough to Birmingham so that I could just get the train each day. So that was okay. Do you know? I've actually managed a pretty good one though. I'll tell you, as an Adcat in that has just played into the leg side. I'll pick up a quick single. Takes them to 61 for 2. I'm off to Durham, and I used all my points that are the various things. I'm on loads of apps and loyalty schemes, and I'm doing something that I have always wanted to do and never done. I am staying at Ludlow Castle. Oh no, Ludlow Castle, Lumley Castle.
I was going to say Ludlow Castle. I think you're in the wrong area.
Oh yeah, I'm Australian. Lumley Castle, and I'm paying £16. Because of all my
That's a great effort.
So I'm very excited. So Adcat is in, and that one's just played behind point. Not particularly convincing by Gubbins, but he's still there. And that is the end of another. Well, you'd say it's another good over from an Adcat in terms of bowling, but it's still gone for 7. So positive for Hampshire.
That's right. Now I'll tell you a story about Lumley Castle, and I don't want to put you off.
Is it about the ghost?
Yes, apparently it's haunted.
I know. Shane Watson, when Australia stayed there during the Ashes, and Shane Watson was scared by the ghost. So I really want to encounter the ghost.
Right. Well, you may or may not. So the 2 batters out this morning. Fletcher Middleton for 12, Ali Orr for 18. Wicket for Sean Hunt and a wicket for Unad Cat. Yeah, you might be waiting there a long time. I don't know anybody that's actually seen it.
Well, you never know.
You might be the
very
first. I got a
excited.
feeling that if anybody's going to see it, it's going to be you.
Well, even
I don't
if
know
I
why
hear
I
it.
get that feeling, but I do.
Oh, you never know. It's an adventure. So see, sometimes it works out. Sometimes it works out. Sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, sometimes it just ends up costing me more money than I would actually prefer. But yeah, I do have my various travel hacks, as they say, to try and get the best deal.
Finn Hudson-Prentice is into the attack with his right arm medium pacers, comes in and bowls, and forward is Albert. That goes out to point, and the score remains on 61 for 2. Melinda Farrell here. So tell me some other tight situations you've been in. I do feel I shouldn't ask that question because I'm not sure that we'll get too much more cricket commentary in. But let's hear some.
Well, it usually is that, isn't it? Where I've mucked up a booking. I mean, I've done it before where I've booked a flight for the wrong year. I've booked it for a year ahead and shown up at the airport.
Hudson-Prentice bowls. Albert, textbook forward defensive there.
Yeah, so like
Right,
when I
you're
booked a
ahead.
flight for 2026, thinking I was booking it for 2025.
Was it non-cancelable?
Yeah.
So you lost some money.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
No, I look, in the past I have. Yeah, I've shown up on the wrong day for flights. I've done. Actually, I'll tell you my worst accommodation night. This was definitely
Worse than that
my
one
worst.
in India.
Oh, in a way, more embarrassing.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, let's get this ball out of the way quickly then, as Hudson-Prentice comes in up the hill, outside the off stump, left alone.
So I was commentating in Scotland last year, up in Dundee, Forfarshire. Scotland were playing their home round of the Cricket World Cup League 2. And I'd booked myself and my co-commentator Andrew Leonard an apartment, a 2-bedroom apartment for the sort of 12 days. And
You booked somebody else
yeah.
as well as yourself.
Yeah.
I'd be a bit worried if somebody said to me, "Mel Farrell's doing your
No.
travel arrangements." I'd be a little bit worried.
I've never let anyone else down, only myself.
Here comes Hudson-Prentice bowls. Forward is Albert, goes out to point.
There actually is a Sussex connection to this as well. But I booked it, and Andrew Leonard had to leave early, so I commentated the last game with someone else. So on the very last day, I was checking out the next morning, getting the train back to Birmingham. After Andrew Leonard left, I made myself at home. Everything spread out everywhere. Anyway, I went to the ground, and I was commentating 50 over match.
Hudson-Prentice in again to Albert, and it's a bit of shape away, and it's left alone.
And it wasn't until I came off at lunchtime that I checked my phone, and I had it. I can't even tell you how many missed calls and messages and emails that got progressively more panicked. And it was from the agency that I'd hired the apartment through, first of all, just reminding me I was checking out that morning. I kind of got the dates mixed up, and I was supposed to check out that morning instead of the following morning. And the messages got more urgent
Hudson-Prentice in again. Albert plays at that one.
because someone else was checking in that day. And so, end of the over, 61 for 2. So then the messages got more urgent because they said we have to get into the flat. And they got into the flat, and then they saw that everything, it was like my suitcase had exploded, everything was everywhere. At which point they called the police because they were concerned for my welfare. But they also then packed up, and like we're talking about my underwear and everything, they've put everything together and they've taken it to the office in Dundee. And these have all come through the messages. So I've rung them up as Ollie Robinson. It is back into the attack. First ball stroked beautifully through the covers. And there's a bit of a chase on it. Why will it go all the way to the boundary? Good chase on, yes. It will be just pulled back in off the boundary rope. Very much appreciated. Can't quite see who that is out there. Who is it, Kevin? Can you tell? Can't quite
no.
see. On the opposite side. But anyway, good fielding. They end up getting 3 though. So It brings Albert on strike. Gubbins is now on 23. So the police have been called. My gear is in Dundee, which is 20 minutes drive away, and I rang them and I said, I can't come in. I'm commentating. And so Robinson in over the wicket, turned into the leg side. More runs here. So Robinson just getting his line wrong, a little bit straight. They've taken 2 quite comfortably in the end. So runs a bit easier to come by at the moment. So I have to get back. I ring them and say, and they say, we're closed tomorrow, and I can't get there today. And so I genuinely didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know how I was getting my suitcase. The next day was a Saturday. They weren't open. I had nowhere to stay. So I just gave my phone to someone and said, I don't know what to do, because I had to go back on commentating. And it wasn't like this. You have to commentate all 100 overs. As Robinson runs in again, bowls this one left alone by Albert. And so I went back on commentary, went through to the end of the game, absolutely no idea what I'm going to do. And then I get off commentary, game finishes. And I start walking over. Everyone in the ground knows the situation by now. Everyone knows the police have been called. Everyone knows that my stuff is sitting in an office 20 minutes drive away. Turns out someone from the club drove to Dundee and got all of my stuff. Robinson in. That's just punched wide of mid off, but there's no run available. So he's gone and picked it up and brought it back. I thought, oh, what a saviour. I thought, okay, now I've just got to find somewhere to stay. Anyway, the team manager for Scotland walks towards me, shaking his head with a look that said, you idiot. He said, we've got a room for you at the hotel. So go and get your bag and get on the team bus, but you've got to go now. So this is quite humiliating as Robinson is in. Bowls, and there's a big shout. The umpire is unmoved, and there's heads on hands, heads on hips. There's hands on mouths. It's almost like the 3 wise monkeys out there looking at the slips fielders. But that ball's angled in. It seemed in and looked pretty good, but I think the umpire has decided that there was just a little bit too much seam movement and that it would have gone down the leg side.
Yeah, he just gestured to Ollie Robinson, actually, at the end of his appeal, just to say, I think that's going down the leg side. I tell you what, that is close, though.
It was. It looked like it hit him in front of middle stump. Robinson in once more, and that must be mustard. It seemed away, and it looked like an edge, but it has missed. It was taken behind the stumps. My goodness, what a comeback in this over that was from Ollie Robinson. Boy, oh boy.
It's a great delivery. Setting it back and off the pad, and oh, God knows. I'll tell you, those last 2 deliveries. Ooh.
Yeah, he's. It has. I thought he'd got an edge, but it wasn't. It's just has come off the pads. I think it was a bit high as well.
Yeah.
So yes, so I stayed at got to the hotel. It turns out, and this is the Sussex connection, the room that was vacated, that meant that I had a room, was occupied by Charlie Tier and Brad Curry.
Right.
All right, this is Sussex connection.
Yes.
So
well worked in, by the way. Go on.
I thought so. I'll let you get this over started.
Right. Had some princesses around the wicket to Gubbins, and he plays that quietly out on the offside.
So I had to wait. Charlie had already gone. Brad went and had a shower while I waited in the bar, and then came down and gave me the key. And he left because he was flying to Canada the next day. So he was staying in Edinburgh. Anyway, so I stayed, and then the next morning I might have had a few too many wines in the. That's the best way to deal with stress, I find, is to get horribly waylaid by wine.
That's some Prentice in the games. Cut that away. Gubbins finds extra cover.
And so when I checked out, I was a bit seedy, and the woman on reception looked at me strangely, and she said, "Are you Charlie?" And I thought, I can't explain what's happened. I said, "Yes, I'm Charlie. I'm Charlie Tier." She said, "Right, that'll be £9 owing on the room service." So I find myself in Brighton and Hove, and if Charlie Tier or Brad Curry are anywhere in town, they still owe me at least 1 pint.
Wow, I can almost feel the car being started up outside the room where we're commentating from. That's left alone outside the office. Outside the off stump.
So that was probably my most embarrassing, where the entire cricket ground knew that I had nowhere to stay. The police had been called. My underwear had been picked up by strangers and taken to Dundee, and I still had to pay Charlie Tier and Brad Curry's room service fee.
Well, here comes Finn Hudson-Prentice. Poor Brad Curry. Driving his Gubbins. It goes up to mid-off. No run there. 66 for 2 in the 20th.
Well, actually, I can't rely on it. Oh, he's probably flying back from Canada at the moment, isn't he? Because he's been over there with Scotland.
They have, haven't they? I think they've had mixed results as well. I think mixed weather as well.
Wow, no. What they had was a ground that was not very well
drained,
prepared,
right,
or sufficient for one-day cricket.
Okay.
But they did win every game they actually played.
Oh, okay. Hudson-Prentice in again, just gets turned around a fraction. Nick Gubbins goes out to extra cover. Looked like he was more trying to play that towards mid-on. So, Melinda foul, wow. And I feel there's more stories to come throughout the day. Just have that feeling, have that hunch.
Well, it's like a tap. Whenever you want it turned on, Kevin, just throw it my way.
So what do we got? We've got Toby Abbott on 9, Nick Gubbins out there at number 3 on 23 not out from 42. Hudson-Prentice into his second over. Up the hill in the sunshine here at Hove. And that's left alone outside of the off stump. And that will be the end of the over. So after 22 minutes of play, Fletcher Middleton driving at Undercat was caught behind for 12. That was 28 for 1. And after an hour's play, Ali Orr was playing quite nicely for his 18. Turned Sean Hunt into, I wouldn't say short legs hands, because Ollie Carter did fantastically well. It was actually played quite nicely. Are you off, Melinda? Right, I am.
I need a coffee now.
You do, yeah. It might get quiet over the next half an hour while Melinda's off. Ali Carter took a quite superb reaction catch at short leg. I think Ali Orr could consider himself to be a little unlucky, and Ollie Carter probably enhanced his reputation there at short leg with that catch, as Adrian Harms is back with us.
It was a really good catch, wasn't it? You know, low down, kept his eye on the ball, which was the key. As in comes Robinson, bowls, and again goes past the outside edge. Another good delivery by Ollie Robinson, but beaten through into the gloves of Simpson. I think the way this morning has gone, Kevin, that from a Hampshire perspective, they may feel that 66 for 2 isn't a bad outcome, because it could, without being disrespectful in any way, it's one of those mornings it feels like it could be sort of 57 for 6. The ball's past the outside edge an awful lot here this morning, and Hampshire really had to battle away. They've just lost the 2 wickets as Robinson is in again. Down the hill, bowls, and now but this time tucks this away through mid-wicket and picks up a single. He goes double figures. Total goes to 67 for 2. I don't know if you heard our question earlier on. The Sussex Cricket Museum put together a quiz for every round of matches in the County Championship, with matches about the opposition. And one of those questions was, how many times have Hampshire played on the Isle of Wight in a County Championship match? Did you ever play in a Championship match on the Isle of Wight?
No.
Right.
No, there was no Championship matches when I was around. No.
Right.
I think I know the answer.
Right, okay. Robinson back to his mark. He's coming around the wicket now to the left-handed Nick Gubbins. 23 not out. He's in and bowls, and Gubbins this time lets that one go outside the off stump. There's a howl from Robinson as if that didn't miss the off stump by very much, but that's good judgment by Gubbins. What do you think the answer is?
Are you going to give it away now?
Well, that's a funny thing, actually, because Keith Ridgey sets the questions over in the museum. He says the results are available at the end of the game, but we can't wait to the end of the game, so I'll have to tap him up for the answer.
Oh, right. Well, I'm going to have a guess then.
Okay, I'm pretty sure that Hampshire did have a championship game there.
The most recent one was 2019 against Notts.
Was that at Newport?
That was at Newport, just outside Nucleus, yeah.
Robinson in again. That's wide outside the off stump, taken by Simpson there. So it's not naught. It's either 10 or 20. So what do you reckon?
I'm going for 10.
Right. Okay.
I could check actually. Well, I could try and check. The thing is, it's not one ground; it's 2 or 3, I think.
Right. Okay. On the Isle of Wight.
As I understand it.
Right. Okay.
If Dave Allen's listening, Hampshire's former honorary archivist, who I know you'll have worked with, he would know the answer straight away. He sounds like he's not listening. Otherwise, I think he would have had a go.
We've been straight.
But
on
I'm
it.
guessing at 10.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll get on to the curator and see what the answer is, and we'll divulge later as Robinson is in again. Around the wicket bowls, and forward comes Gubbins, plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run. But there are some lovely grounds on the Isle of Wight. When I was talking about Ventnor, would you have played at Ventnor?
Yeah, I played at Ventnor, yeah.
That's in the bowl.
Up the hill,
Yeah.
the boundary line is almost higher than the fielders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's in the botanical gardens there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, right by the coast. You can sort of walk at
Yeah,
the
it's
end of the
beautiful.
ground. You can walk down these sort of rocky steps, and there's the sea.
Yeah, lovely. Still those. If you call it 4 slips or 3 slips in a go, I think I'm going to call it 4 slips. As Robinson is in again, bowls, and Gubbins is forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. Would you agree with my sort of synopsis of the morning? That Hampshire might actually feel, having been asked to bat here this morning, that it hasn't been a disaster, and from a Sussex point of view, they might just feel that they've perhaps been a bit unfortunate just to pick up the 2 wickets.
Definitely. I thought the first half hour they weren't quite tight enough. The line sort of erred a little bit, and Hampshire were able to get the ball to the boundary a few times. I think the last hour they've definitely tightened up. The ball is just sort of doing enough, isn't it? It's not doing lots, but if you work hard, there's a bit of shape there for you. So you're always in the game as a bowler. I think the batters generally have actually applied themselves pretty well. Finn Hudson-Prentice with his right arm medium pacers up the hill over the wicket to Albert, who's forward. I've got a couple of emails as well. I know we're using your email, Adrian,
No,
but
please,
I'll just put
please,
out hampshirecricket at bbc.co.uk. Ollie Arnold has emailed. Now, on Friday night, for some reason, during the T20 quarter-final up at Durham, we got onto the subject of Ollie Arnold had been out in the Vendée in France.
Yeah,
and then Martin Emerson, the Durham commentator, piped up and said, oh, yeah, well, when he was there, like he seems to have been everywhere in the world, really. And there isn't a place he's never been
Steady.
to. And and he was saying, as Hudson Prentice bowls, just again got turned around a fraction. Gubbins, that ball works up to mid off, and he was saying that there was something there where somebody dredged some weeds out of this river and set fire to them or something. Anyway, and Ollie said, well, I've been here for God knows how long, that's never happened. Anyway, he says he's just back from the Vendée. Just wanted to say how special it was to see HQ, that's the Utilita Bowl, so full yesterday for the One Day International. I was there in my 1995 Hampshire One Day shirt. I've probably still got one of those. There's some Prentice bowls. Albert off the back foot. Hits that to extra cover. Picture the team with the Hampshire players didn't put up more of a fight. Looking forward to a nervous few weeks as a Hampshire fan. That's why we're talking about the dilemma for both these sides. Who's sort of not out of the mire quite yet in this championship.
I sort of get the feeling that both will get out of it, is my feeling, and I think Durham are the side that are under threat, but they certainly got to pick up some points in these 3 matches, both Sussex and Hampshire.
That's for sure. Had some Prentice in. Albert just again plays that into the covers. Yes, Sussex starting the day 13 points above the bottom 2, Hampshire 15.
Tim Street got in touch, Kevin, about the quiz, about how many matches have been played on the Isle of Wight. And Tim says, I believe Hampshire played their first championship match on the Isle of Wight since the 1960s against Nottinghamshire at New Close in 2019. That was the game you were referring to.
That's right.
Another championship match was scheduled in 2020 but didn't take place due to COVID. He says, with regards to the question, I will have a guess at 10 matches on the Isle of Wight, which is what Kevin reckons as well.
It might be just... He's got wrapped on the pad there. Here's Albert. Not out, says the umpire once more. There's been a few LBW shouts this morning. Just watching that again on the picture feed. It has come back. And that one does look as though it's done a little too much. So, again, still some movement forward, the bowlers. Yeah, I thought 20 would be...
God, sounds quite a lot, doesn't it?
It's a lot, isn't it? Yeah, I know they played... I think, again, off the top of my head, their last championship game before that 2019 game was something like 1975. Somewhere around there anyway, certainly 70s. Sunshine out, which is lovely, isn't it? What a place to be when the sunshine is out. Hudson Prentice in again, down the leg side. Taken by Simpson, end of the over. Hudson Prentice has completed 3 overs. That's 3 maidens for him. 67 for 2.
David Sharp has been in touch. Good morning to you, David. He says, I'm listening from my balcony in Marbella. Very nice too. And he sent an image here of the sun. He says, I hope you're well. You've had a good break between the matches. I hope to be at the next game, says David. Yes, I've there's been a lot of cricket for Sussex over the last few weeks. We had a few games here in the One Day Cup, but not like Kevin, who's been all parts of the UK following Hampshire as they... But what an end to the season for Hampshire. T20 finals day on Saturday, then you've got the following week the 50 over cup final at Trent Bridge. No disrespect to Trent Bridge, but it should be at Lord's. But there you go. In comes Robinson down the hill to bowl to the left-handed Nick Gubbins. He's in bowls, and Gubbins is beaten outside the offside. Robinson has sort of like a rueful stare at Gubbins to say, what have I got to do for you to give that a little nick? It's the umpteenth time that Robinson's done. He just looks resigned, doesn't he, Ollie Robinson?
He's experienced enough to just keep banging it away short of a length straight, and his luck's been a little bit out this morning, but it may change as the day goes on. Just nice to see. We're talking about all the travelling that Hampshire have done just a few moments ago on the pictures. A few travelling Hampshire fans as well. Nice flag up in the corner away to our left. Hampshire flag. Those that are out decked out in the southwest corner enjoying the sunshine as Robinson is in bowls, and Gubbins is hit on the paddle. He's paddling up and he's given on this occasion. He doesn't get away with it. And Nick Gubbins doesn't even bother to look at umpire White at the far end of the ground. He just turned around, and Ollie Robinson, well, just as Kevin was saying, if you keep plugging away you're going to get your rewards, and I think it's fair to say that Ollie Robinson deserved that this morning. Let's just see that again. In fact, he did play a shot, but he's that's hitting middle stump from Ollie Robinson. There wasn't too much of a decision there to make for umpire White. So Ollie Robinson picks up his first wicket of the morning, and I don't say it with a Sussex hat on necessarily, because we have to be very balanced in our commentaries, but I think Ollie Robinson's probably earned that wicket this morning. Gubbins on his way for 23, and Hampshire lose their third wicket of the morning. They're 67 for 3, and a very familiar figure makes his way out to the middle, which is Ben Brown, the Hampshire wicket-keeper, formerly captain, and very popular figure down here. Let's wait for the applause. That's nice, isn't it? Yeah?
Well, he was a very, very popular figure here, Ben Brown. I don't know whether Ben still lives in the county. He probably does, but is
I think he still does, actually. Yes.
Very, very, very popular, and it was a show. Well, obviously, since then, John Simpson's come in and done very well for Sussex, but he was. I think it's fair to say that supporters were very sorry to see a stalwart of the like of Ben Brown leaving the club. I forget how many first-class centuries, but a lot.
I can work it out for you, actually.
For Sussex, I'm going to guess something like about 15, but I may be. But he was a terrific player for Sussex down the years, and a lovely man as well. But, Sussex will be keen to get him out today, and he'd have kept wicket a few times to the fellow who's bowling now, Ollie Robinson. In fact, I'll tell you a story about that in a minute. As he waits, the 4 slips go down, and he would have played with pretty much everybody on the field. I think in comes Robinson, bowls, and Brown lets that go outside of the stump, taken by Simpson. There is no run. We did a little sort of documentary on Ollie Robinson when it looked like he was going to get his first cap for England, and I interviewed Ben Brown, and he said, I just love keeping wicket to Ollie Robinson, because every ball you feel something's going to happen, every ball you think there's going to be a nick.
It feels like that at the moment.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
So, Ben Brown, 2007, played his last games here in 2020.
Yeah.
Played 157 first-class matches for Sussex, 22 hundreds.
Wow. Yeah. That's why it was a shame. Robinson in bowls, and Brown defends into the offside, no run.
He's played 51 since he started his Hampshire career in 2021, and he's hit 5. For Sussex he averaged 40, for Hampshire he averages 36.
Right, okay, so pretty consistent. You are a whiz on that, Kevin. Every time I work with you, you the way you get yourself around these websites is fabulous.
Well, believe me, there are many that are far, far better than me. I can't really get past sort of base camp with this, really, if I'm honest.
Robinson in bowls. Oh, and that cut back to Ben Brown, right on the thigh pad. The ball ricochets out into the offside, and Robinson's got the ball on a bit of string here.
Well, I was going to say, I think it looks even more tricky now than it did at the start of play, but that probably has something to do with the fact that they're bowling a lot more accurate. That's nipped and bounced.
Yes, it has.
But it does feel a lot trickier now than it did at 10:30 this morning. Yeah, I mean, there are some people that send me stuff, and I think, how on earth have you found that out? Because I wouldn't have a clue.
Well, put it this way: if you're base cam, I'm not. I haven't even got out the foothills. I mean, I'm terrible.
You haven't even got the Mac on.
I haven't. Robinson in bowls and Brown clips this onto the onside. There is no. It'll be me undoing, Kevin. So good over from Ollie Robinson, a wicket maiden, and at the end of the over, Hampshire, having lost the toss this morning, been asked to bat, are 67 for 3, with all for 18, Middleton for 12 and Gubbins for 23. Back in the pavilion, wicket share between Hunt, Nudcat and Ollie Robinson.
So Steve Clark has emailed me, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, I hope you will have a great time in Hove and bring the right result home. You can tell whose side he's on. Unfortunately, I can't make any more championship games this year, but I'm relying on the women to give me 4 more home games, including Arundel. That's right, the Hampshire women are playing at Arundel next Saturday, the final group game in the 50 over competition. They're on course for a home semi-final. Here's Finn Hunt's apprentice in. Albert leaves that one alone. He says, I can't get to any more because far too many retirement duties. Sorry folks, all my fault. I've just turned on. This goes back to when Fletcher Middleton was out. He's finished the washing up. He's back to the TV. Oh my word, retirement, eh? That's something to look forward to, isn't it? Dave Allen is listening as well. So we were saying about the Isle of Wight.
Yes.
And
well, he will be the oracle.
He will know. He does know, and he's a whiz kid on these websites. He's Finn Hunt's apprentice forward is Toby Albert. He says, like David Holt, who emailed earlier, I'm stuck at home with a very dodgy back. And sadly missing Hove, because he would have been down here, I know. He says, I won't give the answer away. Oh, he's not giving it away. But there were 3 grounds used on the Isle of Wight. Newport, pre-war. Cows in the 50s and 60s. Oh, right, so it was the 60s the last game. I thought it was 70s for some reason. Maybe it was a one-day game. And New Close in 2019.
So New Close is
the new ground.
Right, okay.
That, which Hampshire used for the game against Notts in 2019. Albert plays and misses. Good delivery. My word, good time to be a bowler here at the moment. And yeah, I think Hampshire are trying to get back there at some point. I think they're in negotiations at the moment. He does say, are we giving the game away? Because he has actually emailed me since and given me the answer.
I think we can give the answer.
It is 10.
It is 10. Thank you. So well done all those who got in touch.
Yeah. Ralph Brooker actually had a go at that. Hampshire fan here, he says, as for the Isle of Wight, I think it's 10, which is very few, he says. Albert turns that away to mid-wicket. Looking forward to see how Albert goes. Can he transfer his blast form into the championship? Says Ralph, who's in France. I think we very much hope so.
So the game I was referring to when I was on holiday with my parents back in the 70s, and that was definitely at Shanklin Cricket Club. I remember Barry Richards definitely played.
Benefit game?
I think it must have been a benefit. I'm not sure if it was a Richards benefit or whether perhaps Hampshire were just playing at Shanklin as a, I don't know, as a one-off game or something.
They wouldn't have played a first-class game at Shanklin.
No.
The other games were in and around Cows.
I'm sure it was at Shanklin, yeah. And Barry Richards definitely played.
Wow, lucky you.
Yeah.
What a treat. What a holiday treat.
Wow.
As forward is Albert.
I don't think he got any runs, actually.
Did he not?
One of the rare occasions. Yeah. Just having a look, Kev, at these some of these other games. Durham 115 for 1 at Chelmsford, so Durham not in great shape, but Alex Lee's a good performer for Durham, isn't he? I don't know how he played the other night up in.
He a bit scratchy.
Was he?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he's had a good last season, but he was a bit scratchy. Getting forward is Albert. He's on the money here, Prentice. He hasn't conceded a run yet, and he's completed 4 overs. 67 for 3, Hampshire. Remember, we got 12:30 lunch, so what have we got? 13 minutes.
And he bowled very well down at the Aegeus, not the Aegeus, and a Utilita Bowl earlier on this season for Hudson Prentice. You remember that game which Sussex were in trouble, and Hudson Prentice batted well with John Simpson, big partnership, which got Sussex in a good position to win the match, which they did in the end on the 3rd day. Hampshire 67 for 3. Yes, that game at Chelmsford, Durham, 115 for 1. Alex Lees is 48 not out. And we were saying a little earlier that Worcester almost looked doomed to relegation, and they're 61 for 6 at home to Nottinghamshire. As in comes Robinson over the wicket, bowls, and Ben Brown is surprised by one that lifts off a length. He took that, should be on the glove, Ben Brown, but he's certainly getting a stern examination here from his former teammate. Let's just see this again. One minute. I don't think he did actually, but he looked suspiciously at the wicket, does Ben?
He's getting some seam movement here, Ollie Robinson, isn't he?
Yes.
He's looking dangerous.
Yeah. 3 6 and a gully go down. 3 wickets there for Dylan Pennington for Notts, who are challenging Surrey at the top of the table. They play each other next week. Robinson in bowls, and Ben Brown down on one knee looking to punch that away through the covers, but he's beaten out the outside edge, a little wide from Robinson, and through to Simpson, no run.
That's the Robinson outswinger there.
Yeah.
She's just taking the ball away from Brown.
Yeah, there we go. That was quite wide, wasn't it? And Ben Brown would have been annoyed to have nicked that one. Hampshire skipper. I'm going to call that 4 slips. Allsop, Coles, Haynes and Cast in that order. Robinson in bright sunshine down the hill, bowls, and Brown cuts that one away, and that's going to wait away for 4 runs. Nicely played, but too much whip there from Ollie Robinson, and Brown very quick to clip that one away through backward point for 4 runs. Nicely played, he gets on his way. And Hampshire 2, 71 for 3. If you just joined us, the news this morning was that Sussex won the toss. John Simpson, no hesitation in asking Hampshire to bat first. They've lost all for 18. Fletcher Middleton for 12 and Nick Gubbins for 23. The crowd has grown a bit during the morning.
That's all right, isn't it? It's nice.
It's a decent crowd in the southwest corner, yeah. If you have crossed over the border from Hampshire, no doubt. In comes Robinson, bowls to Brown, who defends with a high left elbow down the onside of the track. There is no run.
That boundary in that over was the first one since the middle of the 17th.
Right.
Having had a flurry of boundaries this morning, they're
Yeah.
sort of drying up now.
And as you say, Hudson Prentice bowling 4 consecutive maidens from the sea end of the ground. Lots of blue sky around, which is good news. A little bit of a breeze. We can see the flags of the 2 counties fluttering away on the top of the clock tower scoreboard. And the ground really does look a picture as Robinson makes his way in again. Bowls, and that comes low, and Brown plays it firmly to mid-off, fielded there by J. Devon Nukat. And there is no run.
It's been hard going for Toby Albert out there. 10 from 33 deliveries. He's back in championship mode, is Toby Albert, after he's been wonderful. He really has stepped up this year in the T20. You kind of need that, don't you?
Yep,
if you're going to do well in the T20, you want to see some players or player actually really sort of say, well, actually, this guy's come of age in this tournament. He's been the one.
Robinson in bowls. Well, let's that go, Ben Brown. That looked like a good leave as well. Robinson's reaction was that wasn't far away from the off stump, but away from the off stump it was, and there is no run. End of the over. 71 for 3. Albert on 10. Brown on 4. If you fancy a look around the Sussex Cricket Museum at lunchtime, if you've never been to the ground before, please do. It's just over by the Spenkama Pavilion, and I can see the trestle tables are out with the various photographs and books, and the happy band of volunteers will be over there explaining all, I'm sure, and going to have a little pot around the museum. It's certainly worth a look.
There they are. On the picture feed, look at all that.
Yeah, well,
Can you recognise any of those pictures from here? Adrian?
Is that Tony Gregg? I don't know. Need good eyesight to see those, but they're all over there. Got loads of memorabilia over there, and lots of books for your winter reading. Oh dear, that bear thinking about, does it?
Hudson Prentice. When is there going to be a run off this man? Comes in and bowls, and not quite there as that's turned away to mid-wicket by Albert. One of 4 changes in the Hampshire side today. Enforced, some of them. Joe Weatherly injured, out for the season. Tilak Varma returned to India. Sonny Baker, I think he's still in the England squad. He was around the squad yesterday anyway for the final one day against South Africa. I don't know if he's in the T20. I haven't looked, I should check that. Felix Organ left out of today because Bjorn Fortuin is over from South Africa to play this week, including finals day, as that's turned away to mid-wicket once more. Keith Barker in the side. First championship game since the beginning of July last year. Toby Albert out there, and Ali Orr back into the side. Those are the 4 changes, and I know there was a few changes in the Sussex side as well.
Yes, there are. Yeah, 4 changes for Sussex. Hunt, Robinson, and Cat and Carter back into the side. At the expense of Crocombe, Lamb, Clark. I think of the other. Oh, and Ibrahim.
Sanju, was it? He played in the last championship.
Oh, with Sandhu. Yes, sorry, Gurinder Sandhu. Yeah.
He's pushed up to mid-off. I'm not unpleased to see that Crocombe's not playing, because he had a really good game, didn't he, in the championship game early on in the season? That
Yes, and it was the first game that he'd played in the season, because he'd had this shoulder problem, which had kept him out for weeks and weeks and weeks, and it was quite worrying because they didn't seem to be able to get to the bottom of it. But eventually they did. And he bowled very well. And the other bowler he bowled well on the last day is warming up at backward point. That's Jack Carson. So I wonder if we're going to get a couple of overs a spin, or an over a spin before lunch. We'll see.
I have to say, at the moment, I wouldn't mind a couple of overs a spin. As the seamers have got a bit of a stranglehold here, as Albert can't find the gap at mid-wicket. Is that Daniel Hughes there? Who's
it is Daniel Hughes.
finding the ball coming at him on a fairly regular basis.
Yeah, he's didn't play in the One Day Cup, Daniel. He played a bit of 100 cricket last year, but didn't play in the 100 this year. He's a new dad, is Daniel, which is lovely. He had a bit of time off during the One Day Cup, so he hasn't played any cricket for a good few weeks. Played right through the T20 campaign.
So 3 slips are still in, with just over 5 minutes to go until lunch. Albert leaves that one alone. That's a good lead, but close to the off stump.
This will be his 30th ball coming up. No, wait, yes, it was his 30th ball. He hasn't conceded a run yet, Hudson Prentice. He's bowled 29 balls on the spin without conceding a run.
Well, he's not bowled anything to hit, has it? It's all been pretty much the same. Asking a few questions of the batters. He's got the ball past the outside edge. He's got the ball to nip a little bit, but generally it's the accuracy.
I always think you've got a lovely approach to the wicket, Finn, Hudson Prentice. Very smooth.
He's in now, bowls.
There we are.
First run's off him through square leg, and the first runs will be a boundary. Now he's erred there, hasn't he?
Yes.
Very full on leg stump, and Toby Albert gratefully received the first delivery that he's had from Hudson Prentice to have a little shot at. Actually, looking at the replay there, that was a little bit more middle and leg than I thought. But nicely played anyway. The fact that it was full allowed Albert just to turn the face of the bat on that one. 75 for 3 at the end of that over.
Oh, we wondered if there might be the obligatory over of spin, and there is going to be.
Let's just see what happens, shall we? Will it turn, will it not? It doesn't matter. We'll have a little go anyway. I have to say, right at this moment, if I was Ben Brown, I'd be mightily relieved there's no Ollie Robinson to bowl this over.
Yeah, I actually agree with you, because 1 over to go until, of course, if he picks up a wicket, we'll say it's a great bowling change. But no, I tend to agree with you. I think I might have been inclined to keep the seamers on, but John Simpson, I'm sure, knows far better than I do.
9 overs, 1 for 27, Ollie Robinson, and he really, when he opened up, a bit like Unad Cat, they weren't quite on the money initially, but certainly got better as the morning went on.
How did you sort of score this morning? 75 for 3. Been asked to bat, wicket doing a little bit, ball swinging around a little. Honours about even, do you think? Or do you think Sussex slightly in the ascendancy?
Well, they've slowed the scoring rate up,
Yeah.
which is exactly what they needed to do first and foremost.
So slip and a short leg in place, and it's going to be Jack Carson from the Cromwell Road end in and bowls, and forward comes Ben Brown and plays that to short leg, fielded by Ollie Carter. There's no run.
So Ali Orr was out after an hour's play, and the score then was 47. So
Yes.
Hampshire have hit 18 in almost an hour.
Brown waits.
That's a bit more than that, 28.
28. Carson in again. Bowls. And it's looped to short leg, taken by Carter. There is the possibility. Ben Brown wasn't going anywhere. Ballooned to short leg. There is no run. See that one again.
It's turned.
It turned, didn't it?
So we've got a bit of nip. We've got a little bit of turn, and there's rain for the last couple of days, so
Might be interesting.
probably just as well if the game might sort of move forward quite quickly.
Carson in the sunglasses, bowls. Brown defends with a high left elbow, plays it back down the track, no run. I'm sure Ben Brown will be very keen not to be a victim here before lunch, but the way Jack Carson gets through his overs, it's not beyond the realms of possibility. We might get another over before lunch. I think we might see Ben Brown doing a bit of gardening over the next couple of deliveries. We shall see. Carson again. Bowls. Brown solidly forward. Plays to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by James Coles. Haven't seen much of James in the last few weeks. He was away with the Southern Brave.
He was, yes.
For the 100. Didn't take a huge amount of notice of what was going on around the 100 to my shame. But
they didn't bat very well, the Brave.
no, I think he bowled well, James Coles. Carson again. It bowls, and Ben Brown cuts this away firmly through the covers. Typical Ben Brown shot, picks up a single. The clock ticks round to 12:29. And I think we're going to see Toby Albert here. He would retake his guard anyway, I'm sure, against the off spinner. But I think Ben Brown is coming down having a little chat. And I think just using up a couple of valuable seconds here. Sussex over 8, going to be a bit... Well, we had 3 wickets go down, but 27 overs bowled in the session. So I'll be keen to up the ante a little bit this afternoon. As in comes Carson. Over the wicket and bowls, and forward comes Albert, plays it back down the track. There is no run. Now, the clock still says 12:29. Umpire Long is striding in. Will he get there before it says 12? Well, I think everyone's decided it's lunch, but actually I think he might make it, and I think we might work or have one more over. Is he there now? He takes his jumper, and we are going to have one more over before the break. 76 for 3, and it's going to be Hudson Prentice who's going to bowl it.
Yeah, it was a long walk for Nigel Long there, isn't he? He just extended his stance
He
at
did.
square leg by a few yards,
He
but
did.
still couldn't.
He's just
Make it
changed
last.
now. He's probably about 15 seconds away.
Was, yeah. Lack of experience there. So Hudson Prentice, 23 wickets to his name so far this year.
Yeah, I think yeah, he's had a decent season with the ball. He's worked very hard with James Kirtley during the winter.
These wickets have come at a fraction under 30 apiece as he's up the hill again. Bowls. Brown strokes that into the covers.
So just bring you up to date with the other games. 127 for 1 are Durham as we approach lunch on the opening day of matches. Alex Lee's 58 not out. Ben McKinney, the young, very highly regarded, well, he opens most of the time, doesn't he? But he's 46 not out. Oh, I've got an update to do, so I'll do that in a second. I'll take over as Hudson Prentice runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Ben Brown. He's in, and Brown clips this one away for 4 runs. Nice shot by Ben Brown, just leant back, bit too much whip from Hudson Prentice, and played nicely away through point. Nice looking shot by Ben Brown. He goes to 9, and Hampshire to 80 for 3. Bit too much whip there as a typical Ben Brown shot, piercing the offside field. And Hampshire go to 80 for 3. In other games, some said 114 for 2 at Taunton against Yorkshire. Worcestershire 75 for 6 down at New Road against Nottinghamshire. Hudson Prentice in and bowls. Brown defends onto the onside, and there is no run.
Adrian Harms has the latest.
Yes, and honours about even here, Alison, as we head towards the lunch break. Hampshire 80 for 3 coming towards the interval. Wickets apiece for Sean Hunt, J. Devon Nugcat making his first appearance of the season for Sussex, and Ollie Robinson. Ben Brown, the former Sussex skipper, is still there. He's 9 not out for Hampshire. So 80 for 3. We're in the last over before lunch at a sunny Hove. Up at the Oval, Surrey are playing Warwickshire. Surrey the leaders in the county championship. They're 127 for 3. Rory Burns is still there. He's 49 not out. As Brown plays the next delivery into the offside, there is no run. Oh, we're going to have a bit of Mr. Blue Sky, I think. I'm sure they'll turn it off in a moment.
You might as well finish off this over.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we go. How many balls
Why
we got
not?
left?
Short game.
2 balls left.
Your home game.
My biscuits as well. I bet you're going to have to chuck in, Kevin.
I can't wait,
Or else
actually. I will
or
be
else
as
I'll
well.
sit there and I'll be eating them all. In comes Hudson Prentice. Bowls. Brown is forward. Just changed his shot slightly there, did Ben Brown. Played it down the track and there is no run. If they were able to turn off the clean feed, that would be great back in the studio. I think we might have to suck it up until lunchtime, I think. I'm going to say this honour's about even. I don't, you know.
Yeah, it's been a tough period these last 40 minutes or so.
Yeah.
For Hampshire, I think they've negotiated it pretty well, but the scoring rate has dropped.
Hudson Prentice runs away from us. Elon bowls and Brown plays this back. Could have scored on the onside. They've taken one. Daniel Hughes scurries back from square leg to field and prevents anything more than a single. Brown goes to 10. And that is the end of the over, and that is going to be the lunch break. 81 for 3. Albert on 14. Brown on 10. The men out. Ali Orr for 18. Fletcher Middleton for 12. Nick Gubbins for 23. A wicket apiece for Hunt and Nudcat and Robinson. I think our feeling is that Hampshire will probably feel that it could have been a lot worse having lost the toss this morning.
Yeah, I think if Sussex were a bit more on the money in the first half an hour or so, I think it could have been a lot worse. But Toby Albert has, I think, skillfully negotiated the time that he's been out there. But, you know, if Sussex come out after lunch and bowl the way they have been doing for the last 45 minutes or so, Mel's just brought in this whacking great cake, but it's not from Mel. Rather disappointingly.
No, well, this is a cake that's from Margaret, who's a volunteer over in the Sussex Cricket Museum, who makes us cakes every home game.
Oh, okay.
So we've got a lot. I don't know what sort of cake it is, but Margaret, if you're an orange Victoria sponge cake.
Yeah, we'll have some of that.
Wonderful, Margaret. Thank you so much. I expect she's over in the Cricket Museum with all the other volunteers. So wonderful. We will make sure that's eaten during the course of the day. But thank you so much. But as you were saying, I think it's about honours even. The sun is out, the players are leaving the field, and Kevin and I will be back in about 35 minutes for the afternoon session. Thank you for listening, and speak to you in a bit.
For those who are looking for food or drink, we have a variety of options for everyone around the stadium. In the bottom row for the state government building members, we have hot chilled food, pastries, tea and coffee, soft drinks, alcoholic and non-alcoholic drinks are available throughout the day. For all our other
Well, a very good afternoon and welcome back to Hove, as you can hear a ripple of applause around the ground as the two umpires, Nigel Long and Rob White, make their way out to the middle. A very good afternoon wherever you're listening to live cricket here on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Solent. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Mel Farrell and Kevin James, your commentary team, as the two not-out batsmen make their way out from the pavilion. One of them a very familiar face to Sussex supporters, Ben Brown, the former Sussex wicketkeeper and captain. He is on 10. Toby Albert is on 14. The lunchtime score 81 for 3 I should say, Hampshire, after 28 overs. And it's always difficult to tell, Mel, at this time of year what's a good score, what's a bad score. It's September, the ball's been nipping around a little bit, but I think Hampshire, having lost the toss, it just feels like it could have been worse for Hampshire.
Well, it's one of those things, isn't it? When you elect to bowl first, you probably feel like you want to take 3 wickets in that first session to make the most of it. And they did do that. I think maybe it's sort of honours even after a session in a way.
I would agree.
But what it has been is really entertaining, high-quality cricket. I thought the bowlers for Sussex have done really well. For me, it really has been Sean Hunt, who's the outstanding one. Figures of 1 for 7 off 4 overs, and remembering that he bowled 2 front foot no balls as well. So he's only conceded 5 runs off the bat in 4 overs, and it was just also, it wasn't just he was miserly, he was really threatening. So I was very impressed by him.
So it's going to be J. Devon-Newcat who's going to get things underway after lunch. Bowls the first ball in bright sunshine to Ben Brown, who defends onto the onside, fielded there by Ollie Carter, who took a very smart catch at short leg to dismiss Ali Orr, who was out for 18. 4 slips, Allsop, James Coles, who's just doing up his bootlace, Tom Haynes and Jack Carson. There's a point, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Ollie Robinson at mid-off, Daniel Hughes at wideish mid-on. Short leg is Ollie Carter. And way down at fine leg is Sean Hunt, as in comes a Newcat left arm around the wicket, bowled to Ben Brown, who's up on his toes and punches that into the offside. Doesn't quite time it, and a rather stiff-looking Ollie Robinson chases after the ball from mid-off and fields the ball, but not before Ben Brown has gone through for his 11th run. And Hampshire going to 82 for 3. Lots of blue sky around, which is good news. Some heavier clouds up towards the downs up in the distance. Quite a breeze. You can see the flags fluttering away on the clock tower scoreboard. There's some sort of refreshment he's just brought round for Sean Hunt, who's just down here on the fine leg boundary. I hope Sean's okay. He's just come out after lunch. As in comes a Newcat around the wicket. Bowls. Oh, what a good delivery. Really good delivery. Pitched and just left the right-handed Albert through to Simpson. A play and a miss. And there is no run. To see a replay of this. Oh, he definitely played at that, didn't he? I thought for that's got a long way, Mel.
It did, and then it tailed away very late once it passed the batter as well. It seamed away and then it tailed away even further. I just noticed before. I thought I'd seen the umpire briefly put his hand up and
well spotted.
Yeah, and
Well
it was a
spotted.
no ball, but he only put his hand up very briefly, which is why I wasn't actually sure.
Well, it's so brief that I missed it. In comes a Newcat around the wicket, bowls to Albert, who's forward, plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run. So are you back to Australia to see the Ashes, Mel, or what are you?
Yes, I am. I've basically, after the day after the championship finishes,
Yeah.
I'll be at Trent Bridge and then I'll head back to Birmingham. I've got 3 days to sort my life out as best possible before I get on a plane and head back to Australia. So very, very excited about that. And then, getting ready for the Ashes.
Newcat in bowls and forward comes out, but plays down the onside of the track. There is no run. And is that are you going to all 5 tests in a working capacity, or?
I am. So.
Oh, lucky you.
Well, I've been working for the Cricketer during this summer.
Yeah.
And I'll be writing some pieces and getting some interviews, hopefully while I'm down here for this match, and then I'm looking at we're looking at continuing that for the Ashes. So I will be at all 5 tests. I'm very much looking forward to that.
In and bowls. That was hit on the thigh pad. The ball bounces to Carter. And there is no run. Has there been another no ball in this over?
No,
that's right.
just the one.
Just one more.
I did note that there were a lot of England fans suddenly getting a little flutter of excitement seeing Jofra Archer bowl in that third ODI against South Africa, going, oh, just imagining this in Perth Stadium. If Jofra's playing in that match, that could be interesting.
There was a suggestion in the press last week. This in comes and had kept the 4 slips go down. He's in and bowls, and Albert lets that go by outside the off stump. There is no run. End of the over. 84 for 3. Albert on 14. Brown is on 11. That Jofra Archer might play a championship match before the end of the season. Now, whether that's correct, in fact, I was talking to people around the ground here a little earlier on about that, but I'd be surprised. He's obviously not playing in this game, and then play Yorkshire next week, but I think there's still the T20s going on. I'm pretty certain Jofra's in the squad, and I'd be surprised if he played the final game of the season at Worcester, if Sussex are safe and there's nothing on the game. I mean, I'd be surprised if England would risk him at the end of September just to get some overs under his belt. Well, he's bowling a lot of overs in the 50 over.
Yes, well, exactly. Different colour ball, of course, but I think that there's clearly been just a bit of a look at player management. Hasn't there been Duckett being rested for the T20s? Matthew Potts has been pulled out of the T20s in Ireland, and he's going back to Durham, so that's going to be very interesting as we see Hunt back. First ball short, pulled firmly, but not firmly enough to make it to the boundary, and they're just going to pick up a couple of runs fielded at fine leg. So that takes the score to 86 for 3, a couple for Brown. And also, well, I'm going to be up at Chester Street next week for the BBC, and I'm going to be very interested because maybe Mark Wood perhaps might be playing in that one.
Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing, of course, isn't it?
As Hunt turns and rumbles his way in, he's bowling over the wicket, and that one stayed a little bit lower, and it's a bit of a lightsaber, a swishing leave from Brown.
Yeah, but it's interesting because he's not playing in this game, Mark Wood, so you're going into an Ashes series with potentially 2 championship games behind. I mean, I'd be surprised if he plays in both, having not played for so long. I mean, that has to be a concern for England, doesn't it?
Well, the big question for England all round is trying to get all of their fast bowlers as fit and ready as possible. As Hunt is in, that one has actually cramped Brown, who tries to pull it, but the ball just comes off the bottom edge of the bat and just rolls out behind him on the leg side. Interesting that little variation of bounce from Hunt. The first one leapt up short, but the second 2 stayed lower. But yes, so it's a thing, isn't it, that the question has really been about for England has been getting a bowling attack that's fit and firing enough to trouble Australia and take 20 wickets. Hunt in, bowls, that's clipped away, but only as far as short mid-wicket, no run. And this next little period where you've got various championship games going, plus white ball series, just the management of the quicks to find out who is best. Of course, we've had Jamie Overton come out and say that he's not available, is he? He's not available. So that surprised a few people. Hunt in, this time he's straight down the leg side. It's clipped, but only just forward of square leg, so no run again. Yes, so it's just a very interesting period, and we're sort of all eyes on that now that India series is over, and you've got these last few rounds of the championship being played along some white ball cricket, so a lot of people looking at all of those. And then in Australia, of course, the Sheffield Shield will be starting in a few weeks. Hunt is in, it's wide of off stump, and he has a little flash at that one, falls short of the diving fielder, short extra cover, and it's been another testing over from Hunt. It was a real waft without any control.
Did it carry? Is that a drop?
Is it a drop? I couldn't quite tell.
Well, if we could see that again, if the lads could perhaps show us the replay.
Yeah.
I lost
Let's
track
have a
of the ball there. It was in the air. Oh, I can't see that. From
It's just losing.
No. Well,
There weren't hands on
no,
heads.
there weren't hands on heads, were there?
I think it might have dropped short. A little bit hard to tell.
And Lidcat's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end, around the wicket, in and bowls, and Brown defends on the onside. There is no... I mean, from an English perspective, Mel, just sort of looking at the Ashes, and my sort of limited knowledge or my thoughts on it are that the Australian batting lineup doesn't look great, but the bowling is always very strong. So would that be fair? I mean, no one seems to be making rakes of runs for Australia at the moment.
The retirement of David Warner has been hugely significant, I think, for Australia.
And Lidcat in bowls. Brown's hit on the pad. That looked like it was a little high, but Lidcat stands hands on hips. He thinks he's got his man, but umpire White says not out. See this one again, round the wicket. Bowls. He's rather pinned on the crease, isn't he, Ben Brown? My feeling was it was probably going down the leg side, but it's a good shout. Lidcat wanders back to his mark. Yeah, you just sort of get the feeling that if England could get, I mean, Jofra looks like he's fit as a fiddle, so if Jofra is bowling quickly, if he can get us stuck into the Australian top order, is that...
Well, we don't know what the Australian top order is going to be. That's the thing, because they've tried, I think it's about 8 different opening partnerships since Warner retired.
Lidcat in, bowls to Brown, who defends down the onside of the track, no run.
They brought in Sam Constas, who played in that series against India last summer, and of course he had that big breakout half century where he was reverse ramping and playing all these funky shots to Bumrah, which clearly was never going to be sustainable. But he had a major flaw in that he couldn't deal with the ball that was coming back in, whether it was seaming or swinging in, and then that was really exposed in the Caribbean, albeit in very difficult batting conditions. So he's a question mark.
Lidcat bowls, Brown defends down the offside of the track, no run.
Then you've got Usman Khawaja, who has been struggling for form and has dropped away. Whether or not that's a temporary dip, we will find out. Marnus Labuschagne is another who hasn't been finding the runs. So of course you've got Steve. The middle order is very strong with Steve Smith. You've got Travis Head, Alex Kerr, who's been in the form of his life. Cam Green has come into the top order after having been in the middle order, and I think he will be fine up there.
Okay, bowls. Brown, look at it, come on to Ben Brown at all. He's mistimed that. The ball dribbles to mid-off and there is no run.
And I'm sure there are plenty of people who are Gloucestershire fans who will agree that Cam Green is probably going to be okay.
Yeah.
But it's just not as settled as it sort of was for quite a while when Warner was there and the others were in form.
I saw that Cameron Bancroft's been recalled as well, hasn't he? I mean, is that are they just wanting to have a look at as many players as they can?
It's really unknown. I mean, they might stick with Constas. What I would say is the first few rounds of the Sheffield Shield will be key.
Okay. Oh, that was a good lead from Ben. I suspect that didn't miss the off. That was a very late decision by Ben Brown. We see a replay of that. That didn't miss the off stump by very much. Look at in. And he just let that go at the last bit. Ooh, it didn't miss the offside. Well left by Brown. 87 for 3. Brown on 13. Albert on 14.
It's been quite perilous leaving those balls, because with that left arm angle, the ball coming in, and then occasionally being able to get it to nip off the seam and come back even further. So it's quite dangerous. So yes, you've got others like people like Jake Weatherald, who has done really well for Australia A. There's a few others, the names floating around. Nathan McSweeney got a couple of tests last year. Hunt is in bowls. That one's skewed off the outside edge of the bat, but it's found some clear space behind point. It's not going to get all the way to the boundary. There's a chase on, and they will settle for a couple. So there's the talk of Cameron Bancroft, of course, he's been in fine form. So there's a big difference between being a domestic cricket like this championship and the Sheffield Shield in Australia. Here, you have fans who are die-hard Sussex fans and Hampshire fans, and they follow the team home and away. Very, very passionate. Hunt is in, bowls, that's clipped away off the hip quite nicely, but it'll just get the single as it skews out towards deep backward leg. So you've got people who follow it all the time, come hell or high water, no matter what's happening with the national team. In Australia, I find that you meet very few people who will say they are die-hard New South Wales fans or Queensland fans, and who follow, travel away and at home and throughout the season. So that the tension gets focused. It's Hunt, bowls, and they attempted pull, and he's completely missed that one, and it's a no ball. So an awful lot has just happened in that one ball. It was half shouts.
Yes, thank you.
And I think you often find on the chef to take a lot more notice of Shield when there are positions up for grabs at the top of the order. As Hunt, he's in, bowls, and that has played nice and late, guided down towards the deep third boundary, chases on, and it'll be successful, but they pick up another 3. So this is definitely Hunt's most expensive over so far. So that the tension definitely will intensify on that, and knowing that I think selectors' eyes will be on it as well, and someone who comes in like a Jake Weatherall could perform well in those first 3 weeks and find themselves walking out to bat for Australia in Perth in November. So kind of some exciting times. But the bowling, of course, remains as strong as ever. Hunt is in, clipped away through square, where it's fielded well, ball fired back in, no run.
And with the news on Pat Cummins, how much of a concern is that?
Yeah, it's a bit of a sort of stress hot spot, if you like, in the lower back region, but it's a long way away, so I think he'll just be very carefully managed. The one question with Australia's bowling that will be interesting is we know the big 3, obviously, in Cummins, Hazelwood and Stark, and Scott Boland has done brilliantly in Australia whenever he's come in for one of those big 3. Hunt bowls, and it's down the leg side. But then it's what comes after that. If you do have Cummins unable to play, if anyone else goes down, those 3 have just been so dominant, with the likes of Scott Boland or Michael Neser or Jai Richardson kind of coming in for the odd game, but they've not really had to rely heavily on any bowlers, fast bowlers outside the big 3. Hunt bangs that one in, and it's defended back to the bowler by Albert.
There's 2 no balls he's bowled in this over. Short Hunt.
The other one, I did miss that one.
That's right.
well.
No, he's just
That's 4 no balls in total that he's bowled this morning. So it's just maybe having a little issue with his run up.
Well, all will be revealed, I'm sure.
All will be revealed, but it's fascinating. I think it's going to be a great contest, to be honest. Next ball's chipped in the air, and it's fallen just short. Well, mid-on, running across and diving.
It's Daniel Hughes. I think that was a chance.
I'd like to see that one again. He's got his back to us. It was shielding where the ball was. Is that one a chance? The ball just popped up and quite slowly ballooned. Oh, your guess is as good as mine trying to watch that replay.
I think perhaps he was a little slow to pick it up. Well, I'm not so sure that's not a life for Toby Albert.
So there's been some streakiness about this, but as far as Hampshire is concerned, the most important thing is that they are still there. That's not easy batting.
Bright sunshine here at Hove. Sussex still on the attack. They've got those 4 slips in place and a short leg as well as Jade Evanukhat runs down the hill in bright sunshine over the wicket and bowls to Albert, who punches the ball to mid-off, fielded by Ollie Robinson, and there is no run. One thing I have noticed since lunch, and it's a familiar sight for Sussex supporters here at Hove, is that Ben Brown's running between the wickets. He's very, very fast, very aggressive in his running between the wickets. I noticed Toby Albert's quick as well. And in that previous over, they turned what was probably a 2 into a 3. So he will certainly look to take the attack to Sussex if he can. In fact, one of the slips has now come out into the covers. There's a ring of 3, saving 1 on the offside as Anudkat is in. Bowls and Albert drives straight to mid-off, and again it's fielded by Ollie Robinson. And again, there is no run.
I think that's the first time today we've seen the 4th slip come out. They've pretty consistently had 4 in there.
He's kept it very positive as John Simpson. He's been looking to pick up the wickets.
Well, and good captaincy too, having the short leg in with that. It's already got them 1 wicket.
Well, now it's going to change again. And I think, just as we say that, Ollie Carter has now gone out to an orthodox mid-wicket position. So the 4th slip has gone, and now the short leg has gone as well. Anudkat in again, down the slope, in a bowls, short, and Albert, as he gloved that through to the keeper, they're all up. Umpire White is again unmoved. It was a short delivery, Albert looking to pull it away on the leg side.
Just maybe tempted with short leg going out.
Yes, they're all up behind the stumps, but...
Yeah, it certainly on
yes,
the replay.
Hampshire going along here after lunch. They're 98 for 3. Toby Albert is on 18. Ben Brown is on 16. So no wickets to fall since lunch. The 3 wickets that went down before lunch, a wicket apiece for Sean Hunt, Jade Evanukhat and Ollie Robinson. So Hampshire, having lost the toss this morning, are 98 for 3. Meanwhile, up at the Oval, Surrey going along nicely against Warwickshire. They're 134 for 3. Rory Burns, the skipper, though, he's just got out for 52 earlier on. Ollie Pope made 50. Sorry, Mel.
Oh, no, I didn't realise you were about to update the world.
Yes, sorry, I should have pushed the headphones back in. We did that before lunch.
Yeah, so looking on that replay, you didn't see any deviation for that call.
Rewind here for you now.
Let's see if
So, can you guess the year from the song coming up? And of course,
Anudkat back to his mark. He's on his way. In a bowls and let go outside the off stump by Albert through to Ben Brown. And there is no run. 98 for 3 here on BBC Radio Sussex and a BBC Radio Solent. Kevin James back with us in a couple of moments' time. Can you still hear the programme in your ear, Mel?
This is good. Whatever is
okay.
right for now.
Well, we'll take that out.
It's very complicated. I have to rely on you good folk to look after me.
3 slips. Also Coles and Haynes waiters. Anudkat is in around the wicket, bowls to Albert, who again lets that one go outside of the off stump. There is no run. End of the over. 98 for 3. Albert is on 18. Ben Brown is on 16. Very briefly in other games around the country, Durham continuing to go along very nicely at Chelmsford. They're 143 for 1. Alex Lee's not out 71. Ben McKinney is on 47. Down at Taunton, good recovery from Somerset, who are 133 for 2 against Yorkshire. James Rue, who I saw back down here a couple of times, he's a beautiful player to watch. He's 45 not out. Tom Kohler-Cadmore is on 68.
His brother's quite handy as well.
Very good. Yeah, Thomas. Worcestershire in all sorts of trouble down at New Road. They're 106 for 7 and looks very much... I think defeat in that game will pretty much be the final nail in the Worcestershire coffin in terms of relegation from the First Division this season. If indeed there is going to be relegation, that all seems to be up for grabs.
Well, yes. Here comes Hunt for another over. That ball's popped up into the air, and this time it's taken, is it? No, it's come off the pad. Well, they were all up for that one as well. The ball just skewed up into the air. Simpson ran flat out to get there. Taking another look at it now, umpire has clearly seen that, obviously decided that it's come off the pad. From here, looking on, it looked like it may have even come off the glove, but it must have come off the pad. They were all cock-a-hoop, were the Sussex lads, but in comes Hunt once more, down the leg side again. This time it's turned around the corner and fielded out in the deep. I'm just looking to see, so no leg by there, because that one was going down the leg side as well. Wasn't sure if he got any bat on it.
Typical Ben Brown shot. He sort of stands on one leg and just plays the ball around down to fine leg.
So interesting. Is there a tactic now with Hunt in trying to sort of tempt on that leg side? It's 2 balls so far. He's bowling over the wicket. There's that one again clipped, this time to mid-wicket. So balls all going to the leg side. So he's bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. He's not angling the ball across, even though he's got 3 slips in. There have been 3 that have been on leg stump or down leg stump, leg side. He's running in again, bowls. That's another one down the leg side.
Yes, he hasn't bowled as well since lunch, has he, Sean Hunt? He was bowling a really challenging line before the break, but he's, as I say, he's just sort of lost a little bit of rhythm here since the break.
Well, he's got the 3 slips in, and his left arm coming over the wicket to the right-hander. So you might be expecting him to try and push the ball across to see if he can tempt the edge. But everything's just a bit straight at the moment. Hunt in, bowls, and it's another one. So he's not going for a lot of runs, but this doesn't feel as threatening.
No, I would agree with you.
I wonder if it.
And I wonder whether I just wonder whether he's just getting a little more comfortable to bat than it was this morning.
Yeah, I just wonder about if this is a tactic or if he's just getting his line slightly wrong. He's in once more. This time it's left alone outside the off stump, but that's sort of what you might imagine he'd be trying to do in pushing the ball across.
I'm going to take a breather, Mel.
Okay.
I'm going to leave you with Mel Farrell and with Kevin James.
So, the end of 34 overs. Hampshire 99 for 3, so crawling their way towards 100. There was quite an effective over against Hunt, the previous one. That one just going for the 1 run. Good crowd here today. Lovely to see people enjoying the September sunshine down here at Hove. Looking out there, why is everyone on their phones? Everyone seems to be on their phones. Why is that, Kevin?
What, outside?
Yeah.
Can you see that far?
No, I could see it on the monitor.
Oh, right.
You
Sorry.
goose. First ball from Natcat, who's continuing. It's left alone. There we go. We've got another shot up there just for you, Kevin. I love the fact they're listening.
There we go, yeah.
There's some people with their earphones in. I wonder, some ladies there. I wonder if they're listening. I hope they are.
No.
No, because they're not reacting at all.
They reacted to Adrian this morning.
Did they?
Yeah, when he put out a test just before the start of play, they're all waving up there
Oh.
in the stand. Yeah, but not for us, Mel.
No. Oh.
They're waiting for Adrian to come back. That's why they're on their phones now. You see, they're switched off.
Nudcat in once more. That one comes off the inside portion of the bat and just gently makes its way out to mid-wicket. No run.
Now, tell us about the development, Mel, because
You can't ask me now. I haven't been able to.
Oh, shall I not?
Well, I haven't been able to get in touch with Jeremy, my knight in shining armour.
So set the background at when you arrived this morning. Just set the story up.
I went to where I thought I had a booking, and it was cancelled. And I didn't remember cancelling it, so I was a bit confused. So I came here with nowhere to stay. Cat bowls, that one left alone outside the off stump.
Right, so let's just emphasise that. When you turned up here just
Yeah.
before the start of play, you
Yeah.
had nowhere to stay
No,
tonight.
nowhere to
right,
stay.
Okay, we got that.
Not quite sure what I was going to do. Then a lovely man called Jeremy got in contact, and he had a room in a guest house that was paid for, but he wasn't able to use it. So he offered to let me stay. So that's 2 out of the 3 nights. And so we managed to get the room changed over to my name. But in the meantime, another room has materialised for all 3 nights. So now, at the moment, I have 2 rooms. Nutcat in bowls, just pulls his bat up in time out the way, does Brown. So it's all very exciting, isn't
Well,
it?
you're not short of somewhere to stay. That's the good news.
Oh,
You've now
I've got
just got to
somewhere to
choose
stay.
where.
Yeah, I just have to work it out. But yeah, so I'll have a little chat. See, the universe provides.
Well, you as you hinted this morning that you are a lady that sort of lives on the edge and somehow it works out. And as
I'm
it
still
turns
here.
out, you've got so many rooms to choose from.
And that cat is in bowls to Brown, who just defends that one up towards mid-on, no run. Yeah, it's exciting, isn't
it
it?
is,
Yeah.
How are you going to decide which room to take up?
Well, I think it might be the fact that one of them is for 3 nights.
Right.
So that does take care of everything. But I'll have a chat with Jeremy, because I mean he really has been my knight in shining armour. But you know, you just throw yourself on the mercy of Brighton and Hove, and things just happen. We could be in for a very exciting few days down here. Anything could happen. Hunad Carter's in bowls, just defended this time out into short cover, and it's the end of a maiden. So a good over from a Nudcat. He's got figures of 1 for 40 of his 12 overs, which you might think he's been quite expensive, but he's also been very good. So they don't necessarily reflect the entirety of his bowling this morning. I think early on, the opening pair of Orr and Middleton kind of did get a flurry of boundaries away.
They did, yeah. The bowling was a little, I wouldn't say wayward, but it wasn't quite on the money. And
Well, it was almost like they were coming to terms with the actual extent of the swing and
Yeah.
just what it was doing.
that's right. It got picked off a little bit, didn't they? And then it all tightened up. Right, here's the left arm seamer. Sean Hunt in up the hill, pulled away by Toby Albert into the gap through mid wicket, and that will be 4 runs, and he moves on to 22. There's the 100 up for Hampshire. 103 for 3 in the 36th over. Can I just sort of make a little suggestion for you about tonight, that if you do let down the lovely Jeremy, who's obviously gone out of his way to help you
I
out,
know.
that you could at least maybe offer to buy him a drink.
Well, he's not here. That's the thing. That's why he doesn't need the room. But I've already said to him that wherever in the same place, to let me know, and I'll absolutely buy him a drink.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Because it's you know, knight in shining armour.
Yeah.
It's all fun and games. Dear oh dear.
He's switching to round the wicket now, and Albert's playing a missing.
Yeah, I was talking. I mentioned a change of angle in his last over, and I'm glad to see that he's giving that a go, because it wasn't working for him. Now he's angling the ball back into the right-hander. That was much better, making him play. Because when he was coming over the wicket, it was just going straight down the leg side, and then that first ball just dropped it a little bit short.
Just straightened a little bit, didn't it, on Albert? Had to play at it. In again. That's Fuller this time, driven out into the covers. The score remains on 103 for 3. Hampshire at the lunch break were 81 for 3. There's been a fair few appeals out there, haven't there? Certainly since lunch.
It's been very appealing.
Yeah, there's been one off Ben Brown. I think you're right, it's off the pad. I don't know if it just sort of flicked off the arm as well as it went down the left side.
That's why I almost thought it had come off the glove or something there as well, yes.
So you can understand the loud appeal. Hunting again, left alone outside the off stump, slightly shorter. This one. Sean Hunt was with the Surrey Academy, signed here at Sussex in 2021.
It was my pick for the morning, my pick of the bowlers for this morning.
Yes, you did. Yes, I heard that.
I thought he was absolutely outstanding, and it's just been a little bit wayward, just not quite finding that challenging line. But I do think this change of angle might help.
It looks like him and Undercat prefer coming round the wicket. Both the left armers. That's a good length ball as well. Picked up the wicket of Ali Orr, did Sean Hunt this morning. A really good catch by Ali Carter in the short leg position. Really fantastic reactions.
Just flung up his hand. The ball was quite a long way behind him.
Fantastic reactions. Ali Orr can consider himself a little unfortunate. Worked hard for his 18. But nobody yet has managed to get in and look comfortable at the crease. 22 Albert currently as he faces Hunt. Left alone again outside the off stump. That's a nice carry to finish off that over.
Ollie Robinson has just been warming up as well, fielding at mid-off during that over.
Getting lots of shots of the lady camera person.
The photographer out there, the snapper?
Yeah. Whereabouts? Just trying to work it out. I think square of the wicket. He says guessing.
Trying to tell by that umbrella. Oh no, I think just to our right.
Oh, just to the right, yeah. Or to the left of that picture.
Oh right, yeah, to our right.
That's to our right and left of the picture.
To the left of the picture.
Yeah.
Get our bearings. But having said that, all of the dramas and the adventures beside, I'm very happy to be down here by the seaside.
It's lovely, isn't it?
It's been so long. I thought I hadn't been down here since before the pandemic, but I think, if I'm right, in 2023, that maybe the women's Ashes, maybe they played one game down here. Is Ollie Robinson back into the attack? First ball clipped through mid-wicket, and they'll pick up a single. Takes him to 104 for 3. Yeah, so I think there might have been one that year that I came down to. Maybe that was the last time. But it always makes me feel when I come down here, it's the most holiday-y of places, isn't it?
Of holiday places.
Holiday-y of holiday places.
Well, coming from Birmingham.
That's a proper. We're back at work now.
It's a different world.
We're back at work.
By the sea.
No, definitely. Being by the sea, it's lovely. Robinson, he's in, bowling over the wicket. 2 slips in, that's gone in the air and straight to slip. So Ollie Robinson comes back into the attack and strikes straight away. Albert it was, tried to pull the ball. It's got a bit of a top edge and it just really ballooned its way into the slips, and he departs for 22. 4th wicket to fall now for 104 runs for Hampshire.
It was a bit leg side-ish as well.
Somehow the ball he's tried to pull it, was down the leg side, and it's ended up going to second slip. It's quite an odd dismissal, really.
Yeah, my first thought was it was quite straight, but when you watch the replays, it's definitely leg side of Albert. Still sort of helped it around.
Well, he's almost done a full pirouette in getting the ball to second slip. Most unusual.
The second Hampshire batter to reach the just past 20 and out. 23 to Gubbins just before lunch. 22 Albert. Ben Brown is 18 not out at the non-striker's end, and Tom Prest is the new batter for Hampshire. Lost his place in the T20 side and kept his place in the Championship.
Coles it was, by the way. He was fielding at second slip.
Nice easy catch that one, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, it was just such an odd dismissal. But the change in bowling worked a treat. Robinson coming back in and claiming his second wicket with a short ball down the leg. So, we've got a replay from the opposite angle. Has that come off his glove?
Might be glove, yeah.
But it's then as he's pulled down the leg side, it's like he's almost just, I don't know, almost bunted it. It's almost like an AFL pass where he's just punched it straight to second slip. Anyway, here is the next delivery from Robinson to Prest. He just plays that out to the offside. No run to start with.
Well, Tom Prest is looking for a score before the season finishes. He's only 22 years old, much promise, but hasn't quite got the big one this year. Top score of 57, and that was in the first game, second innings against Yorkshire. So it's been a while, although he did get 54 in Hampshire's last championship game up at Worcestershire before the championship stopped for a while. But would like the big one.
Robinson in, and that one is, gosh, that's come back again as well. And you see Simpson diving to his left a long way. So Robinson continues. That's really cut Prest in half. It's gone through a gap between bat and pad. He's been getting that ball to nip back, hasn't he? He really has.
That's a serious ball.
Oh.
That's one of those that you just hope that you either don't get an inside edge or it clatters into your stumps. Fortunately, it bounced a bit. But what a ball that was.
He's just been getting some brilliant seam movement, hasn't he? He's in once more, and this time he has Prest ducking underneath one.
Well, it's still not the easiest out there for the batters. If you get the ball consistently in the right areas, then there is still help.
Well, if they haven't been able to build any substantial partnerships, the wickets just falling at regular enough intervals to mean they're always kind of rebuilding. So 3 slips in there. As Robinson is in, one's clipped to mid-wicket, no run. It's the end of a wonderful over from Robinson, coming back into the attack for the first time after lunch. A wicket and 1 run coming from it after 37 overs. Hampshire 104 for 4.
Ralph Brooker has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, does Mel support a county?
Oh, I mean, I support all counties, don't I?
Support the one that's on the picture feed right now.
Oh, that one that says Hampshire. Do you know, I do sometimes get asked this. I do have some soft spots for certain counties. Probably, the ones that I tend to be around a little bit more. You sort of get to know,
Sure.
the coaches and the players. So I will admit to that.
Hunt into Brown. He's around the wicket again. Brown tries to cut. It's a bit of a nothing shot. Goes through to the keeper, Simpson.
I've got, and I do feel bad. I've got a bit of a soft spot for Worcestershire. I do really enjoy going there, and I'm sad to see they're at the bottom of the Division 1 table and looking likely to go down. But then, every time I go somewhere, I really like going up to Durham. Warwickshire, my home county.
Well, I was going to say
going
Warwickshire.
up to Durham.
Yeah.
Whenever I'm up there, so that they've always been great.
And Bowles, this is left alone.
See, I hardly ever get to do Hampshire games. I don't think I've done. I did one Hampshire game away when they were at Worcestershire, but you decided not to do that game.
Well, I had a poor excuse for not doing it, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
So I was a bit upset with you on that occasion.
Yeah, but Robbie James is much more likeable and a much better commentator.
He was very, very good
He's
company,
good
I
value.
must say.
He's very good value. Hunting again up the hill. He's trying to pull that away as a drop, I think.
Oh,
That's
wow.
got quite big on Brown. It's bounced and he's got an edge on that. And Simpson has put that one down.
Well, just looking at this one again, it did get big on him. Big, thick edge, and it has been put down. I think it's taken him by surprise a little bit. He kind of leapt at it awkwardly, did Simpson. He had one leg up, almost like he was doing the old scissor kick about to do the high jump. And he just seemed to be a bit off balance. Most unusual.
Bit of a snatch, wasn't there? Now, I think they are saying that something's behind the bowler's arm that's distracting Brown. Maybe that was the same thing, whatever that thing is, that's distracted Simpson there trying to go for that catch. Because the sunshine is out. It may be just shining off just something just to our left.
Could
Quite
it
what,
be
I don't
reflecting?
know. Yeah.
Trying to see if any... No, nothing seems to be moving. We've got such a wonderful position here, haven't we? We're so low. We're not directly behind the bowler's arm, but we're not too far away generally. But yeah, it's a bit hard to say.
Is that what it is? I'm
Is
trying
it?
to work out if that is the problem. Is it the windows just to the right of the picture as you look? As Hunt's coming round the wicket, maybe the end of those windows is just in line with the arm
Well,
as
there's
it
a
comes over.
big discussion between the umpires at the moment. There's no one going over there to do anything, to change anything or move anything.
I'm not sure it's going to be that easy. If there is something wrong, I'm
Might
not sure
have to
how
see.
they can actually cover that up.
Is it a reflection that's coming off something there at the moment? It's just a bit hard to say, but you've got players on their knees stretching and on their backs stretching, and no one seems to be in any great hurry. We've got drinks coming on. Actually, one of the ground staff is running across from the other side with what looks like a big sheet, ready to cover something up.
There we go, yeah. I think the players know that this is going to be a little bit of a break, which is why they just look not ready to bowl the next ball anytime soon.
No, whatever this is, it might take a little bit of time. So it must be a reflection. It's not from those panels. That's not directly behind the bowler's arms. Those vertical panels there. There's not one that's shining away. All shall be revealed as we watch the ground staff. Where are they going? It's a mystery. It's exciting.
They're probably going to unbook one of the two hotels that you've got tonight. Probably doing that on the way through. Two hotels Mel. I think that's what we'll call her from now on.
Maybe, I think it is those vertical panels. I think, you see those 5 there?
Yes.
They are shining quite brightly. I do tell you what, go there. There's a ball gone through that one. Great work by the crew as well.
Yes.
I know
Responsive is the word you're looking for.
Some people are listening on the radio, so I'll just say that there are some vertical panels, those ones that sort of turn and become an advertising hoarding at times, but there are 5 of them that are jutting out, and that I think the sun is just reflecting off those and making it...
Oh no, they're not.
Oh no!
No.
Oh god! Well, we got that totally wrong. Oh no! It's the handrail.
That's above us.
It's above us.
Yeah.
So yes, and the stand above us. So there we were getting excited about the panels. It was totally wrong. It's actually a handrail in the stands, and they've run up there with the sheet and the zip ties, and the ground staff are basically covering the handrail with some sheeting and trying to secure it in place.
Is that the first time that's happened, Adrian? Adrian can't remember ever. And we're just watching a replay of the failed dismissal. Brown trying to pull that from way outside off stump, and I mean, Simpson's in a poor position now. I think the ball is just running away from him a little bit, which has surprised him. But who would have thought that a simple handrail would have caused so many errors?
Chaos
in one
ensues.
delivery. So we're back underway. Just pushed up to mid-off.
I was sure we'd discovered it with the vertical panels.
No excuses now.
No.
There it is. Ground staff just making sure that it doesn't blow away.
Well, there's not much wind, I don't think, is there
There's not,
today?
is there? No, it should be alright. Just look at the flags, not too bad, are they?
They're wafting about. They're wafting, they're not standing at attention
That's true.
in a stiff breeze.
Which way are they blowing? Left to right?
They're all over, swirling.
They are a bit, actually. It's wide of off stump. Ben Brown is extravagantly leaving that one alone. So hopefully all good. And when you think, if they're above us, because our commentating position is a good 3 or 4 wickets away to the right, and if that handrail is above us, then you think, well, was that in Ben Brown's eye line, really? Well, I suppose it was, as sometimes you catch things.
Well, if you're looking, though, and if you've got sort
Here's
of
where we are.
a reflection... Hello, everyone.
In there, behind that sheet. Brown's in again. That's cut away by Brown. He's just tapped it into the gap rather than hit it with any force, and he'll pick up 2. 106 for 4.
If someone does that thing, if they're being mischievous and they get their watch and they reflect it in your eye, it doesn't have to be directly in front of you to affect your vision.
Sure.
If it's coming from side.
Now we've finally worked it out. Now the handrail is to our left, and the picture's right, so it was more in line with the bowling. We've got there finally. It's taken a while. We're more.
Yes, we're on the other side, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Over Rothesay, that's where we are.
Yes, on the other side, the left.
Rothesay, yeah.
Okay, so it's just on the other side, yeah. So that would have been, but surely the sun sort of comes up and goes down in the same spot every day, doesn't it?
Apparently.
Here comes Robinson, took a wicket in his last over, and first ball, the over just goes down the leg side. It's a short one. Most odd dismissal, the last one that he got of Albert, where it was a short one going down the leg side that Albert tried to pull and then somehow managed to punch it to second slip.
I've got a nice email here for you, Mel.
Oh.
Barry Breen. Hampshire
Hello,
Cricket
Barry.
Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. I'll come to that again.
Yeah, it was so
Well, I
easy
can
for
say
you
it.
to say.
Yeah.
Here comes Robinson over the wicket. Oh, that one is just kind of enough. It's just getting enough seam movement and good bounce, and that one is another one from Robinson where it's just cut him in half, beat the inside edge. How many of those has he bowled
There's a few.
today?
He's got the nip back of really going, hasn't he?
Gosh.
It's just a little bit too much bounce. Barry Breen, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. There we are. He says, good afternoon. I'm listening from a sunny Ibiza, enjoying your fellow commentators' tales. There we are.
Oh, thanks, Barry. I hope you've got somewhere to stay tonight. Here comes Robinson. It's a full delivery punch back past the bowler, but not much further. It's mid-off and mid-on converge to make sure that it doesn't go any further. That's good. I'm glad Barry's entertained.
Well, you better not disappoint him and sort of think of 1 or 2 more, really, over the coming
Wow.
hour or 2, 3.
There's so many just misadventures along the way. It's a marvel that I am still here, to be honest.
Well, I have to say, if anything from this morning is anything to go by, so I'm amazed. I thought you had the easiest journey in of any of us today.
Oh, Robinson's next ball. It's again attempted hook, but it's just gone up in the air and plopped down to the leg side of Brown, and there was no one in sight. It's gone straight up. Simpson couldn't get in time, but if he'd been able to get there any quicker, that would have been another wicket.
Well, the nip backer from Robinson is causing a few problems, and his bounce is causing a few problems. Apart from that,
it's been testing stuff. You're just never sure where the ball's going to end up, though. In he comes once more. It's full and outside the off stump. It just played out behind point. No run.
this short one again.
Oh, that's actually
Shoulder.
yeah, maybe shot, was it? But it might have been shoulder. But it's absolutely reared up off the pitch.
They've struggled a bit with the short balls, haven't they, Hampshire? There's been some good short pitch bowling out there.
Well, from Robinson in particular, it's not just short pitched, it's short and moving off the seam, which is what is really causing problems. He's in once more. This is another one that squirts off the outside of the edge of the bat. It's found a gap, though, to wide of the slips cordon, and it's going to go all the way. Cole's unable to get there in time, so you look at the figures from that over and you'll have no idea how difficult it was for the batters. That one, in the end, gets the boundary. 5 runs coming from that over from Robinson, and it's 111 for 4. But again, it's just seeing really good quality cricket. They're hanging in there. this pair rebuilding, but the threat is always there.
Certainly is, yeah. It's a real old-fashioned, just bold line and length wicket, really. Something which Sussex didn't quite get right for the first half an hour or so, but since then they've made it very difficult for Hampshire. Hudson Prentice back into the attack. 6 overs, none for 9, and I think it was his first 4 overs that he didn't concede a run. Something like that. And then I think his first 2 scoring shots that he conceded were boundaries. 1 square on the leg side, 1 square on the off. So 39 overs completed. The right arm medium quick is back into the attack, bowling at the same end that he bowled this morning. From the C end. 111 for 4. I was just going back to the journey you had in this morning, because because we were on this email group, weren't we, all of us that are involved, and Nikki Chowdhury's involved for day 3 and 4. I think she was on that as well, as that's pushed out towards extra cover, and there's no run. And Adrian Harms here did a great job saying, don't worry everybody, I'll sort out your parking with the lovely Sam, who's done 24 years, he was telling me this morning. Next year's his 25th on the gate.
Oh, I met Sam on the way in.
Yeah.
He was lovely. He said he was really glad I didn't have a car.
Well, it makes his job easier, that's why. It's not because he likes you. It's just that by not having to worry about parking you, he's made his job a bit easier.
I think he liked me. He said, I think I've seen you here before.
He thinks. And to be honest, most people remember Mel, let's be honest, when you've been around. Let's play that square on the offside. But anyway, he's doing his 25th year next year, which is nice. And I do hope the club maybe make some, mark that. I'm sure they will. Not that I'm trying to make the club do anything like that.
Well, they'll have to now.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, obviously Sussex has nothing to do with me. But anyway, it'd be nice. And I thought, I looked, and you said, oh, yeah, no problems, I'm walking in or whatever, or you were getting the train. I thought, yeah. There's me and Adrian driving in because we're old school and we can't be bothered to do anything eco these days. It's Hudson Prentice. It's a nice drive out into the covers by Prest, but finds the fielder. And then I thought, there's Mel saying, oh yeah, walking. I thought, you're doing your bit for the environment. But actually, yours ended up being the toughest trip of the lot, didn't it, really?
Well, it is essentially. It's been a full sort of 24-hour journey that involves coming through Reading, Guildford, Leatherhead, Dorking, Gatwick, Brighton, a guest house that I discovered was cancelled, and then here.
Yeah. Somehow I got a feeling that's pretty standard for you, Mel.
Yes.
That's pushed back to the bowler. It's a pretty standard day, really.
Yeah, it really can be.
It's a good job we didn't go via London with the old tube strikes.
Oh,
One at the moment.
yeah, well, I'm not sure about getting back either. That's going to be the next adventure.
Well, there you go.
Sometimes I like being spontaneous, and it can be a good thing. I managed to have 4 days off a few weeks back, which was the only 4 days I've managed to get off together.
You're lucky you're in demand.
Oh,
Hudson Prentice in again. Press plays that nicely through backward a point. That's racing away up the hill and just in front of the players' balcony. And Prest will move on to 5, 115 for 4. Bit of width there from Hudson Prentice.
I'm going to make way for Adrian in a moment, but yeah, I had 4 days off. I went up to the Lake District. First time I've been up there since I first came over to England backpacking, and I stayed 3 nights in Keswick and walked 10 miles a day, and then it was time to get the bus to where is it, Penrith?
Penrith, yeah.
Yes, and then come back down, and I changed my mind on the way to the bus stop, so I got a bus somewhere else and found somewhere to stay that night.
Lovely. It's lovely up that way. I don't think I've ever done it, but I'm told it's lovely. So it's pushed out into the covers.
You should just don't make plans.
There you go. There's 2 hotels, Mel. He's just going to take a break. With Hampshire on 115 for 4. A few of the spectators enjoying the sunshine and a few in the shade as well. The members' pavilion. Tom Prest is 5. Ben Brown, the former Sussex captain and wicket-keeper who made the move along the south coast in the start of the summer of 2021, is out there. He's 24. That's from 52 deliveries. No, just the 1 wicket since lunch. Toby Albert, who was trying to pull Ollie Robertson away on the leg side and just got a glove, and the ball changed direction, caught it James Coles in the slip, so he went for 22. That's turned away down to fine leg. Started a new over from Ollie Robinson. Brown moves on to 25, that will be 116 for 4. Paul Williams has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk under the heading of Sunshine Reflections. As September has arrived, it means we can now sit in the garden and sometimes listen to commentary. He's in Portugal, by the way. While working and sometimes watching the stream when relaxing. Enjoying the banter as we love travelling. And Mel's tales are great. And reminding me of some of our things that we did not have that went to plan. So just nip back again at Prest. Looks like we have a sporting wicket and could lead to a good game. Yeah, it's you certainly having your technique tested here at the moment, Adrian. Who's back alongside me, Adrian Holmes.
I sort of feel like I'm perhaps quite boring compared to Mel.
Well,
with her tales.
No, I feel I've led a very sheltered life.
I do as well. I don't feel the next half hour is going to be anything half as exciting. I mean, people will probably turn off.
I certainly don't. Going back to that, Prest just eases our way to backward a point. I certainly don't live life on the edge like that. I like to be prepared. And I suppose, listen, we're obviously, well, I'll talk for myself. I'm obviously considerably older than Mel, and I think for me, as I get older, I want everything prepared. I want to know what I'm going in for, not thinking, well, I'm not quite sure on this, not quite sure on that, and then turn up and then having to worry about all the hotel, well, certainly on things like hotels.
I like to plan it. I like to plan months ahead.
Yeah,
I like to know what I'm doing.
I'm not far behind you, to be honest. So there's the difference.
We're of an age, Kev.
Yeah, I've certainly not been in a position where I've had hotels to choose from on the same night. And it's pushed out into the covers. Prest moves on to 6, 117 for 4.
Difficult to know what to make of this pitch. Just watching, I've watched Ben Brown bat an awful lot down here over the years, and he likes to get on with things. Ben, he's a great timer of the ball, but he's struggling to time the ball out there. And I wonder if it's one of these pitches. I mean, 117 for 4 doesn't look a great score, but I'm wondering if it's better than it looks, Kevin.
I think you've got to get the ball in the right areas first and foremost. But it's doing a little bit, not loads though. Brown pushes that to backward of point. I just think there's been some good bowling.
Yes, I mean, I don't think it's particularly easy to bat. I mean, John Simpson, when absolutely no hesitation in electing to bowl this morning. That drop catch could be important. I wonder whether he was distracted by the light glinting off of the rail above us. Yeah. It didn't seem like it, did it, at the time? And he's got the shades on, hasn't he?
It looks very straw-coloured if you look
at
the
picture
feed. It does. It's an odd
colour.
And to be honest, that's not far off what we're seeing. Sometimes the contrast in pictures can distort a fraction. Brown's on the back foot. Ends the over, 117 for 4.
Good contest between Ollie Robinson and Ben Brown, two players who would know each other extremely well down the years. And if you miss a great stat Kevin came up with earlier, 2200s Ben Brown made, first class 100 we should say, he made here at Hove before his move to Hampshire. And I wonder how many balls Ben Brown has been behind the stumps when Ollie Robinson has bowled. Many hundreds, probably thousands of occasions, I would imagine. I remember one particular game down at Cardiff a few years ago. It's on a really flat deck, and Ollie took 9 for 78, and Ben said it was just fantastic to keep wicket to Ollie on that occasion. In goes Finn Hudson-Prentice, comes in and bowls to Tom Preston. I think he beats him there outside the off stump. The ball goes through to John Simpson, no run. Lovely afternoon now, lots of blue sky, a bit of cotton wool cloud bubbling up and the downs away in the distance, but a really pleasant day to watch cricket. Plenty of people in shirt sleeves.
Including yourself?
Including myself, yeah. Can't see too many shorts around, but it's very pleasant. In fact, the breeze that was quite strong this morning is not quite so much now. The flag's just sort of ruffling away on the clock tower scoreboard as Hudson-Prentice in, bowls to Prest. And that's an example, really, I thought, of perhaps the ball not perhaps coming onto the bat, because Prest was looking to play that way through the offside, and he got rather squared up, and the ball ended up with Sean Hunt at mid-on, who takes the opportunity to shine the ball on his jumper.
Yes. I'll tell you what's also interesting about, maybe not just this wicket, but the square, where the used patches are at each end. It's sort of grey soil, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah, I don't know if there's been some Look, I was talking to the grounds staff this morning, and they were saying this pitch had been undercover a lot last week because it had been very wet down here at Hove. Hudson Prentice, it again, bowls and driving his press straight to cover, fielded by, who's that? Ollie Carter. And there is no run.
And he's right on one of those grey patches there as well.
Yes.
It's a real standout colour for soil, isn't it?
Yeah, he's sort of just got sort of lightish brown, almost grey, some sort of loam, I don't know. It's that sort of time of year, isn't it, when the clubs are thinking about last games of the season and then the loam comes on and everything gets put to bed for the winter.
Digging up the square.
Yeah, absolutely. Hudson Prentice running away from us, this smooth approach to the wicket. Right arm over, bowls to Prest, who plays firmly to backward point. Good stop there by Jack Carson. And there is no run. Finn Hudson Prentice is in his 8th over. He's bowled 4 maidens. No wicket for 13. It's been very tight bowling. Just the 2 slips in place now, though. A gully, point, cover, mid-off. There's a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg way down in the distance.
See, even the grey patches are very flat.
Yes.
It's like they've been rolled level with the wicket.
Yeah.
There's no holes on the square at all, is it?
Hudson Prentice again. Running up the hill from the C end of the ground in and bowls to Tom Prest, who's forward and plays defensively to Ollie Robinson, who fields at mid-off. There is no run. Ollie Robinson with 2 wickets to his name so far today. Sussex have unquestionably missed him in the last couple of games. 2 innings defeats to Essex, where probably the innings of the summer I saw here from Jordan Cox, who batted absolutely beautifully in that game. And then a defeat at Scarborough, which was a poor Sussex performance. I think anyone would mind me saying that, because it was. But Hudson Prentice just pointing up to behind us again. I wonder if there's some more reflections going on with the sun and various things there. Anyway, he's on his way. Bowls to Prest, who again is rather squared up but plays defensively into the offside. It's another maiden over from Finn Hudson Prentice. That's 5 maiden overs he's bowled out of his 8 overs so far. Figures of 0 for 13. At the end of the over, Hampshire 117 for 4. We've had 42 overs. We've still got 54 overs remaining. Now the camera is showing, for some reason, shining on the floodlights. I don't know why that is.
Showing the blue sky.
They are.
Where there is.
Yeah.
A few heavier clouds as well, but they're way in front of us.
But for the benefit of Sussex supporters, what about the rest of the Hampshire batting order? There's still plenty in there who can make runs.
Well, you'd hope so, wouldn't you? Still Fuller to come, James Fuller. Bjorn Fortain, the South African, who's been brought in for this week because there'll be no Liam Dawson at finals day. He did play 3 T20s earlier in the summer as Robertson comes in. There's the pull shot, and again it's not played at all really, as he's trying to help it away on the leg side. It does seem a bit of a problem, these short deliveries to the Hampshire batters. You can quite understand why Robinson's putting one in from time to time. So I believe he can bat a little bit. I'm not really seeing him. Keith Barker back in the side. We know what he can do.
Yeah.
He's very good all-rounder. May need his positivity, I think, out there, but he's hardly played a game in 15 months, so I'm not sure what to expect. Brown leaves that one alone outside the off stump. And Kyle Abbott has been doing okay. Yeah, I mean,
there's plenty of batting, isn't there?
Yeah, I know Ralph Brooker, who at the end of his email after talking about Mel there was saying about 250 on here. Yeah, I mean, it feels a 250-ish wicket at the moment. I think if a side doesn't bowl as well as they can, then you can probably get a few more than 250. But if they're on top of you and have a bit of luck, then I think you do well to get to 250. So it's 250 a marker probably. Robinson in again. That's turned away by Brown down the hill. He was on 226.
Earlier on today, Kevin, Mel was talking about a twizzle stick,
Right.
which is apparently the thing you stick in a cocktail. I mean, again, I wouldn't know anything. I'm not a great cocktail drinker, to be honest. But anyway, that's Mel, you see.
A prizzle stick.
A twizzle stick.
Oh, twizzle stick. Okay.
Yeah. But Clive Walder, who's up in your neck of the woods in Birmingham, Mel, he's been in touch. Hello, Clive. Was it me or you?
I can't remember. But it's probably me, actually. That's driven out into the covers.
Clive says he's heard of them, but he says, I don't like cocktails. So there we are. So Clive is, yeah.
Wow.
We had an email in from Simon Goodman as well, which I'll read at the end of the over. Simon, thanks for getting in touch. Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk.
Robertson into his 13th over, 2 for 36 currently, coming down the hill. Into pressed short one, pressed ducks that underneath.
I'm not sure Ollie Royston's bowling flat out here.
No, well, I don't think he needs to. I think what he's doing, he's concentrating on his wrist positions behind the ball. He's bowling combinations. He's just letting the ball slide away past the outside edge, and then he's getting the ball to nip back, and we've seen that quite a few times, and then he's sticking in the bouncer from time to time, and all three of those different types of deliveries are causing problems. And I have to say, on another day you'd have better figures than 2 for 36. That's short, and that's nudged away. Just the odd one is bouncing coming down the hill. I'm not sure, but that's come off of Tom Prest. We'll wait to see what the umpire signals. It is leg wise, but that just seemed to bounce a little bit more. He didn't dig that one in. End of the over, 119 for 4.
So Simon says, hello Adrian, great to be listening, albeit from my workshop, as I'm trying to finish a piece of furniture before heading over to Hove. Lovely to hear Mel today. I wonder why she's not at the Oval with Warwickshire, which is coincidentally where I first heard her brilliantly entertaining commentary a few years ago whilst in the ground. Anyway, Oval's loss is our gain. It's like the Mel Farrell Appreciation Society today.
It is, isn't it?
Hope to see you over the next few days if I can get finished. I wonder what piece of furniture Simon was making.
Well, hopefully he'll tell us.
Yeah.
I suppose the next thing Mel will be asking for is there anybody that's got a free meal tonight?
Or a free piece of furniture.
Yeah.
Yeah, perhaps Simon could make a bed. Here comes Hudson Prentice running away from us up the hill. Comes in and bowls, and forward comes Ben Brown, and plays defensively down the offside of the track, and there is no run.
She could ask for a car lift back up to Birmingham. Maybe he's got a spare car.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You just want to drop off with the keys. She can only drive one at a time, so there's no point in dropping a couple off.
That's very true. I can see Jack Carson warming up, so I wonder if we're going to get some more spin. We've still got another 52 overs to be bowled today, which with the time rattling around to 2:30, and the depressing thing to say, but the evenings are drawing in, Kev.
They are. It's just a bit depressing, actually, isn't it?
It is. But for the moment, we've got bright sunshine, so hurrah for that, as in comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, and clipped in the air, and gone! And Tom Preston's gone. Clipped away, and I think that's yet another example of it being difficult to time. It was a pitched up delivery, and Tom Prest has just clipped the ball straight to Daniel Hughes, a mid-wicket, who took a routine catch, and a 5th wicket goes down. Prest looks annoyed with himself. I'm not surprised, but it just looked to me as if it didn't quite come onto the bat, and it just makes you wonder about this total of 119 for 5. Doesn't look the best, but we're not going to really know until Sussex have had their chance to bat as well. But another wicket goes down, and the first wicket of the day for Finn Hudson Prentice.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of frustration there with Tom Prest. He is a man that likes to get on with it, and I think there he's seen an opportunity to push the ball into the gap, and he's just nudged at it a little bit. And you're right, the ball's just holding in the wicket from time to time. He's just pushed at it once, hence why it's gone in the air. And I think it's one of those where you do need to pick the right ball here, especially as this ball is starting to get a bit softer. Just holding the wicket a little bit more. And Tom Prest, sometimes not known for his patience. He is a very good player in terms of keeping the scoring rate ticking along, and their sort of 6 from 27, 6 from 28 deliveries is not really him, and I think he's just pushed at that one out of frustration, hence why it's carried.
So 5th wicket goes down, which gives me an opportunity just to run through some of the scores in the other games. Durham still going along nicely at Chelmsford, 185 for 1 against Essex. Alex Lee's 91 not out. Ben McKinney, he's on at 69. Down at Taunton, it's raining. Somerset are 155 for 3. Tonkola Cabor out for 76. James Rue, 54 not out. 2 wickets there for George Hill. Surrey in trouble at the Oval against Warwickshire, 182 for 6. 2 wickets there for Ed Barnard, 2 for Ethan Bamborough, and 2 for Nathan Gilchrist. So the champions in a spot of bother, and they'll be keeping a close eye on events down at Worcester because Nottinghamshire are having a good day against Worcestershire, who are 152 for 7 against Notts. In comes Hudson Prentice to bowl to the new man, who clips that down to a fine leg. How do you pronounce this gentleman's surname?
Fortain.
Fortain.
Yep.
No, I didn't see whether that was a leg bye. No, it was tickled that one down to the leg side, and he's on his way with a single, 120 for 5.
Well, in first class cricket he has an average of 32,
right,
but
so
I didn't really see him too much in the T20s because in the 3 he played, 2 of them he didn't bat, and he got 4 not out of 3 deliveries in the defeat against Kent at Canterbury. So can't tell you a lot about him, about his style and whatever else. But 32, if you average 32, and he's a decent frontline spinner.
Hudson Prentice on his way again, bowls to Ben Brown, who pulls down towards deep backward square. They've picked up one. Daniel Hughes scurries around the boundary and fields the ball, but not before Brown has gone through for another single. He goes to 27. Hampshire to 121 for 5.
Yeah, since those 3 T20s that he played, where he was filling in for Liam Dawson, who got back into the England side, you'll remember, early in the summer, and played those 3 one-days against the West Indies. The first one he got man of the match, which went down well down south coast, along the south coast, I can tell you. He played 1 match in the Major League Cricket in America.
Hudson Prentice in and bowls down the leg side. John Simpson can't take it, and it's going to race away, I suspect, for leg byes. We'll wait for the umpire's signal. Yes, indeed. Wayward delivery by Hudson Prentice, and the ball scurries towards the boundary for 4 more. 125 for 5.
He played for the Seattle Orcas, which is interesting in that the Seattle Orcas are either part owned or fully owned by the GMR Group, who by this time next year will become almost fully fledged owners of Hampshire.
There are changes afoot, you get the feeling, don't they, in cricket. Talking of which, Hudson Prentice back to his mark, comes in again, bowls, and forward comes Fortain, plays it down the track, and there is no run. End of the over. Yes, that is the end of the over, and a wicket taking over for Finn Hudson Prentice, 125 for 5. Fortune on 1, Brown on 27. I know this evening there is a meeting of Sussex members to talk about what's happening next season in terms of the structure of the county championship. I know no more than that, but John Philby, the Sussex chair, is going to come and talk to us tomorrow, having spoken to the meeting, which is the right way to do things. So he's going to talk to the members about what's being proposed for next season, and he's going to come and talk to us at 11:30 tomorrow morning. So we'll hear more from the horse's mouth about where we are with restructures and how many games there's going to be. Lots of stuff in the press about that, but we'll hear it all from John tomorrow, so looking forward to that.
Yep, that'll be good. Ollie Robinson to continue down the hill, starting his 14th over. Bowling to Brown, who's forward, gets a thick outside edge through the vacant gully area. Running down the hill, that'll be 4. Brown moves on to 31, 129 for 5. The Seattle Orcas, just for the record, are owned by a partnership between tech leaders, including the Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella and the GMR Group. So there we are. Just for the record. There's a very loud light aircraft passes above us. It's not one of those aircrafts that goes down the beach with a big sign flapping away, I don't know, down with the TUC or something.
Or I've got a hotel for Mel.
Yeah, I've got another hotel. That's Alex Ball Brown, plays nice and straight to that one. Yes, the TUC are in town with their annual conference. They're all over town, all over the seafront last night and this morning. I'm literally just across from the conference hall. And they are matched in numbers. In fact, there probably is a few more of Island rugby supporters in town for yesterday's international in the Women's World Cup.
There was a great write-up in the paper yesterday about the England game at the Amex, saying what a great stadium it is for rugby and how welcoming the town was.
Just helped that on the leg side, did Ben Brown. It's probably one of the first pull shots, come hook shots that we've seen from a Hampshire player that looked comfortable.
I just think, I say the town, the city, of course, of Brighton. Just watching Ben Brown here, I mean, he knows this ground probably, I would imagine Ben Brown has played more cricket on this ground than anyone out there today. Probably even more than Ollie Robinson. And I wonder whether Ben has just sized this up and thinks, do you know what, I know what's a good score out here. He's not looking to force it, is he? He's just playing very sensibly.
No. And probably like he did when he was here as captain as well, probably has taken the responsibility on himself.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure he is doing, knowing that Hampshire don't really want to be batted out of the game in the first innings here in such an important game with just 3 rounds of Championship cricket to go, including this one. 4 slips waiting for Fortain. Leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Angled in slightly, just started a little too wide. But Ollie Robinson feels a real threat with every ball that he's bowling. Yes, just to repeat, Sussex starting this game 13 points above the bottom 2, Hampshire 15 points above the bottom 2, so not out of the woods. They can't say for sure they're looking forward to Division 1 cricket next season yet.
And actually Durham made a good start at Chelmsford, 180 odd for 1, so you'd feel, they'll be thinking about getting maximum batting bonus points there, so it's all ramping up.
It certainly is. Not an easy weekend up at the Riverside. It's outside the off stump left alone, with Hampshire's men beating them quite convincingly in the T20 quarter-final on Friday night. Then Hampshire's women beating Durham yesterday to stay top of the women's 50 over competition and secure a semi-final slot.
Very good.
Now they need to, with 2 games to go, secure a home semi-final slot, which is their next prize.
Could be a very successful season for Hampshire.
Well, it's looking that way at the moment. Unfortunately, the very good championship form of the last few years is not quite there this year. That's the only thing that's letting them down. But you're right, in 2 trophies, which is the main thing, and the women in 1. So it's pushed up to mid on, and there's no run. But once you get to September and you can say that, it's a pretty good effort.
It certainly is. You're listening to live cricket here on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Solent. Adrian Harms, Kevin Brown. What am I talking about? Kevin James.
I'm not part of the Brown family yet, not that I know of anyway.
There used to be a centre half played for Woking called Kevin Brown.
I don't think there's a little Brown wandering around anywhere yet. That I know.
And Mel Farrell. And we're just going to hello to our colleagues down in Tunbridge Wells. So I've got to give my update to the listeners across Surrey, Sussex and Kent in a minute. So I'll chatter away. So Finn Hudson-Prentice is going to carry on. And there's the C end of the ground. I'm sure 130 for 5. Ben Brown on 32. Beyond 14 on 1. Just the 2 slips in place now. As Hudson-Prentice runs away from us, coming into bowl to Brown. He's in and bowls, and Brown struck. Was he struck on the pad, or did he get a bit of bat on that? But the ball's bounced a long way down the offside of the track, and there is down. Again, Ben Brown sort of making a sign of themselves, looking to clip that through. It's not really come onto the bat.
No, I think very much as this ball's getting softer, that it's just holding in the wicket a bit more.
It's not easy out there, I don't think, it's a...
No, I think it's a patience-type wicket.
Yeah, it's difficult to time the ball. Brown waits again. There we go. Hudson-Prentice in bowls. Yes, hello Adam, lovely sunny afternoon here at Hove, and Hampshire in a spot of trouble. They're 130 for 5 against Sussex. Their skipper Ben Brown is on 32. Ollie Robinson returning for Sussex in this game has been the pick of the bowlers. He's picked up 2 wickets so far. Up at the Oval, Surrey in trouble against Warwickshire. Surrey, the leaders of the county championship, are 188 for 7. And into the second division, Kent having a good day against Lancashire. They're 193 for 2. Ben Compton's still there. He's on 75. As Hudson-Prentice bowls to Brown, who plays it down the offside, and there is no run.
Adrian, thank you. On the way next, a storyteller, a historian, a comedian, an all-round lovely man, Mr. Paul.
I think they're expecting you to do about another 10 seconds there, weren't they?
I think perhaps they were. I hope there was a jingle. I'm never entirely sure. Trying to get 3 scores in. Hudson-Prentice runs away from us. Comes into bowl to Ben Brown. He's in and bowls, and Brown with that little short arm jab pulls it away through mid, and that's 4 runs. Shot by Ben Brown. That's Great, much as we like UB40. Well, I do anyway. Yeah, there we go.
Light planes going up and down the beach.
Yeah.
Just trying to think what messages. If it has any message, remember the TUC are in town.
In comes Hudson Prentice bowls, and again Ben Rowe, he's looking to drive that one away through the covers, and he's sort of staying down on bended knee, isn't he?
Yeah.
Is it to say, I don't know, is he? You're showing your age there, Ben. He's just wincing as he stands up. I don't know where that one hit him.
I hope the first thing on their agenda today was to sort out the tube strikes. That's for people who live in London and work around London. I hope that's the top of their agenda.
Yeah, my daughters live in London. It's how are you going to get to work today? Yeah, everyone's got to get to work somehow. So I think the buses.
How did they?
Well, buses and walking. I think. Yeah. Robinson, come on, Adrian. Hudson Prentice in bowls. Brown is forward, clips this one away through square leg, picks up another single. He goes to 37 at the end of Finn Hudson Prentice, over 135 for 5, and Brown 37, 14 on 1. And we're not exactly halfway through the day yet. 46 overs gone, 50 overs remaining in the day. And it looks like it's going to be Sean Hunt who's going to carry on the attack from the Cromwell Road end of the ground.
Yeah, it's bowled steady. 9 overs, 1 for 27, the left arm seamer. Picks up the wicket of Alior. Super catch, Ollie Carter at short leg. He's going to have a little go down the hill. I think his spells so far, from memory, it's all been up the hill.
Yes, it has. Yes, it's a bit, didn't he, with no balls as well. Just read it.
4 of them.
I heard you and Mel talking about Scottish cricket earlier on today. Doug Watson's left his role as Scotland's men's head coach. Following a review of recent results, the Scots missed out on the T20 World Cup after losing to Jersey and Italy in qualifying.
That's right, Italy qualified, didn't they?
And Saturday's one-day international with Canada was abandoned. Prior to that, Watson's side had beaten Canada and Namibia. So changes afoot in Scottish cricket. Do they have a T20 World Cup every 2 years now? I get quite confused. They seem to come around with alarming sort of regularity, don't they? They do, don't they?
That's a money-spinning tournament. Needs to be as often as possible. It'll be every year in a few years. Here's Hunt bowls. That's a full delivery, squeezed out through point by Brown. Pick up a single. 38 he moves on to.
So I'm looking at Mel, who probably knows all these. So where is the next World Cup? Is that?
India and Sri Lanka.
Right. Okay.
February
this coming year. Yeah, because the last one was in the Caribbean, wasn't it? That seems like it was 5 minutes ago.
Last June.
Last June, was it?
Yep.
Bit too bad. I don't know. I think if these World Cups are too often, they sort of lose a bit of their significance, don't they?
Well,
or is that me being old man Adrian?
Well, no, I think you're right to a point. But that was the one that was shared by USA as well, wasn't it? Yeah. Hunt into Fortain. Oh, he's got an inside edge there. That's just swung into the right-hander. It's gone down towards fine leg. Just a single. It's a good bit of fielding just to our left by Undercat. Yes, that was a good delivery, swinging. Still a bit of movement, isn't there, for these
there
bowlers?
is. No, there is. Yeah.
37 for 5 in the 47th. It's been a bit of a struggle. The first half an hour, 20 minutes or so, you thought, okay, this is going to be not a bad day to bat, and maybe not a great decision to put the opposition in as Brown works that towards extra cover. But since that first 20 minutes, half an hour, when Sussex were perhaps guilty of bowling a little loose, it has been really hard work. Just old-fashioned line and length on here. And the ball will do a little bit for you. And Hampshire will do well to get to. We were saying earlier, somebody was saying 250 as a benchmark. I think it'll do well.
I think it'll be a good score, yeah.
It's on the line of leg stump. Brown works it away. What Brown's done well now is he's got a couple of fielders out. There's almost a deep backward point and a deep square leg now, which just allows you to sort of get off the strike and just start rotating the strike as a sort of a bare minimum.
Yes.
Brown's 39 from 71. Dropped on 18.
Well, hugely popular figure here at Hove, Ben Brown. And,
You always still talk about him, don't you? You talk about him a lot. You always, whenever we talk about him, you say, "Oh, has Ben?"
yeah.
It's sort of like he's never left in some ways. Oh my word! They're asking for an LBW as he's
aren't
left
they?
that one as the ball flicks the pad and goes through for Simpson.
I think there was a lot of sympathy, Kevin. At the time Ben was captain of the club, Sussex had decided to go down this path of, a lot of youngsters. They were getting beaten heavily. Ben was, continually coming in with Sussex, 30 for 4 and trying to get them out of trouble. And there were one or two changes they were trying to make on the field. He wasn't keeping wicket, and it was all very sad the way that it ended. Unfortunately, for a Sussex lad who'd grown up and come through the ranks, it's never nice when someone leaves like that.
Just watched a replay of that LBW shout. Come back to that in a moment. As
Sure.
14 drives out into deepish point. Moves on to 3. 139 for 5. That ball didn't really come back enough from Hunt, even though 14 wasn't playing a shot. Is there a change in commentary here?
I think there is. We're coming up to my 2:40 to tea. Well, I don't know if it'll be quite to tea because we've got a long way to go. 15 overs to go until tea. So we'll go to 3:10 with Mel, who's going to come back on, and myself. Then we'll have another sort of jiggle around in the. I'll have to do an update at 3:30 as well, so I'll need to update my little list. But Mel and I will chatter away for the next half hour or so. Kevin can get tucked into the digestive biscuits. And we've got cake at tea time. I should say, actually, thank you to Margaret, who I'm sure is over in the Sussex Cricket Museum today, who's brought over a lovely cake, not for the first time this season. So thank you very much, Margaret. As in comes Hudson Prentice bowls, and Fortain managed to work that one down to find out. Didn't really know where it had gone, but he picks up a single. He goes to 3, total to 140 for 5. I think it was. Mel took delivery of the cake. Was it an orange drizzle? Or orange something, wasn't it? Orange sponge?
Some type of drizzle, some type of fruit involved in the name that ended in cake.
Yeah.
So I'm not entirely sure. See, I didn't know what a drizzle cake was till I came over here. I wasn't really,
Oh, well, there you
really
go.
a cake person.
You will when you've had one of Margaret's. In comes Hudson Prentice bowls to Ben Brown. Good delivery right up in the block hole, and Ben Brown defends down the offside of the track. No run. Hudson Prentice fields, and there is no run. So thank you to Margaret.
Yes, amazing.
Much appreciated. And thank you to the Sussex Cricket Museum for their Hampshire quiz. There always is a quiz every
yes.
week. We've got the first one right. There have been 10 games played on the Isle of Wight in the county championship.
Are we up to the second one?
I can ask another question.
Hit me with your rhythm stick.
Okay, let me find a good one.
Hit me with your quizzing stick.
He comes to Hudson Prentice bowls to Brown, who plays firmly to mid-wicket. A good diving save there by Tom Haynes, who's hurt his hand, or he's hurt something. It was clipped away by Ben Brown. Now Tom Haynes, I think he got that on the hand. I think that's painful, and that doesn't look good news.
Well, he's still bent over and on his
Let's
haunches.
see if he's okay. He was clipped away, he fielded the ball, and he just looked in a bit of discomfort. I think it was his hand. He's getting absolutely no sympathy from his teammates, and I think he's okay, which is good news for the Sussex opening batter. Maybe he got it somewhere more painful, I don't know. Hudson Prentice again coming into bowl to Brown. He's in on bowls, and Brown defends onto the onside, and there is no run. Okay, which Hampshire cricketer had the longest life of any first-class cricketer? The longest life?
Now, that's not life in cricketing terms. That's,
Well, I don't know.
It's in terms of on
I-
this earth.
I don't know. That's a slightly ambiguous question, isn't it? I read that as being the player who played for the longest in his life.
Oh,
So I don't know if it might have been Kevin James. I don't know. In comes Hudson. So I'll ask another one. Hudson Prentice in and bowls. Brown up on his toes. Defends onto the onside, and there is no run. Back in the day, counties sometimes played 32 championship matches in a season. Which Hampshire opener holds the record for most championship innings in a season? Crumbs. That must be going back a long, long.
32?
Yeah.
now we're arguing.
Okay, this sounds more. This sounds a better one. Which Hampshire batter holds the championship record for scoring 1,000 runs in a season most often? which Hampshire batter holds the championship record of scoring 1,000 runs in a season most often. In comes Finn Hudson-Prentice, bowls, and Brown plays this into the off-cycle. A bit of running between, in fact, a misfield. And how often do you see that happening, where the ball was played to the fielder, they decide to take a quick single, and Brown is very quick between the wickets, and as a result of that, Ollie Carter just took his eyes off the ball for a momentary, misfielded the ball, and Brown went through for a single, which I think was always there. And he goes to 40 at the end of the over, and Hampshire 141 for 5, and we now are exactly halfway through the day's play. 48 overs gone, 48 overs remaining.
Well, and Brown really leading from the front,
Yes.
with the bat in hand. Is faced more balls than any other batter. 76 now, I think, with the higher score in there as well. But Albert managed to face 71. As we see Hunt continue over the wicket, and there was a real little prod at that one, unconvincing,
Yes, he had a bit of a nibble at that, didn't he?
from Brown.
Could be a definitive day.
Oh, that was 14 actually. Beg your pardon. That one, it did scoot through.
No, it was Ben Brown.
It was Ben Brown.
Yeah, it was.
There we go.
Yeah.
Ah, yes. I was right the first time. I should have trusted myself.
So he's Surrey struggling at the Oval and not having a good day at Worcester. Maybe the championship isn't done and dusted.
Here comes Hunt. He's in, and that one is just angled across the right-handed Brown. Straight through. Well, the final week I'm going to be at Trent Bridge for Notts and Warwickshire. Finish
Right,
off the
okay.
season. So that could be
Yeah.
a very interesting and important game, depending on what happens in these next 2 weeks.
I think Kevin was saying that Surrey's last game is at Hampshire. The big game next week will be Surrey Notts at the Oval.
Ooh, yeah.
That's a really tasty clash.
I have to say, I like it when it comes down. I love it when it comes down to the last match of the season. That's when I first really learned to appreciate the county championship. It was at the 2016 final when it was
Middlesex and Yorkshire, yeah.
Middlesex and Yorkshire
Yeah.
at Lords, when Somerset was still in the hunt and were watching on from the west as well. And that was it was just brilliant and entertainment. So yeah, I'd love it to come down to a proper decider. Next ball is just turned and helped around the corner. Quite a full-blooded pull, but I'll get a single.
I said to Kevin just a few minutes ago, I just get the feeling here with someone who knows this ground so well that Ben Brown might have just sized up the conditions here and kind of knows what's needed from a Hampshire point of view. He's picking up the ones and just keeping the scoreboard ticking along without taking too many chances. Simon Goodman got in touch, and he was saying he was making something in his workshop,
Oh, hello, Simon.
and we were speculating what it might be.
Oh, yeah, some lovely messages. In comes Hunt,
Sure.
and this one is just punched firmly through the offside. It's going to go all the way. The chase was good, but the shot was better. It's a lovely shot from 14. So just starting to get to the measure of things as well. Just a high elbowed punch, wasn't it? Very
Nice shot.
Nicely played. Yes, you've had some lovely emails coming in, and I do
Well, he's-
appreciate everyone making me so welcome.
Well, he sent in a picture of what he's made, Simon. I'll tell you about it at the end of the over.
As Hunt is in, bowls. No, that's a play and a miss, and he's still just pushing that ball across the right-hander and doing so quite well, just missing the outside edge.
Good delivery. So, end of the over. 146 for 5. So Simon says, I'm working on a rather complicated, if small, chest of drawers. So how amazing to be able to have the craftsmanship to make something like that.
Wow.
He says, I do actually have a bed in the workshop waiting for collection by the customer. But I think Mel sounds like she's sorted. So there we are. Cheers, says Simon. I do marvel at people who are able to make something like that. So that's incredible skill.
Right,
I'm just absolutely useless at anything like that. Decorating, anything involving my hands, hopeless.
Well, it's a lovely piece of furniture that has quite a few drawers in it, so it does look very
Incredible.
complicated. Thank you, Simon says.
Yeah. Lovely. Jada Vandenkat is back into the attack from the sea end of the ground on the most glorious afternoon. Lots of blue sky around Hovers. And Nugcat runs away from us around the wicket. New Zealand bowl short. And Ben Brown again, as if another example, as if the ball's not really coming on the ball, rather ballooned through to keeper John Simpson, and there is no run.
I've been having trouble quite working out what the ball is doing and what the pitch is doing today, because it seems to really have gone through some distinct phases. It was coming off the bat nicely early on, of course, and then they seem to get control of their lines and get to the, I guess, how much the ball was swinging.
In comes a Nugcat, bowls, forward comes Brown, punches into the offside, no run. No, it's been very strange. I was saying how well Durham were doing today. They were 200 odd for one. Then Alex Lee's out for 94. David Bedingham was then out, first ball run out by Jamie Porter. So Durham now 206 for 3. Durham very much in trouble towards the foot of the table. And Nugcat back to his mark. Best part of the day now, it really is glorious.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Nugcat runs away from us. 2 slips go down. He's in on bowls, and Brown again defends solidly down the offside of the track, fielded by Ollie Robinson, and there is no run.
Well, look, who knows? If I get my way, there'll be 3 matches that are all tremendously important on that last day. Maybe more. Have a ding-dong battle all the way around.
It'd just be nice if one has been a glorious summer, if it just could carry. I don't think the forecast is great for the end of this week, but I always think it's a shame if the season rather peters out into draws and rain interrupted games. Nothing we can do about it, of course, but it would just be great, wouldn't it, if all the issues could go right until the final round of matches. And Nugcat again. Brown waits a big gap between keeper and first slip as Nugcat is in, bowls. Brown again defends, plays it down to the offside, and there is no run. Around 41. Bjorn Fontaine is on 8. 2 slips. There's a fielder on the deep backward point boundary. Cover mid-off. Mid-on, square leg, fine leg, and a fielder at deep mid-wicket. As Nugcat again is running away from us. He's running up the hill from the sea end around the wicket. He's in and bowled. Brown is beaten, playing a miss outside of the off stump. Ball goes through into the gloves of Simpson, and there is no run.
Heard you talking about the fact that Scotland have got a new coach, having parted ways with Doug Watson.
Is that a surprise or not really?
Wasn't a surprise to me.
Right.
But
okay.
I just think that it's more the fact that Doug Watson is based in Auckland, so he was coming over for periods of time and working with the side, and I suspect that there's a feeling of wanting to get someone who can have a bit more consistency around the group, and of course then not qualifying for the T20 World Cup is a big blow.
And Nugcat again, bowls to Brown, who waits and steers that to backward, fielded by Jack Carson. It's a maiden over from J. Nugcat. He's bowled 13 overs, 5 maidens at 1 for 40. End of the over. Hampshire 1 46 for 5. We've had 50 of the 96 overs in the day.
But you mentioned the fact that the big shock, I think, no, it wasn't necessarily losing to Italy. Everyone knew that in those T20 Europe World Cup qualifiers that Italy was going to be a force with the likes of Joe Burns, and from Australia and the Manenti brothers, Emilio Gay was playing for them as well. They actually had a very strong side of sort of people who were able to qualify for Italy. But and you see Ross Taylor is actually elected to play for Samoa. So that does happen. But the Jersey one was very, very interesting. As Hunt, he's in all that. It's totally squared up.
It's gone for 4 runs.
It's Kevin's above. Well, Fortain tried to turn that into the leg side. It's come off a thick outside edge and managed to evade the ring fielders. There were 6 of them on the offside, and it's managed to get through a gap, go all the way to the boundary. But that was as streaky as you come.
I don't think batting is very easy out there, you know.
It's definitely not.
I think all these runs are very, very important, could be very important in the context of the game, you know.
Yeah, that was very difficult. Indeed, it looks very difficult. So he's got 3 slips in. That one went in between third slip and backward point as well. 2 other fielders saving the single on the offside. As in comes Hunt. It's just punched up to mid-off, no run. But, so Jersey, that was a huge result for them beating Scotland. And I was actually in Jersey for the ICC Cricket World Cup Challenge League, which is basically below the Cricket World Cup League 2. So if you think of all the one day international main teams, your 4 member nations, if that's your Premier League, you have your Division 1, as Hunt is in, bowls, and that again is just played up into the covers, no run. So then you have your Cricket World Cup League 2, that's like your Division 1. Your Challenge League is like your Division 2. So it's all part of the World Cup qualifier. This is a 50 over World Cup. And so Jersey is in that Challenge League. And at the moment, it's split into 2 groups, a Group A and Group B. And Jersey hosted one of the round robins on the island there. As Hunter's in, it's just turned into square leg, no run. But so I went to Jersey for the week to watch them. They performed incredibly well, and at the moment they are sitting top of Group A. So they are sitting pretty. They've still got a full round of matches to happen next summer, and then the top 2 teams from each group will go into a qualifying playoff, still trying to get to the next step. As Hunt is in, punched firmly, but only 2 wide mid-off. They scamper for a very well taken single in the end. And that's one more ball to be bowled in the over. But there was a Sussex connection there, because Jonty Jenner was playing for Jersey, and of course he's played for Sussex second 11, and it actually was a sub fielder for an England game at one point. So it's quite a bit of in this southern part of England. As in comes Hunt, and it's right up in the block hole. Good Yorker, dug out, and at the end of the over, 5 runs coming from it. Hampshire 151 for 5. It's 150 coming up. But
were there many people watching the games in Jersey?
Oh yeah, when Jersey were playing, they all come out wearing red and white. Beautiful grounds there. Absolutely gorgeous grounds. But also the Tribe brothers were playing. So Asa Tribe, in particular, has been making waves, scoring. He scored back-to-back hundreds in the One Day Cup for Glamorgan, and then went back, jumped on a plane, went over to Jersey, and immediately scored another century. So 3 list day hundreds on the bounce. This was a biggie. It was like 170 odd off 150, and then the next game scored an unbeaten half century and just ran out of balls to get another one. So very interesting.
Here comes Jade Evanukat bowling to Bjorn Fortain, who plays out into the offside, and there is no run. If you just joined us, very good afternoon. Welcome to our lovely sunny Hove here on the BBC. Adrian Harms, Mel Farrell, Kevin James, your commentary team in the sunshine. It's been an absorbing day's cricket, not the quickest. Hampshire 151 for 5, but on a pitch that looks like it's not the easiest to bat on. Certainly the bowlers have held sway for most of the day. Hampshire battling away, Sussex looking for quick wickets as in comes Evanukat bowls, and Fortain again plays down the onside, and there is no run. Jade Evanukat in his first game of the season for Sussex is here for 3 matches at the end of the season. This is his 3rd season with the club, and he's come over at this time of the season every year. But the first time that he would have played in the first division for Sussex. I see Jack Carson warming up at backward point, so I wonder whether we might be going to get some spin. We thought he turned one before lunch, or see whether perhaps he'll get another bowl as And Lucat is in, bowls, and Fortain just defends into the offside, no run.
Well, I'm looking forward to watching him because when you were up at Edgbaston earlier this season, it was the first time I'd watched Carson live, and I liked him a lot.
Yeah.
Let's say, really liked him. Really just a fantastic all-round cricketer.
He is, Mel, and he's made his maiden first-class 100 this season as well. I noticed in the Sussex team sheet that came out, he's showing us batting at number 7 this week. Which he's an all-round cricketer. As look at it in bowls, and that rather dribbles through on the bounce to John Simpson, and there is no run. I guess that in the red ball format, perhaps Jack would have hoped to have taken a few more wickets this year, but I mean there's a dearth of spinners in this country. I'm a little surprised that he didn't get picked. No, I'm not a little surprised. I'm very surprised he wasn't picked for some of the England Lions matches earlier on this season. Tom Haynes was picked, made runs, but Jack didn't get picked on those. Whether he'll get a chance, because there is an England Lions squad going out in November to Australia. In fact, I think the England are going to play the England Lions, aren't they, in a warm-up match?
Yeah, and the idea of having the Lions out there for the first couple of Ashes tests as well.
Lucat in bowls, and Fortain defends into the offside, again fielded by Carter, and again there is no run.
And that's always a sensible thing, isn't it? To have those players close by.
Certainly is, just in case.
Yep, early on, just to kind of see what happens.
This is attritional cricket, isn't it?
Well,
is that a good description?
It sort of is. I don't know. I tend to think of attritional cricket more in terms of. I suppose it's an arm wrestle, but it always feels to me attritional cricket like when the pitch isn't doing much, or that's what I associate it with. But it's, I think, being the sort of cricket where the ball is slightly on top of the bat.
Look at in bowls, and he goes straight through.
Or quite on top.
Taken by John Simpson. And there is no run. End of another over. 151 for 5. A maiden over from J. Devon Lucat, who's bowled 14 overs. Is that 6 maidens? I think it is. 1 for 40. Yeah, it's just come up on the screen. 151 for 5. The two batters have a little natter in the middle of the pitch, but it is going to be Sean Hunt. My hunch about Jack Carson was completely a red herring. And Sean Hunt's going to carry on.
Yeah, so for me, it's kind of been. I've enjoyed this.
Yeah.
It's not been boring at all. It's
No.
just every run has been hard fought. Quite a few of these runs that have been scored. When you think how many have come off edges, or just quite fortunate shots, have been quite a few runs that have come that way. As Hunt starts another over, it's a full delivery. It just in the end forced up to mid-on, no run.
Ben Brown would have been Sussex skipper when Sean Hunt made his debut. Actually, I'm pretty certain that Sean made his debut. I think that was the Bob Willis Trophy up at Old Trafford, in about 2021. I know it was a game that in the end was drawn because it snowed.
Oh,
That
really?
was in April, yeah.
Wow. I've experienced that. Hunt in, bowls. It's angled across and left alone outside the off stump. It was actually, and I know it's about time that I did bring up Orange again, but in my hometown of Orange, just a couple of weeks ago, it was snowing.
Really?
It was.
Which is unusual.
Well, you might get a dusting of snow once a year. It does get cold there, but very rarely settles. But it did settle a bit, so that was quite exciting. So hopefully it'll be warmer by the time I get home. As in comes Hunt once more, and this one is played down into the leg side, and I'll come through for a single. Quite a lot of vacant territory around the ring on the leg side. Takes the score to 152 for 5. Fortain is on 13. Ben Brown is on 42. It's Fortain on strike now.
Yeah, Kevin's actually just brought up Surrey v Sussex, 29th to 30th of March 2021. Sean Hunt played in a 2-day game against Surrey at the Oval. So he played in that game, and then he's
in now, bowls, full, angled across, left alone.
And then I think he made his debut against Lancashire. Yes, that's on the 8th of April 2021. That's it. And he got wickets as well, did Sean? Kev's very kindly got the scorecard up. Ben Brown was indeed skipper on the day. And Sean Hunt took 3 for 47 in 21 overs. So what's it? That's 5 years. This is incredible. 4 years ago. Where's the time go?
He's in once more. He's around the wicket, and Fortain just plays that one into mid-wicket, particularly convincingly. He's been mixing up his angles, has Hunt. I thought he was brilliant before lunch. He's been maybe a little bit inconsistent post-lunch. He's had good overs, and he's had overs where it's kind of got away from him a bit. But overall, I think he's had a pretty good day. Coming up to the end of his 13th over, he's in, bowls to Fortain, who just defends this, plays it late, and manages to get the single behind point. It's the end of the over from Hunt, so he has figures 1 for 43 off his 13, and it's 153 for 5 now. And so how many overs do we get before?
We've got another 11 overs to go
11
until tea, so we are
Yes.
going to be quite a bit behind time now. I just thought I
Yeah.
saw some more helmets brought out then, so I wonder whether we might be going to get some spin. I think we're going to get some James Coles actually, so we're going to get some left arm spin.
I've been really looking forward to this. Can I tell you why?
Go on.
Because I'm looking forward to you saying Coles bowls.
Yes, I know. I'm trying to think of another way of saying that. Yeah, I've been trying all season to get over that rhyme of Coles bowls. But I think he bowled very well in the 100, I think, James Coles. I didn't keep a close track on how everybody was performing, but whenever I looked, he'd bowled 15 balls and not conceded many runs. So interesting that John Simpson's turned to him, to James.
Well, as I said, I'm not that I'm not a fan of Coles, but I am a fan of Carson, and so it's interesting going with the left arm up.
The youngest player to ever play first-class cricket for Sussex is James Coles. 5 years ago he made his debut, as in he comes around the wicket, bowls to Fortain, who cracks that away through the covers and picks up a single. There is a sweeper on the cover boundary, way out in the distance. I think that's Tom Alsop, who's been given a break from fielding in the slips. One more to Fortain. He goes to 15, 154 for 5.
How old was Coles then when he made
16 and blah 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 days. I forget how many. In comes Coles bowls, and forward comes Brown. Plays into the offside. There is no run.
I wanted not just days, I wanted hours and minutes.
Yeah.
Seconds.
Yeah. In comes, I'll tell you exactly in a minute actually. In comes Coles, swept by Ben Brown all the way down to final. He'll come back for a second here, Ben Brown, very quick between the wickets, showing the virtue of running the first run fast. Picks up a couple of runs. He goes to 44, 156 for 5.
And is unafraid to give it some air, Coles. The ball was very much tossed up, but met well by Brown. They desperately needed this innings from their captain.
Coles in again. Let go outside the off stump by Ben Brown, and there is no run. Yes, there was a post the other day on the Sussex Twitter feed highlighting James Coles. In comes again bowls, and forward again comes Ben Brown. Plays very carefully down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Coles bowls, Brown drives, but again without timing into the offside. There is no. One thing about James Coles bowling is that he does rattle through his overs. End of the over, 156 for 5. 14 is on 15. Brown on 45. I'm going to make way in a minute. I'm just going to look up for this stat with James Coles, which was here the other day. Yes. This was 2 days ago. On this day in 2020, James Coles became our youngest debutant of all time at the age of 16 years and 158 days. He claimed 3 wickets in the match against Surrey. He'd removed Ben Foakes, Rory Burns and Jamie Smith on his way to match figures of 3 for 35. So there we are.
Not bad indeed.
Given his debut under the stewardship of Jason Gillespie when he was here, and Brendan would have been captain on that day as well. Right, I'm going to make way. I've got to come back at 3:30 to do an update to the listeners, but I'm going to leave you with Kevin and with Mel.
And with that, thank you very much, Adrian. It is going to be spin from both ends, and we are going to see Jack Carson come into the attack. So time for a bit of spin, and that means we've got more helmets and close fielders. So there is a slip and a short leg in now for Fortain as Carson is in over the wicket, that one angling down the leg side. Simpson has to move across to take that one in. So yeah, they've got a slip and a short leg. They've got mid off, and they've got a fielder that's sort of halfway between mid on and long on. The next ball's just turned into mid wicket where there is another fielder stationed, and there's one down at deep square leg. There's one on the 45 as well, and there's also sort of a deepish gully, and another fielder out at deep point as well. Tosses this one up, and it comes off the inside part of the bat towards mid-wicket, no run. Oh, hello, Kevin.
Hello, Two Hotels.
I knew you were going to call me that. I'm now to One Hotel. I've heard from the very lovely Jeremy, who understands that they said that 3 nights makes more sense, and he's delighted that I've found somewhere. So all is well as Carson is in. It's another ball tossed up, and it's gone straight back to the bowler, and Carson takes his first. It's the end of Fortain, and the wickets keep coming at regular intervals for this Sussex side. Moved well, darted this one in a little bit quicker. He had to move sharply to his right in his follow through. Took it both hands, and well, it's been a tough day batting for Hampshire, and it's not getting any easier. That one, the way that's just popped back up towards the bowler, perhaps suggests it is sticking in the pitch a little bit, and he was just through his shot a bit early.
Yeah, I mean, what he's trying to do is hit it wide of the bowler, but in terms of just reaching out there a little bit, he's on the shot a little too early, so he hasn't got the angle. He's played it back straight because the bat's come through just that little bit too quick. So he thinks he's got the angle, but the ball just holding in the picture fraction means it's gone too close to the bowler. And yeah, he's worked hard for those 15 or 31 deliveries, but 6 down now, Hampshire, and they need a captain's innings.
Well, they're fortunate that captain is still out there. Ben Brown, he's been holding it all together, but it's not been easy at all. Tricky batting conditions, but that doesn't take anything away from just how well Sussex's attack has used them too. It's been tough stuff. Will it be any easier for Sussex by the time they get out there? So Ben Brown is still out in the middle on 44. He's holding it together as we're going to see Fuller coming in as the next batter. But the switch to spin from both ends does draw dividends. And Carson, the latest one to chime in. Robinson with 2 wickets. Cole's the only one without one. All the others have shared the wickets between them. Been a really good group effort. You wouldn't say there's been a weak link so far. In comes Carson to Fuller, first ball, and it is full to Fuller, and he manages to just drop it in front of him, and it goes nowhere.
So Cole's bowls,
Cole's
full
bowls
one to
full
Fuller.
to Fuller.
Yeah. There you go. I hope you're on commentary then.
Oh God. Okay, it's another Carson ball, and that one is full, but just blattered up to wide mid off, and there's warm applause as that over finishes, because it's a wicket maiden to Carson, his second over. He has figures of 1 for 1 off his 2, and it's 156 for 6 now for the visiting Hampshire side here at Hove. Brown undefeated on 44, fully yet to get off the mark. And so we've got Coles, well, he bowls down to Brown.
Right. Well, while you're working all those combinations out, he comes in and Brown just works that out towards extra cover. Yeah, you could really get in a pickle your next over. Ralph Brooker has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk as Carl's is in and Brownie's forward. Am I right in saying it still hasn't been decided if relegation stroke promotion is at stake? I think that's right, isn't it? They haven't really decided yet.
Well, no, they're still working on number of games and actual format.
That's right. Brown works that to mid-wickets. Yeah, I think we're getting to a point now where they can't really have relegation this year. They say they can't really not say we're not going to have any because they've played the majority of the season thinking there's relegation. So, yeah, that's flighted. Brown is forward. Great commentary from you three, says Ralph.
Oh, thanks, Ralph.
He's nice. He's a nice bloke.
They're all nice.
They are.
I'm always touched.
Brown works it up to mid-on. He's going to take a quick single. Slightly deep there is the cat.
He is very quick between the wickets, Ben Brown, isn't he?
Now, Dave Allen, Hampshire's former honorary archivist, has come back with a question that was posed a little earlier. hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He said, Adrian read out another question but seemed ambiguous. So he picked a different one. I think the answer to the first one, is this the oldest first-class cricketer? Oh, right, here we go. Fowler works that up to mid-off. Coles comes quickly across. And there is no run to end that over. 157.46.
Well, it was the longest life that had us confused. Was it the longest cricket life or the longest...
Right.
Which Hampshire cricketer had the longest life of any first-class cricketer?
Okay, well, this is what Dave Allen's come back with. I think the answer to the first one was John Manners. 25th of September 1914 to the 7th of March 2020. He died at the age of 105 years and 5 months, the longest life of any first-class cricketer ever.
Wow.
Does that sound about right?
That is a fantastic innings.
John Manners.
Gosh. Here is Carson over the wicket, tosses it up, swept nicely by Brown, but just for a single as it heads out towards deep backward square leg.
Dave says, I met him a few times, including this visit in 2018. He's attached a photo to his home in Hungerford when I went with Alan Raymond, who was another former Hampshire cricketer. And he sent a picture in. Oh, there we go. John Manners.
Oh, that's lovely. Well, here's Carson. Darts this one in a little quicker. It's just defended by Brown. And fielding is done by Simpson.
So 105.
That is proper, isn't it? That is something else. So Carson in once more, and there's a big shout. No reaction from the umpire. Now that first, thank goodness. I thought I'd gone mad because I thought the scorecard had there was a boundary scored off the first ball, that one that was swept down to deep backward square leg, and I suddenly thought I'd gone completely bonkers, but it's now back to a single. It's been a long day for me already. Carson, it's a full ball and it's just knocked up towards long on. I'll take a leisurely single. But we're all sorted now after all that. Now I can relax. The flusteredness has gone from when I first arrived. I have a place, I have a bed.
I think me and Adrian are a calming influence.
I think you are.
Yeah.
Carson, well, he really does flight that one up, and it's met quite well by Brown, who again just sweeps it down to that fielder at deep backward square leg. They'll take another single.
Ralph Brooker, on a separate subject, said he would have preferred Felix Organ to Tom Preston in the Hampshire starting lineup.
Controversial. Here's the next ball. It's a little bit flatter and it's swept more firmly, but it's still going to be that fielder down at deep backward square leg. But because he got it a little bit finer on that occasion, it goes for 2 runs. So actually that's quite a productive over for Hampshire in the end. 5 runs coming from that Jack Carson over, and at the end of it Hampshire are 162 for 6.
Yeah, Tom Press, one of the 2 wickets that have fallen since lunch. Sorry, 3. Toby Albert for 22, Press for 6 and 14 for 15.
It's a three wickets a session.
Has been so far, isn't it?
Yeah.
162 for 6. We have 7 overs until tea. First of those being bowled by Coles. He was into Brown. Brown drives off a thickish outside edge, goes to point. He'll run a single and he moves on to 48. Hampshire's top run scorer in this innings by a little way. But he was dropped on 18.
I'm just working out the partnerships, because that's been the thing for me. Just the fact that they've come so regularly. So I think 37 might be the highest partnership.
Fourth wicket.
Yeah,
Albert and
Brown,
yeah.
So that tells a story in itself, doesn't it? Because they're always kind of rebuilding.
It's nudged behind square by Fuller, no run. Yeah, it just means that the bowlers have kept the batters under pressure. I think in one or two cases the batters perhaps have tried to break loose and made a mistake. Maybe one or two just need a bit more patience as that's pushed away on the offside, but I don't think Hampshire are unique in that. A lot of these young whippersnappers these days want to get on with things. Not happy just hanging around.
You're not that old. Come on.
Cole's just he's playing a missing outside the off stump there. Fuller invited the shot off the back foot, just tossed up there, and Fuller tried to crack that away, missed out.
Did any of your elders ever tut the way that you played cricket?
Oh, everybody, spectators. I think that's pushed out into the cover.
What was your most whippersnappery tendency?
What's that?
I don't know. You're talking about whippersnappers. You were a whippersnapper.
My most whippersnapper tendency?
Yeah.
I'm not even sure. He's trying to whip that away on the leg side, and it's gone through keeper and it's gone through first slip. Now, did that turn? Did it come off the pad? Did it come off the bat? It's buys. It's come off neither.
Wow.
Must
have turned then.
That has to have turned.
Hopefully
4 buys.
Be able to see that on the replay, but here it comes. But if it has, I mean, there's a slip in place. Oh my goodness! And it's just, it has turned, and it's drifted in, and it has turned quite dramatically, and it's managed to get past the keeper, and it's managed to get past slip. It was all went in between them.
Wow. Well, this
turn on day one.
Well, yeah, we've seen the old one, haven't we? We've seen them.
Yeah.
So tell me what a whippersnapper tendency is, and I'll try and answer you.
You were talking about the young whippersnappers, wanting to get on with it. So suggesting that exuberance of youth and what that means. What was your bit of whippersnappery that got the goat of your elders?
Oh gosh. I think I probably have to think about that, Mel, actually. Okay. I can come up with something, but I want to give it a proper answer.
Carson in. First ball is just really finely swept. And I will go through for a single. And it takes Brown on to 49. It's been hard work for him. He's faced 104 balls. That's way more than anyone else so far. It's been different stuff, and it's been a real dig from him as well. It's really hard fought. But it's Fuller now on strike, short leg in, as Fuller turns Carson into short mid wicket, no run.
I'm giving it some thought.
I know you are.
Yeah, because I don't want to sort of give you a rubbishy answer, really.
I can hear the rusty cogs turning. Carson in bowls, and that has been swept firmly by Fuller. That's his tactic. He gets another single for it as well. Fielder down at I don't know even quite where he's perched. He's kind of at fine leg, but he's halfway between the boundary and the 30-yard circle. And it's swept again, and that is the same fielder just cutting it off there. And that brings up the 50 for Brown. Doing it in singles, doesn't matter how he gets there. The thing is, he's still there, leading the way. Only batter to get to 50 today. Only one to face 100 balls. It's been him holding the innings together. And the next ball is played very fine. Has that come off the pads? Is it going to trickle all the way to the boundary? I think it is, you know. It is. So he will get the boundary, but it was off the pads. Just flicked on its way through down. Well, I think that's actually turned.
Yeah.
It's turned to the leg side. They're pitched outside off. And then it's come back and flicked the pad. So the pitch is offering plenty of interest for the spinners early on day one. Oh, on day one, early in the match. Here's Carson once more. It's turned around the corner and go out just backward of deep square leg. I'll come through for another single. So the singles are coming just a little bit more freely at the moment. And they're dealing with the spinners quite well. It's 175 for 6 now.
So earlier in that over, Ben Brown scored his second half century to go with 2 centuries that he scored this season. We were saying earlier about his career stats when he was here at Sussex, averaged 40. He currently averages 36 since moving to Hampshire, but this season he's averaging just under 50. So he's having a good year with the bat in Championship cricket.
They would be grateful to their captain today, showing the way, and it might be just a case of everyone else batting around him.
Coles is in, Fuller on the back foot, steers that out square on the leg side. On 75 for 6 here.
Now I had a tweet. I just reminded, looking out, that someone tweeted me. He was sitting opposite us.
Right. At the other side of the ground, you mean? Cut away by Fuller, finds cover.
Yes. Lord Rick 52.
Right.
Says Ms. Farrell. That's very, very formal, isn't it? Ms. I'm a Ms. Farrell.
Sweep shot. Oh, it's off the bottom of the bat there from Fuller. It doesn't go anywhere.
May I suggest at Hove, actually the best place to watch from is up in the deck chairs at the Cromwell Road end. Do come and say hello. It's a long way. I don't really have time to get over there and back.
Well, it's a long way, you're right. That's worked to mid-wicket by Fuller and there's no run. But maybe sort of either side of lunch, when maybe you've got the lunch break and a bit of a break to get over there and say hello?
No, hang on a second. I've just seen some exciting news.
Coles flights that one as well. And Fuller not convincingly plays that out on the offside.
Did you hear me talking about Asa Tribe before?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, he scored another century. He's 120. There's Glamorgan at 231 for 5. He's in the form of his life, honestly.
That's driven by Fuller up towards extra cover, and that's the end of the over. Hampshire 175 for 6. Ben Brown is 50 off 105, and he was dropped on 18. Wasn't a particularly difficult catch for John Simpson behind the stumps to take. Fuller has 5. So Asa Tribe, you're saying form of his life. Well, he's averaging 45 this year in the championship, so that 100 will help as well. No?
And I'm going to mention that I've got a story on him and his brother Zach in the Cricketer, as I make way for Adrian, who's got to do an update.
Okay. You wrote the article?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I wonder why you were mentioning his name a few times. Getting a few plugs in for your article.
I'll just do this update, Kevin, and we'll get Mel back on to talk about her article.
Please make sure that's a long update.
Oh, ouch. I think it's been a decent setting for Hampshire. Ben Brown just sort of steering his side towards some sort of a respectable total. Carson is in again. Brown drives firmly down the ground. Good diving stop by Daniel Hughes. Prevents anything more than a anything more than a single.
Shall I leave you to it?
Do you mind?
Yeah, of course.
Look at the music's gone, so it may not be far away. Carson in bowls and swung away by James Fuller. Always seems to make runs against Sussex, does James Fuller, particularly in T20. If you see him coming in, you think, oh, here comes James Fuller. He's always good for a quick 20 or 30. He goes to 6, 177 for 6.
He blasted a half century, I remember, here a few years back.
Just always seems to come in. Whenever you think Sussex are through Hampshire, suddenly out comes Fuller and he makes some lower order runs. Carson with a slip and a short leg in again, bowls, and Ben Brown clips that one to J. Nuket, who's a backward square leg but not close enough to prevent the single. One more to Brown. I agree with Mel. I think they're just coming a little too quickly from a Sussex point of view here. 178 for 6. The lunchtime score was 83 for 3. It's been a good session for Hampshire, really. Carson in again. Bowls and Fuller. Oh! Now, I'm not sure whether that came off bat or a bit of thigh pad. It went very low to Ollie Carter's left-hand side. Short leg. He got a hand to it. Let's just wait and see if it came off the bat. No, I think that's come off the pad, isn't it? Carson. In again. Bowls and Fuller again. Doesn't time that. The ball comes off the inside edge or bottom of the bat and just goes to mid-wicket. And again, there is no run. One more ball remaining of Jack Carson's 5th over. Figures of 1 for 13. Makes his way in again, bowls to Fuller, and Fuller short. Fuller pulls that away, again fielded by Nuket. Backward square leg, about straight position really, about sort of halfway to the boundary, but a single to James Fuller. He goes to 7, pinches the strike at the end of the over. Hampshire 179 for 6. I think you can chatter away, Kevin, because I can't hear any cue in my ear. So
Right. I'll chatter away then.
just a quick look elsewhere. Durham 240 for 3 against Essex at Chelmsford. Still raining at Taunton. Somerset 155 for 3 against Yorkshire. Surrey 246 for 9 against Warwickshire. And Worcestershire 158 for 8 against Notts. And it is raining in Worcester. So they did say there'd be rain in the west of the country. So it's proven.
Yeah. And the best part, well, our rain's coming back day 3, isn't it?
Yes.
Onwards. Forward is Fuller to a new over from James Coles, who's
On the way.
done from 5 and he's 5th over.
Oh, I think we are going to be on in a tick.
And from Take That and the brilliant
Comes
folk superstar
Coles.
Cara Dillon is my guess.
Around the wicket bowls, and Fuller, a rather ungainly shot, plays the ball firmly down the ground. And there is no run. I think the over rate is still showing as -4. I'm sure that's one of the reasons why Sussex got on those spinners.
Sylvie, has he travelled?
Coles in bowls, and Fuller again clips to mid-wicket, no run. Someone sent me a message and said Sussex can't afford to lose points for a slow over rate.
No, God, no.
I'm not sure they would have elected necessarily to have bowled 2 spinners, but I'm sure Johnson's was very wary. Every point's going to count here, you know, over the next few weeks. Coles again, bowls, and Fuller crashes that one away with unconventional style, but an authentic shot nonetheless. He just stood still and just belted the ball away through extra cover for 4 runs. He goes to 11. Maybe that's the tactics on this pitch. Stand and deliver. He goes into double figures. He's on to 11, and Hampshire 183 for 6.
Horrible delivery.
Yeah, it was. Got what it deserved. And Fuller wasn't going to miss out. Coles in again, bowls, and Fuller this time is more carefully forward and plays respectfully out into the offside, and there is no run. There we go.
Cricket update.
Latest then from the cricket, Adrian Harms is watching day 1 of Sussex's game against Hampshire at home.
Yes, and Hampshire 183 for 6 here. The former Sussex skipper Ben Brown batting very nicely for the opposition. He's 52 not out. Ollie Robinson on his return to the side has picked up a couple of wickets for Sussex, but on a pitch that looks difficult to bat on, this may not be a bad score for Hampshire. 183 for 6. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey bowled all out for 246 by Warwickshire. Rory Burns top scoring, he made 52. Ollie Pope made 50. In the second division at Tunbridge Wells, Kent now 231 for 5 against Lancashire. Ben Compton top scoring, he made 77.
Adrian, thank you.
Didn't realise they were still playing at Tunbridge Wells. So Carlton to continue from the Cromwell Road end.
Isn't that where people are disgusted or something? Isn't that a Tunbridge Wells thing?
Forward is Brown. Sorry, say that again.
Isn't it just disgusted of Tunbridge Wells? Isn't that kind of a joke about someone writing into a newspaper?
Oh, is that right? No, you could be right.
I thought that was a thing.
Oh, was it?
Is that me telling English people something they don't know?
You'll be up on that more than me, really. That's worked through mid-wicket by Brown. Should be 2. Comfortable 2 it is for the Hampshire captain. 54 he moves on to, 187 for 6. Disgusted of Tunbridge Wells. It sounds about right.
Yeah, I think
one of those when
it's
you
like
sort
a
of
cliched,
joke.
you know, if someone's offended and writes into a newspaper, it's signed.
Got you.
That's.
Yeah.
I think that's how I first heard of
I
Tunbridge Wells.
wonder why Tunbridge Wells was
No
chosen.
idea. Maybe there was a disgusted of Tunbridge
Yeah.
Wells at one time, a real one. Oh, there you go.
Carson is around the wicket. Brown uses his feet, works that to mid-wicket. Won't be a run though. So we are into halfway through the penultimate over of the afternoon session. 63rd over being bowled of the Hampshire innings, and yes, I didn't realise there were 4 overs behind on the run rate. That's a lot to make up. That's why there is so much spin on offer. That's turned off the pad. Away on the leg side, you don't want to be getting too far behind, because as the match progresses and situations dictate certain bowlers bowling, you might find it difficult to get it back. Get the spinners on early. Brown works it away behind square on the leg side, who's fairly deep, and Brown moves on to 55, 189 for 6 on Hampshire.
That is one incredible run. Asa Tribe. Sorry, I have been distracted seeing that he
Go on.
just got. So, in his last half a dozen matches,
Carson's in over the wicket this time, full of sweeps. And it's gone quickly to the man behind square. That's Cat. 190 for 6.
well, so his run in List A cricket, first of all for Glamorgan, was 43, 71, 122 not out, 131 not out. Then he flew over to Jersey and scored 175, and followed that up with 53 not out in a chase that was over quickly. And he's currently, at the moment, in Glamorgan's match against Leicestershire. He's currently, what is he now? Yeah, he's at 120.
Whoa.
Now, that is what you call a good run of form. You can't stop scoring runs.
Now's the time to sign a new contract.
Well, he's actually in negotiations. He was on a rookie contract as Coles bowls around the wicket, and that's just played it up towards wide mid-on, no run. He was on a rookie contract, and then it was updated to a senior contract, but sort of until the end of this year. And I don't think they expected him to play as much as he has across the different formats. As Coles is in, and that's down the leg side and clipped away to mid-wicket, no run. But he's just had such a great season, and it's been a real breakthrough season for Asa. So I think they're just looking at extending. Drags that one down, and it's outside the off stump. A loose ball put away by Fuller, cut firmly. That's 4 runs.
Nicely fielded in the members area there.
Oh, well done.
That's another horrible ball, isn't it?
But
Just watch that. See if it.
let's see,
And
fielding.
it bounces up. Look at
it's
that.
kicked
Picked
up off the rope.
Wow.
Well done. It's a gentleman with sunglasses. Next ball, though. There's the big appeal, and it's given. Well, 4 and out for Fuller. And Coles gets in on the action. They've shared the wickets around today. And I don't think Fuller liked it very much indeed. But it is another wicket, so they continue to come at regular intervals. 7 now have fallen, And that wicket is going to signal the tea break. The players now heading back towards the pavilion. Hampshire will have to do some thinking about how they approach the next one. We're just looking at a replay now.
Straightened, isn't it?
It did straighten that one. And, well, it did bounce as well, but it struck him on the back pad. Coles was absolutely delighted. The umpire didn't have much to hesitate about. So the 4 wickets falling in that session. So you'd have to say it's very much gone to Sussex. And right now, Ben Brown remains the only one not out. 55 he is still on. Fuller, the last to depart on 18. Fortain departed earlier on 15. Prest was another to go on 6. So it's just been a day, Kevin, where the wickets have just come at regular intervals, really, for a Hampshire side struggling in some difficult conditions.
Yeah, I just worked out in that session, Hampshire adding 112 for those 4 wickets, 35.5 overs bowled as well. Wickets shared around for Sussex, headed by Ollie Robinson, 14 overs, 2 for 41, and yeah, Ben Brown, the only one really that can make any headway. But even then, he's had to do it courtesy of a life when he was on 18. This game is moving rapidly forward. Well,
It certainly is. Maybe I only needed 2 nights accommodation.
well, let's not go there again. But I mean, if anybody's got a spare hotel for 2 nights, Mel could do with 3 choices. Shall we come back in about 20 minutes' time?
Let's do
We
that.
will do.
Oh, you've always got some funny things that you say. That's my problem. Keep going. They should be out by now. Neither is tolerated.
Hello everyone, I'm sorry to break up the party, but we must ask you to vacate the outfield as quickly and as safely as possible, please, so we have an on-time start at 4 o'clock. So if you would please prepare to leave the field and take any instructions from the ground staff on the field, we would be most appreciative. Umpires Nigel Long and Rob White.
We've just switched off. But we're not switched off. We're live on BBC Radio Sussex. BBC Radio, Solent, Adrian Harms, Kevin James, Mel Farrell. We were just discussing the cricketing schedule, which is, what is it? Did they talk about the schedule when you were playing, Kevin? Was there much debate, or when you were playing, was it reasonably?
We just got on with it in our day. There was no moaning.
But
we played one game, got in the car, went to the next one, got up in the morning, started another game.
Yeah.
We could be away. I mean, in my very early days, we could be away 20 days at the most extreme. You know, that was unusual. If you were in cups, so the cups were in between matches, but I mean, that wasn't always the case. That was unusual. But
yeah.
I have been known to be away 15 days, 20 days. Yeah.
Cars or always in cars?
Generally cars, yeah, because it was easy, because there was so many fixtures and there was so much, to and fro in of players, that it was very difficult to keep everybody together on coaches. We did the odd coach, but not many.
Did you have a regular person you used to drive or share with?
In my Middlesex days, Mike Gatting.
Right, okay.
In my Hampshire days, I think it was a bit more shared around, actually, thinking about it. But, yeah.
Happy days?
Oh, mate, always. Oh, it's great fun.
Yeah.
Great fun. I wouldn't swap it for the world.
Not all the motorways they got now. Well, some of them, but...
Yeah, there's a few new roads since I was travelling.
Yeah, I'm not trying to make out you're a dinosaur.
Yeah,
I mean, they did have cars. in
Yeah,
those days.
they finally tarmacked over some pebbles that we used to travel on.
Kevin James going along in sort of horse and cart. Anyway, here comes James Coles to answer the new man who's Keith Barker. 1 ball to go in this over. The ball balloons off the pad. Was that off an inside edge? No, it wasn't. Taken by Ollie Carter at short leg. End of the over. Keith Barker making his first appearance of the season. End of the over. That's the final ball that remained before tea. So 32 overs left. 193 for 7. Yes, that would be unkind to think that it was.
Oh mate, I don't mind at all.
Mike Gattigat must have been. You must have been. You know, I'm sure there's some tales you can tell and funny stories and that sort of thing down the years. Car sharing.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of. Well, there still is a lot of travelling, but you know, I don't think you can underestimate, especially as difficult as the schedule is now, and it is difficult because the 4-day games are hard work. There's no doubt about it, and I've said that many times, and they are, because 4-day games came in, towards the end of when I played, not all season, but back end and at the start, and they were so hard compared to 3-day games.
Physically hard.
Yeah, physically. Well, and mentally at times, but certainly physically. There's a huge difference between being in the field until just after tea on day 1 and being in the field still after lunch on day 2. That's where it's a killer, and you take a long time recovering from things like that. Carson will continue from the Cromwell Road end with his off-spin. He's trying to sweep that. Ben Brown gets wrapped on the pad, but there are generally gaps in between fixtures. Not a lot for these players, but there weren't a lot of gaps for us. 2-3-day games a week, and in a Sunday league game or whatever. It wasn't like that every single week, but quite a few weeks he's got hold of that sweep, and he'll get a single. And Ben Brown, comfortably Hampshire's top scorer in this first innings, moves on to 56 not out, 194 for 7. Ben Brown dropped by John Simpson behind the stumps when he had 18.
Yeah.
Which at the moment in this innings is relatively expensive.
Well, yeah, definitely.
It hasn't cost loads in terms of the amount of runs Ben Brown has scored since, but in terms of occupation of the crease and Hampshire trying to eke out a few more runs, it is. Barker leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Nice to see Keith Barker back in a Hampshire shirt. He did play one-day cup game at Bristol, Hampshire's final 50-over game against Gloucestershire, but in terms of championship, this is his first appearance in 4-day cricket since the game at Kent at the Utilita Bowl at the beginning of July last year. Leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Well documented.
He's a big fella,
Had
isn't
a
he?
year's ban by taking a banned substance. Sorry.
I say he's a big fella.
Yeah. And wasn't quite fit when he was then eligible at the beginning of July this year. Just plays that into the ground. He's been a real mainstay of the Hampshire bowling attack since COVID. Both the trio of Abbott, Barker and Abbas has so nearly brought the championship title for Hampshire to Southampton, but so far eluded them since the early 70s. It's played up to mid-on, and Barker recently announced that he's going back up to Warwickshire at the end of this season, which is maybe a little disappointing, maybe understandably that he's returning to where he knows well. I believe he's got family still up in that area and probably feels a little bit more home there, and he is 38, coming up to 39 now. He'll be 39 in October. So he feels that there's probably not much more for him to give, and I believe he's been offered a position up at Warwickshire and he's taken it.
James Coles coming in from this, the CM bowls to Ben Brown, and a very typical Ben Brown shots onto the front foot. Not really a sweep, not really a drive, but how would you describe that?
A swat.
Yeah. Through mid-wicket for 4 runs.
A lot of venom in that shot.
Yeah, Ben Brown goes for 60, 198 for 7. The over 8 is now -2, so the interaction of Carson and Coles did help Sussex to up the ante a little. Coles in again, bowls. Brown again is on the attack, and this time he plays it straight to Hughes at mid-wicket, and there is no run. A new ball will be available, but not for another 14 overs yet. As Brown waits in glorious late afternoon sunshine. In and bowls, and Brown looks to sweep that. It's got up in the air. It's running down towards the final. Oh, there's all the way for 4 runs. I don't know if they came off bat and then onto pad, but it rather bloomed away down to the far end of the ground. And it's a second boundary in the over for Ben Brown. He goes to 64. Let's see that again. No, came off the bat. It just seemed to loop over. Folder in there at leg slip.
He got a bit underneath that one.
He did.
Crowd up there in sun hats and sunglasses. It's that type of day.
It is.
Lovely. Missed out on being on the beach today.
Yeah.
My wife texted me and said that a seagull swooped down and took half her sandwich
Oh,
when she was
dear.
lying on the beach.
Ah, there you go.
They're that ferocious down here.
They are. Coles again bowls. Brown defends down the onside. Now it's gone quite defensive here. And we've got a sweeper on the cover boundary, a deep backward square, deep mid wicket as well. Just the one slip in place. Coles again. Round the wicket bowls. Brown defends down the onside of the track, and there is no run. 202 for 7, and now the man on the deep mid wicket boundary comes up to save the single. Keep Ben Brown off the strike. Coles again in bowls, and Brown says, "Thank you very much, but I'll pull it for a single anyway." Down to Sean Hunt, who has to run round from backwards square to field. One more to the total. Ben Brown goes to 65 at the end of the over, and Hampshire to 203 for 7.
He's favouring the leg side and he's favouring that sweep shot at the
He
moment.
is.
Ben Brown, he seems to think that that's the way. Where he sent me the definition of disgusted at Tunbridge Wells, which we were talking about earlier. That's just dabbed away behind square on the offside. That's a Keith Barker type shot. Haven't seen that for a long time. And Barker is off the mark. It's a phrase. Disgusted at Tunbridge Wells is a generic name used in the United Kingdom for a person with strongly conservative political views who writes letters to newspapers. You were spot on, Mel. Or the BBC in moral outrage. There we are. It's on a well-known site. That's a nice drive through extra
Lovely
cover.
shot.
Oh, he's favoured the offside this time, having said that he favours the the leg. He moves on to 68. Hampshire 207 for 7.
Runs are coming quite steadily here since tea.
Yeah, there's a bit more to do yet. A bit more to do. They're in sort of no man's land, I think, at the moment. Carson again. It's just ballooned away off the pad behind square on the leg side. Brown currently 68.
He'd love 100, you know.
Oh, wouldn't he? Oh, I bet he would. This is only the second time he's played against Sussex since he left.
Right, yeah.
Earlier in the season in the championship game was the first time. Reverse sweep there from Brown. Goes quickly on the 45. That's well fielded
That was good. That's that.
by Sean Hunt.
Yeah, he's a big fella, Sean. He got down very quickly there.
Yeah, had to wait all that time. First season with Hampshire in 2021. And it's taken until this year for him to play his first matches against his old county. Carson in again. Brown works it away for a quick...
Well, Sussex persevering with an all-spin attack. It's going to be James Colt who's going to carry on from this, the pavilion end. If you just joined us, lovely afternoon here at Hove. Adrian Harms, Kevin James, your commentary team. Mel Farrell back with us in about 20 minutes' time. Lots of blue sky around, just some high-level cotton wool clouds. Decent crowd, you could see that at the tea interval when people went out to have a look at the wicket. As in comes Coles around the wicket to bowl to Ben Brown. And Brown is forward and punches that to bit on this. Very typical of Ben Brown, isn't it? Just wanting to move the scoreboard along, and it was a well-judged single. I'm not really sure there was a single there, and I think John Simpson's a little bit frustrated about that. It was played to J. Devon Nugcat, who was perhaps slightly on his heels at mid-on, and Brown noticed it, was very quickly through for a single, which brings Barker on strike.
You were saying about people walking out the wicket at tea time. They were allowed to play games on the outfield, aren't they? It's such a pristine outfield, and the spectators are allowed to do what they like on it.
Yeah, I like that. Coles over the wicket to Keith Barker, who reverse sweeps, and that's gone all the way for 4 runs. That's a misfield, and I think that was Sean Hunt, who'd fielded well in the previous over. That swept away. I don't know if he got a hand to that, but nonetheless, Actually, just taking one or two little risks here since tea, and the scoreboard is ticking along nicely. They've added 20 in very quick time since the resumption. It's prompted more changes in the field. Good shot by Barker though, Kevin.
Yeah, it went quickly, didn't it?
Yeah. Coles in again, bowls in. Barker just lets that one go, just pads up outside the off stump taken by Simpson. There is no run, still a slip on a short leg. I don't think I'd fancy being short leg with Keith Barker. Coles in again, and Barker wristily turns his back to the square on the leg side and picks up a single out to Tom Alsop, former Hampshire man. Gets in the throw from deep backward square. One more to the total. Brown on 70, Barker on 6. 2:14 for 7. Ollie Robinson comes up from mid-off to give a bit of advice to James Coles. Brown on 70 off 126 balls. Surveys that leg side field. Coles is in. Coles and Brown. Again, just clips this one, finding the gaps. Clips it back to the square on the leg side. Picks up another single. 7 runs have come off this over. 215 for 7. The short leg goes back in place for the left-handed Barker, who himself is surveying the leg side field. Coles bowls. Barker just pads up, the ball bounces back down the track. James Coles bends down and fields of his own bowling, and that is the end of the over. 215 for 7. Brown 71. Barker on 6, and from where Hampshire were on 119 for 5, this looks a decent recovery.
Certainly is.
At that stage, some people were talking around 250 as being a decent score. That looked a long way off, but now it's that's only our guess. I mean, maybe that'll be nowhere near enough. Maybe it'll be ample. We'll have to see.
Crowd enjoying the game in the sunshine. I've been asked by Hampshire to mention this, that they have a coach travelling, or there is coach travel, I should put. There's probably more than one coach. There is coach travel running to Edgbaston and Trent Bridge for both white ball finals. As Carson's in, reverse sweep Brown, and somehow that ball's made its way down to short fine leg. A no run. The T20 finals day at Edgbaston is this coming Saturday. The 50 over final at Trent Bridge is the following Saturday. Tickets can be booked via tickets.utilitabowl.com. I know one or two that are going on coaches. You can join them. Always now is sweep. It's up in the air. Is he going to carry to deep square leg? It has. Straight down the fielder's throat.
Alsop.
Ben Brown goes for 71. 215 now for 8.
I think Ben Brown will get a good ovation. Well, I think there's been a step change here from Hampshire since tea, Kevin. I just feel they've been a lot more aggressive. But he'll be disappointed nonetheless to hole out Ben Brown. But I think he'll get a good ovation from this Sussex crowd, because it's been a captain's innings. It's come to an end.
It's got right underneath that, hasn't he?
I don't think it's been easy. So let's listen to this ovation, which I'm sure will be a good one.
It's all right.
Yeah, good innings. As I say, I don't want to overdo it, because but he was a very, very popular figure here, Ben Brown, and although Sussex would have hoped to have got him out for a lot less than 70. Nice to see him back playing cricket here at Hove. But a vital wicket for Sussex, and you think we're going to probably see Sussex batting here tonight, Kevin?
Well, yes. I think Sussex will be doing something wrong if they're not in.
Yeah.
Kyle Abbott walking to the crease. I did a lovely little interview with Kyle week before last, I think it was. I'm losing track of time with everything that's going on.
Yeah.
The finals, did I mention the finals? And it was announced in the lead up to the game last week up at Durham that he's extended his deal by another year. He'll be 39 by the time he finishes his contract next year. He's been a great servant. And we weren't joking about his batting because he's quite serious about it, but we were saying how this year it's a different Kyle Abbott at the crease. He's much more positive. His strike rate in county cricket is right up there, actually, with the best. And in fact, once long ago, I think he was second in the strike rates in batting. Now you think, oh, well, yeah, he comes in at number 10 and whatever. He doesn't get much of a chance. Well, he's been scoring a few runs. He's over the 260 mark with a high score of 67. There we go. Look, first ball, and he could be caught at mid-on, and he's a little too positive, I'm afraid. And he's gone very first ball. Carson's on a hat-trick. Hampshire 215 for 9.
Every catch Ollie Robinson takes seems to be quite theatrical there at mid-on. I thought he'd hurt himself for a minute. But there we are. But goes. I think it was low. He had to move quite quickly. It looked a bit stiff there, Ollie, didn't it? Just see that again. The cameras, it got him in view. Oh, well done, lads, on the camera. Yeah, low to his right hand side. He's sort of rolling around there, Ollie. Oh, he's all right. Yeah.
So last man will be Eddie Jack, and he will be facing a Carson hat-trick. I suppose you better take this ball, Adrian. Don't you want to do that? No?
Oh, yes. Just
go on,
yeah,
go for it.
Yeah.
Go for it. You won't want to miss out on a Carson hat-trick.
Well, he got wickets down at the GS, didn't he? So he's picked up 3 now as Jack. I do like Jack Carson. He's a lovely guy off the field. Very nice parents as well who come over from Northern Ireland quite regularly to watch him play. But he hates losing. He's a very competitive cricketer.
Yeah.
And I like that. You know, when he's batting, you know, there was a few times in the One Day Cup where he, I mean, we're watching a lot of that from afar because the BBC didn't cover it, but he was. Sussex looked in trouble, and whenever Carson, you always think you've got a chance when Jack Carson's in.
Yeah,
you know,
definitely.
He's one of these cricketers.
Well, here you are. The last hat-trick taken by a Sussex cricketer was Jason Lurie, 2001, against Hampshire, here.
Wow. Was that the last time there was a hat-trick?
The last time a Sussex player got a first-class hat-trick.
Fantastic. See, you are a whiz on that machine. You are, Kevin. Very good. You need to give me a lesson. Perhaps in the winter, I'll buy you a coffee somewhere. We can meet halfway, and you can give me a lesson on using Cricket Archive, because it would enhance the commentary, and people, I'm sure, would love to hear those sort of stats. I'd have lots of people. Well, he has got lots of people around the bat here, to be fair. So, in comes Carson on a hat-trick to bowl to Jack. He's in and bowls and defended stoutly onto the onside. There is no run. And round of applause for Jack Carson.
And the wait goes on.
Yes, the wait goes on. Another 25 years or whatever it is.
Jason Lewis taken the last 2 hat-tricks by a Sussex player.
Oh, Carson in again, bowls. Jack gets wood and edges that down to third man, and it's fielded there by J. Devon Newcat. More to the total. This is doing a bit for the spinners.
It is a bit, isn't it? Yeah, he took one against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham. That was back in '98. And Andy Babington, remember Andy Babington?
I do remember the name, yes.
He took one also against Gloucestershire in Bristol. That was 1986. Those were the last 3 hat-tricks by a Sussex bowler.
Few and far between.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kevin. In comes Carson. To bowl to Keith Barker, who with a big swish pulls it away. It's going to be the first 6 of the match, I think.
Cool.
Yes, that's gone many. Now, I said I wouldn't fancy fielding at short leg when Keith Barker was batting, and that's the reason why, because he's heaved that away for 6 runs.
I hope that hasn't hit that silver car that was parked near
I
there.
think it might have done. Why, is that yours?
No, that's too new for mine.
Here we go. Wham.
Cool.
Yeah, that's kind of like, he didn't even bother looking where it had gone, did he? Oh, it's gone for 6.
There was no doubt about that one, was there?
No, there wasn't. Credit to Ollie Carter, you know, who was in there at short leg. He didn't flinch. He just watched the ball all the way, which is easier said than done. Sussex are persevering with the spinners, 222 for 9. And I guess we're going to see pretty shortly whether or not that's a decent score, because it's not going to be long, I suspect, before Sussex are batting.
Yeah. Ralph Brooker says the coverage is breaking up a little bit.
Oh.
Hopefully we're all right.
Coles bowls to Jack, who plays to backward point. There is there not? I wonder if that's on the radio or whether that's on the stream. Coles comes into bowl to Eddie Jack. He's in and bowls, and Jack is forward solidly defensively, played onto the onside, and there is no run.
Just got a message from Wes, the Hampshire media man. Says Abbott's strike rate of 108 is third best in Division 1, behind Duckett and Jack's.
Oh, wow. Coles in again, bowls, that turns a little bit, and Jack plays it onto the onside, takes a single with Keith Barker on strike. He's very helpful, the Hampshire media man.
Wes is great, right?
Yeah, very good. Well, on both occasions I've come to the Aegeus this year. He's been very good, and not least when I parked at the hotel and forgot to give my car registration number in, and was dutifully sent a ticket, which Wes very kindly sorted out the admin and said that I was at the cricket. So thank you, Wes, if you're listening. Well, we know he is. Now, Sussex have got lots of men posted on that leg side boundary. There's a long on, there's a cow corner, there's a deep backward square, or a deep square leg actually, cow corner and a long on. Keith Barker is just surveying as if to say, yeah, I reckon I might be able to clear those, we shall see. Coles is in bowls, and what does Barker do? He just tickles it to fine leg, fielded there by Ollie Robinson, and there is no run.
I'm just looking out there, which is the shorter boundary, or is there what? There's not a lot in
I
it,
reckon, yeah, there's not a lot. I would say that the boundary to the clock tower scoreboard is the shorter one this week. Barker just clips that nicely through backward square leg and picks up a single. He goes to 40, is that? No, it's already gone up. He goes to 13, to 24 for 9.
We seem fairly central, don't we?
Yes, but it's not far off central. I would say central is probably a couple more strips to the left, but it's not far from being in the middle. So Sussex have now got what, a slip, a leg slip, and a short leg as Coles comes over the wicket, bowling his left arm spin. He's in and bowls, and Jack plays that very comfortably through the offside and says thanks very much, I'll have a single. 2:25 for 9 at the end of the 70th over. So still a good deal of cricket to be played here today. Well, it'll be very interesting to see how Sussex get on when it's their turn to bat. Is this a decent score from Hampshire? Is it well under par? All will be revealed, or a lot will be revealed, I think, in the next hour or so.
Yeah, I'd like to think that as long as Hampshire bowl a very good line and length and very disciplined, that it will be difficult. But just how much of the seam movement we've seen is down to a bit of damp around. You said there'd been a lot of rain over the last couple of days. It had been heavily covered. We've had sunshine for a large part of the day. Is that going to start to make a difference? I don't know. We'll find out. 225 might be okay, or it might be well under par. Carlson's around the wicket to Eddie Jack, who's forward, gets wrapped on the pad. Big shout, but not out.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Sussex decided to bowl first, maybe they think it's going to get easier as the game goes on. Yeah, who knows?
Carlson again. 3 for 31 in his 10th over now. Eddie Jack is well forward. Well, Eddie Jack is a very young, quick bowler making his way in the game. He's decent pace and still inexperienced really at this level. He is, to be fair to him, a better than the number 11. He just finds himself at 11. He's not a genuine number 11. He'll prove me wrong in a minute. I'll just get out, but that's played off the back foot. But I think in time, when he establishes himself a little bit more and he plays a little bit more first-class cricket and starts to work things out, I think he'll be more sort of around a number 8, somewhere around there. Give or take. Playing a miss, that's turned a bit.
Yeah, I think it has.
Interesting, Hampshire really got the one spinner in 14.
He might play a key role in this, you know.
I think he will. But there's a few left-handers though, isn't there, on the
yeah.
Sussex side, which might just negate him a little bit.
A lot of left-handers.
Yeah, so it's I think Felix Organ might consider himself to be a little bit unlucky, having been dropped from the previous championship game, although it was over a month. He's playing him forward there, and again that's turned.
quite often 5 of the top 6 are left-handers, but with no Tom Clark today, they've opted to go with Ollie Carter, who's the right-hander in that number 3 position.
Carson's just pushing mid-on back as if to say, let's just give Eddie Jack a single if he hits it up in that area. Decides to defend, and that's the end of the over. And a little bit of anticipation, because you never quite know what Keith Barker's thinking ahead of the next over to be bowled, which will be the 72nd.
And it's going to be bowled by J. Devon Nugcat. I just saw John Simpson give James Coles a little pat on the back as if to say thanks for your efforts, James, but we're going to look elsewhere for this final wicket, and it's going to be J. Devon Nugcat who's going to be tasked with that responsibility. Coles 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 34. Good afternoon, wherever you're listening. You may have just joined us for the first time for our cricket commentary here on the BBC. Adrian Harms, Kevin James, Mel Farrell, your commentary team, with a gloriously sunny Hove where there's lots and lots of blue sky, just the occasional cotton wool cloud floating around, a bit of a breeze, and an absorbing day's cricket. Sussex winning the toss, electing to bowl. And they've steadily worked their way through this Hampshire order. Ben Brown, the former Sussex skipper, top scoring with 71. But it hasn't been easy to bat on throughout the day, and it'll be very interesting to see how Sussex go when they bat, which will surely be at some stage this evening. As a Nugcat comes into bowl to Keith Barker, and Barker works this one comfortably away through point and picks up a single. Sussex conceding that single to bring the number 11 batsman Eddie Jack on to strike. Barker goes to 14, 226 for 9. The Hampshire card, all 18, Middleton 12, Gubbins 23, Albert 22, Brown 71, Prest 6, Fortain 5, Fuller 18, Carl Abbott without scoring, Eddie Jack on 3, Keith Parker on 14. The wickets shared around for Sussex today. Jack Carson picking up 3. As in comes Nugcat bowl short, and Jack ducks underneath that short delivery. The ball whistles through to John Simpson, and there is no run. 2 wickets for Ollie Robinson, who probably bowled better than those figures suggest, actually. He got the ball to dance around a bit this morning. Wicket for Sean Hunt, wicket for J. Devon Nugcat, 1 for James Coles and 1 for Finn Hudson-Prentice. Sussex with 3 very welcome bowling points, but it's all going to be about how they bat. As he comes in, Nugcat bowls, and Jack is hit on the pad, and he's given out. So there we are. J. Devon Nugcat picks up his 2nd wicket of the innings, and Eddie Jack is on his way for 3, and Hampshire are all out for 226. And we are going to have, by my reckoning, 21 overs for Hampshire to bowl at Sussex tonight. And during that time, I think we're going to get a good idea of just how good or how under par this Hampshire total is. Difficult for us to tell as the players make their way off. You've watched and played a fair amount of cricket in your time, Kevin. What do you think? Is that not as bad as it looks, or?
I think it would be interesting to see the new ball. I don't think Sussex quite used the new ball as they would have liked, and the new ball seemed to come on quite nicely to the batters, but it was sort of after that first sort of half an hour where Sussex tightened up, and then we saw with the ball getting a little softer that it sort of held into the wicket to a degree. So yeah, run scoring then became more difficult for 2 reasons. And Ben Brown 71 there, standing out of 129 balls, but he needed a life on 18 to get him there. 3 wickets for Jack Carson also shows that there's a little bit of turn out there as well. So seamers enjoying a bit of life and a bit of movement. The spinners also, all those wickets shared between all the bowlers that we used, but no real partnerships. Nobody really got going. 3 partnerships of 37 there in the middle for Hampshire. Nothing more substantial than that. All the batters had to work hard. Some working a little bit harder than others. But generally, if the bowling is accurate, then a batter really has got to sort of be positive really and try and break free. But as we've seen, one or two have tried to play shots and fallen because of it. So it's not easy. But Ben Brown comfortably the top scorer. A couple of 20s from Nick Gubbins and Toby Albert. 226 all out.
Well, thanks very much, Kevin. We will go and grab a quick cup of tea and have a quick comfort break, etc., and maybe a chocolate biscuit or two, and we'll be back with you in about 5 minutes or time to see how Hampshire get on in reply. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. La dee 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 dee. Oh. What time is your? 4:35. Your update. Does that work? Well, good afternoon. Welcome back to Hove for the final 22 overs of the day. The Sussex ground staff, Ben Gibson and his hard-working colleagues are out in the middle remarking the crease and getting things ready. If you're just joining us, the news is that Hampshire have been bowled out for 226. They lost the toss this morning, with the exception of the skipper Ben Brown, of course the former Sussex skipper as well, who made 71. Hampshire losing wickets at regular intervals. About the highest partnership of the innings, there were 3 highest partnerships, all of 37. Jack Carson picking up 3 wickets for Sussex, Ollie Robinson 2 and J. Devon Nudcat picking up 2, but it hasn't looked to me to be particularly easy to score runs, and not easy to score runs quickly so far during this match. So we'll have to see now how Sussex do. Now it's their turn to bat, so definitely advantage Sussex, you would feel at the moment. Mel Farrell sitting next to me, but I think we're going to find out much in the next 22 overs, much more about this pitch and whether this is a decent score or whether it's well under par, Mel.
Yeah, good afternoon, and good afternoon to everyone out there listening. It's also quite different to what it was this morning, just in terms of the cloud cover that was around this morning.
Yes.
There was quite a lot more, and now that has gone away, and we've actually had quite a nice sunny afternoon, so that may make a difference. Remembering that Hampshire were able to get off to a really good start as well early on, with Orr and Middleton scoring about run a ball. Boundaries were coming. Then after the first wicket fell, then it just became harder. But also you have to give a lot of credit to Sussex bowlers. They tightened everything up as well.
Well, it's Kyle Abbott who's going to come to bowl the first over of the innings. Bowls to Daniel Hughes, and Hughes immediately picks up a boundary off the first ball of the innings, right outside the off stump, and Hughes steers the ball in the direction of third man and picks up a single. So good start for Daniel Hughes, good start for Sussex. I guess you'd have watched quite a bit of Daniel Hughes in your time, Mel.
The old New South Wales boy, of course. That is my home state. The city of Orange happens to be in New South Wales. I've limited them. It's only the 3rd time I've mentioned Orange today, by the way. It's been around for a long time.
Abbott bowls, that's a good delivery, and that beats Daniel Hughes. Now there's a bit of extra bounce there, and Daniel Hughes was beaten. Ball rattles through into the gloves. Just watch this again. He's coming around the wicket. Well, he definitely played at that. He's always cut him in half. He's gone through past the inside edge by my reckoning. Let's just see that again. Yeah, it did. And a long way down the leg side. Good take by Ben Brown. He hasn't played much cricket in the last few weeks, Daniel Hughes. His last championship game was at Scarborough at the tail end of July. In comes Abbott. Round the wicket, bowls to Hughes. He's struck on the pad. There's a loud appeal. He's imploring umpire White. My feeling was that was perhaps a little high, but also coming around the wicket. It's got to do quite a bit, isn't it? Let's just see this again. I think that's not a bad shout.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if that impact was outside the off stump. He did come a long way across, Dan Hughes.
Very nice man, Daniel Hughes. And he's been a good signing for Sussex. Perhaps we'll probably feel he hasn't scored the volume of runs this season in the Championship that he would have liked.
He clearly loves playing over here.
Yeah. Abbott again, bowls, Hughes lets that go outside the off stump, taken by keeper Brown, no run. And yes, he does, and seems to have thoroughly enjoyed himself. And the great thing this season is that Daniel's available right through the season. Last year he had to go back. He certainly missed the last couple of games, but he's been here right through the T20 and right through the Championship campaign, and then had a break for the 50 over competition. Went away and spending some time up in Scotland, I think, from memory.
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
I love going up to Scotland.
Yep.
Australians over here spend more time up there than English people do.
Abbott in bowls and let go again by Hughes outside of the off stump, taken by Brown, and there is no run. 3 slips. There's a third man now in place. There's a point mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. 22 overs to be bowled tonight from Hampshire. And I guess Sussex will feel if they could get through these 22 overs without losing a wicket, they've had a very good day. Conversely, as Hughes just goes and does a little bit of gardening, Abbott was on his way, but Daniel Hughes is just keeping him waiting for a couple of moments. And he puts his hand up and says, he doesn't know which side of the pitch to drop that bit of debris that was on the pitch, but he's happy now is Hughes, who's 4 not out, and that's what the Sussex total is. He comes up at bowls, and Hughes with a play and a miss outside the off stump. Good opening over by Carl Abbott. And I would say that over is probably the quickest over we've seen in the match, you know. Yeah, Dan Hughes beaten outside the off stump. End of the over. 4 without loss. And I assume, is it going to be Eddie Jack or is it going to be Keith Parker who's going to take the new ball from the C end? It looks to me like it's going to be the Keith Parker in his first appearance of the season who's going to be bowling the first over from the C end of the ground.
I think it's the first time I've seen Keith Parker bowl outside of Edgbaston.
Right.
Live,
Right.
obviously.
Yeah.
So it's used to seeing him at Edgbaston, of course. He's very broad shoulders running in. So it's unusual watching him from this angle because at Edgbaston you're so high looking down. If you're in the press box or commentary. And it is Barker in over the wicket. First ball's played beautifully just between the fielders either side of point. A good bit of tag team fielding prevents the boundary. But yes, I'm also looking forward though to seeing Eddie Jack. I had the pleasure of watching him at the Under-19s World Cup 18 months ago in South Africa. And really strapping lad. He stood out, a big tall young fast bowler, so I look forward to that as Barker is in, and that one's just clipped around the corner. It's its way down towards long leg, so they'll get another single. 3 runs coming so far from Keith Barker's first over. Yeah, Dan Hughes is so it's interesting. It's a long time since he made his debut for New South Wales in the Sheffield Shield. It's back in 2013. And he only played 1 List A game for New South Wales and 1 T20 in the Big Bash for the Sixers over the winter. Barker in, bangs this one in, outside the off stump, and Hughes gets on top of that, pushes out into the offside.
I think he did he break his arm or his hand?
Yes, he did.
I don't know, did he do it twice?
Certainly he did at least once.
Yes.
But I think because he had a good season last year for Sussex, even
Yes,
though
he
he
did.
wasn't available for all of them.
Yep, he did. Excellent.
340 runs at 56. So that's a very decent showing. It's on strike now as Barker is in over the wicket. Just leaves that one outside the off stump. Yeah, quite a stalwart. He's approaching his 100th first class game as well. What's he on now? And
Yeah, but he hasn't played a huge amount, considering he's 30, so he hasn't played a huge amount of first class cricket.
well, as I mentioned, he made his debut in 2013, and first class, he's played 91 first class matches. This is his 92nd as Barker is in, again, let alone outside the off stump. It's a very difficult side to get into, that New South Wales side back in Australia. Very, very competitive. So, sort of been in and out of that side.
And when would the Sheffield Shield start?
It starts, I think, the first week in October.
Right, okay.
Around about then. So I think there's sort of three or 4 rounds before the first test. Barker bowls. And a carbon copy left outside the off stump. He's getting the ball seaming away, Barker, but not in any manner that's forcing the batter to really play at it. So the end of his first over and the end of the second over, and Sussex is 7 for none. Yeah, so it'll all start heating up massively around that time. Doesn't stop the cricket season. Not for me. I'm like a cricket swallow. As soon as the leaves start turning, it's time for me to jump on a plane and head
Go
south
somewhere
for
else
the winter.
warm.
Yes.
Yeah. So, it's going to be Kyle Abbott who's going to bowl the third over of this Sussex innings, and he's going to be bowling to the left-handed Tom Haynes. Sussex with this all left-handed opening partnership. 3 slips go down and Abbott is in. Bowls to Haynes, who solidly fought a ball of good length, placed to mid-off. There is no run. I feel like Tom Haynes needs a good finish to this season. He had a good start to the season, but I did work out some numbers. I need to look out the figures. Since the middle of May, Tom's been on a pretty poor run of form in the Championship. He made a couple of decent scores in the One Day Cup, but he's been short of runs in the Championship for the last 4 or 5 games, and you feel he needs a good finish to the season to get himself a place on that Lions tour to Australia in the winter. Abbott in, bowls, and Haynes is beaten outside the off stump, taken low down by Ben Brown, and there is no run.
Do you know who might be making a good play for a position on that Lions tour?
Gone.
Asa Tribe. He's now on 161, still batting in that Glamorgan match against Northants. Been keeping an eye on that.
He's your tip for the top, isn't he?
Well, it's interesting when you do a piece on a play, you sit down and interview. So I sat down with Asa and his brother Zach.
In comes Abbott, bowls, and Haynes. Well, he's driven that onto his foot. That's ouch. He's hopping around at the crease. Is Tom Haynes. Again, he plays that. That's a very sort of expansive extra cover drive, attempted extra cover drive by Tom Haynes. If you watch,
it's gone into his knee.
But it's an expansive drive, isn't it? So if it comes off and it goes for 4 runs, that looks great. But and he's done that a lot this season and scored heavily. But he's a wily campaigner, isn't he, Kyle Abbott? Let's see what happens now. Abbott in again, bowls there again. See, his foot's nowhere near the pitch of the ball there. So it's not a great shot, you know. I mean, that's wide of the offside. Except if it goes for 4, you think that's a great shot, but I'm not sure it's the shot to be playing this early.
Well, he's just going so hard at it as well, so hard at it.
And I know that's the way, and we've spoken a lot, haven't we, over the last 2 years about the way England want players. They want players who attack. You know, that's a Ben Duckett way of playing, isn't it? You know, you're attacking the opening bowlers, but it does come with risk. Abbott again, in and bowls, and Haynes is beaten, and he just looks a bit unsettled here, doesn't he?
Yeah, he looks unsettled and frustrated.
Yeah.
They just see that in his body language. He has not missed that by very much.
No.
Abbott just angling that one in, but he hasn't missed it by much. And
so I just feel that Tommy's such a good player, but he just needs to get some runs these last few matches of the season to get himself on a plane somewhere.
What Abbott's doing too is what wasn't happening at the other end. He's making him play.
Abbott in bowls. That's a good pace from Kyle Abbott. I think in fairness to Tom Haynes, he pulled the bat inside the line of that and it goes through to Ben Brown, but nonetheless, good over by Abbott, who's now bowled. What's a maiden over? 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 4. The clock ticks round to 10 to 5. We've got another 19 overs to be bowled, so all being well, we should be finished by around 6 o'clock this evening. And how many times have we sat around this season? It's 7:15, 20 past 7. It's been,
Oh, I like a 10:30 start.
Well, Joe, I think we should play 10:30 starts right through the summer. I don't know why we don't start at 10:30, but there you go.
Yeah, I agree. Here comes Barker. It's over the wicket and first ball now. He has sort of made him play at that. I think he's kind of pulled out of it and played inside the line, Hughes, on that occasion.
But a 10:30 start. I mean, by the time you get to 11 o'clock, half the day's gone, and also you buy yourself half an hour if you do get bad light issues at some point during the day, or you get a rain delay. There's more chance to make the time up. I just do not understand this 11 o'clock start.
Well, wait, is it to do with dew? Is that
it's archaic, isn't it?
Is that
ridiculous?
Why it is because of dew? Barker bowls, and that one stayed very low. Very, very low as it seemed away.
But so then, why do we start at 10:30 in September? Well, that's because of the light, and they talk about dew on the grass, but I mean in the middle of summer you don't get dew. I mean it's and if there is, it's all gone by 10:30 anyway, and the pitches are covered. So you may have a bit of dew on the outfield. So what? I just think some of these rules need changing. 10:30 start for me.
In comes Barker. And that's got good bounce, but Hughes deals with it well, just getting on top of it. Well, you look at the tests, I feel the same for the test matches here, starting at 11, whereas we saw the World Test Championship final played between South Africa and Australia started at 10:30. And
I understand it. I mean, also, Mel, you get people, because they bowl the overs so slowly these days, if a game's not finished until 6:45, people are thinking, well, I need to get my bus, I need to get my train. Let's start earlier, get on with it.
Well, also just make them bowl the allocated overs, and you can do that when you start at 10:30, and then they might get through the overs faster. You never know, miracles. Here comes Barker, and there he has a right swish at that one, Hughes. It ends up making its way out to Ali Orr, mid-wicket, no run.
Well, yeah, I just think there are many reasons behind a half past 10 start would be preferable. But
I'm with you. Let's take over cricket. We'll run things. We'll sort them out.
Yeah, I just think it seems to be such a logical thing to do.
That's the problem. There's your issue. It's too logical. Don't be silly. Here's Barker bowls, and that one, he's got a better line. So this one's more on the money, and it's just pushed out into the offside, no run. But he's making them play this over. The last over, he was just bowling a little bit too wide, and they were able to leave it with ease. Not so much this over. As Barker turns, the shadow's getting longer now as he runs in, bowls, and that's time he's strayed a little bit onto the leg stump and just played off the pads by Hughes for a single. And it's the end of the over, so just that single coming from it. And after 4 overs, it is 8 for none.
And listening to live cricket here on the BBC from a lovely sunny Hove down on the south coast of England. A little bit of cotton wool cloud over the downs in the distance, but apart from that, blue sky, an aeroplane making its way in the distance as well. It's a very pleasant early evening. If you've just joined us, an interesting day's cricket with Hampshire bowled out for 226, Ben Brown top scoring with 71. Jack Carson taking 3 wickets for Sussex, 2 for Ollie Robinson, his first championship game for a couple of months, and 2 wickets for Jade Evanukhat, the injured left-arm seamer who's playing these last 3 matches of the season for Sussex. I'll run through the scores in the other games. During this over from Kyle Abbott, who's running in from the Cromwell Road, and he's in and bowls to Daniel Hughes with a play and a miss outside the off stump. And I have to say, Abbott is bowling really well here.
Well,
that's the 4th occasion that the Sussex batter's played and missed.
Yeah, he's just getting the ball to straighten a touch. Really nice seam movement. That was a terrific delivery. And we were talking about how well the Sussex bowlers bowled in helpful conditions earlier today in that first session. If anyone's going to exploit these conditions, you imagine it would be Kyle Abbott.
Well, he's in again and bowls. Nearly falls over delivering the ball. Let go by Hughes through to Brown. There is no run. So at Chelmsford, Durham, 283 for 5. Ben McKinney, who you'd have probably seen bat, 121 not out for Durham.
Yeah, really impressive. I like Ben McKinney.
Down at Taunton, they're off for the day. Some said 155 for 3. They only had 42 overs before the rain came. That'll be frustration for both counties. Both counties needing a win for separate reasons. Although I suspect Yorkshire may be happy enough to pick up a draw down at Taunton this week. In comes Abbott bowls, and Hughes is forward, plays into the offside, no run. At the Oval, Surrey ran up for 246 early today. Ryan Patel top scoring with 72, an undefeated 72. Warwickshire in all sorts of trouble in reply, 47 for 4. Who's in the wickets there? Tom Laws, 3 for 2. And a wicket as well for Dan Worrell. And down at New Road, it's raining, and has been raining for quite a bit of the day, just 46 overs possible there. Worcestershire 158 for 8, and that'll be frustrating for Nottinghamshire, who are chasing Surrey at the top of the championship. Abbott is in, bowls, Hughes lets that go. Good carry through to Ben Brown, and there is no run. 8 without loss. Kevin James back with us at the end of the over to join Mel. 3 slips in place. There's a third man. Cover point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. Decent sized crowd here at Hove today. One or two have drifted away or perhaps moved to other parts of the ground where the sun is shining, particularly busy at the far end of the ground with the deck chairs. As Abbott turns and runs in hard around the wicket, bowls to Hughes, who drills that down the ground. That's going to probably be 4 runs. Nicely timed by Daniel Hughes. Keith Barker is in hot pursuit. The ball goes up the hill, but despite that fact, it's a nice shot by Hughes, and he goes to 9 and Sussex to 12 without loss. Slightly over pitch there from Kyle Abbott, and nice looking shot by Hughes. And the ball rolling away up the hill over this immaculate outfield for 4 more.
It is immaculate, isn't it? Amazing after a dry summer to see it like this.
Well, Kevin was saying that this morning. It's as good as it gets, frankly. It really is no excuse for a misfield here. Abbott in, bowls, and Hughes is forward. There's a howl from Abbott as the ball dribbles out on the offside. There is no runs. End of the over, 12 without loss. Hughes on 9. Haynes is on 3. I'm going to leave it in the very capable hands of Mel Farrell and with Kevin James.
Thank you very much, Adrian. Yeah, quite an intriguing start to this innings. Abbott is bowling beautifully, and Barker is backing him up. I thought just early on, his first over, he hadn't quite sorted out his lines and was just a little bit comfortable for the batters to leave him, but since then he's figured it out pretty quickly, as someone as experienced would. He's in, and it's clipped quite nicely up to mid-on, but no run available. There's Kevin.
Hello.
Hello.
It's like Hampshire have rolled back a couple of years, seeing Abbott at one end and Barker at the other. Those two with Mohammed Abbas with squeezing sides. It's nice to see them both bowling in tandem once more. It's been a while.
It's interesting seeing Abbas. He's reached 800 wickets now, but it's odd seeing him not. He and Abbott in particular, you just saw of those two together, didn't you? As Barker bowls, it's a full delivery, and it just is driven straight back up past the bowler's feet by Haynes.
Yes, it's. I saw that article actually. There's a headline about Abbas. Pakistan didn't appreciate him or something like that.
Yeah, it's in ESPN Cricinfo, the one about bowler that wasn't appreciated by Pakistan, but he's certainly forged an incredible first-class career here in England. There's Barker. Bowls. Oh no, he's made him play at that one all right, and that's that seam again.
It's a beauty.
Oh, it's just seamed away. And this is a kind of delivery that we've seen a bit of today. That is an absolute perler. Just pitched right on off stump and just seamed away enough.
You can't bowl a better ball than that.
It's the just enough. Oh well, you could if it actually seamed past the bat and hit the stumps.
Sure.
Technically. I'm being pedantic.
No, but you're right. In terms of movement and line and everything, perfect.
It's been terrific. He's in once more, Barker. This time, Haynes does make contact, just drives it out to cover point. But no way through. There's 3 fielders there on the offside, saving the single as well as the 3 slips. It's got a mid-on and a mid-wicket as well. It's quite short. I'm just looking for any other fielders who are hiding anywhere. Oh yeah, there's one down at sort of long leg. The only other one eluding me. As Barker is in and just drags his leg back slightly this time, and it is Haynes who's able to just get him behind that in defence.
I think what's nice to see here, Mel, and I know you haven't seen Hampshire that much, but as good a young bowlers as Hampshire have, and they do. There's Eddie Jack here that will come on soon, and Sonny Baker that's obviously with England at the moment, but they've lacked a bowler that, along with Abbott, can keep control of things, and here we've got Barker.
He's in, bowls, that's down the leg side, and it's just played off the hip. That fielder down at long leg, just firing it back in. They take a single to spoil the maiden. But it was a very, very good over, and after 6, Sussex are 13 for none.
Yeah, we've got 2 bowlers here. as you say, I mean, they're scoring at just over 2 and over, and we haven't really seen that in a Hampshire side this season. The youngsters have bowled well at times, and they bowl some really good spells, which is a really good sign for the future. But this is a bit of a throwback, for Hampshire, up until about 2 years ago, a season and a half ago, where you've just got 3 bowlers, obviously Noah Bass now, but that just used to bowl and bowl and bowl, and sides really struggling to get a run rate at all. As Abbott bowls forward, that's Hughes, isn't it? Is that Hughes? Yeah. I should concentrate a bit more. Haynes it is.
Haynes it is.
Haynes. There's so many left-handers in this Sussex side. That's my excuse anyway. So I've been doing quite a bit of admin actually when I've not been on commentary, because I don't know if I've mentioned that there's 2 finals coming up for Hampshire. And as lovely as it is, and it is lovely, and I feel really bad saying that in front of Adrian, only for a few seconds anyway. And it brings, as lovely as it is, there's a slash away through the covers, a bit of a rare wide ball there from Abbott, certainly this afternoon, and that's gone for 4. Haynes reaching for that one, moves on to 8, 21 without loss. It brings an awful lot of admin, 2 finals, and in short space of time. So I've literally been using up the time I've been off, sorting out things like the boring stuff like accreditation, car parks, all sorts of stuff.
I've got my accreditation. You don't have to sort mine.
Well, I think you do for finals.
No,
because I've got mine. Look.
Yeah, I've already selected that match on the.
Have you? Yeah.
On the portal.
Oh, you'd already done it. Okay. Forward. Haynes. Well, you're obviously much more organised than I am. I obviously couldn't do anything about the T20 because I didn't know until Friday night. But we've known about the 50 over competition on me for a little while longer. But anyway, yeah. So I've used up all my time and got an awful lot done today, and I feel a lot happier than where I was at 11 o'clock, 10:30 this morning, because I was thinking, gosh, at the moment I'm not supposed to be in either of those grounds. Car parking, commentating or anything at the moment, but it looks like I'm all right. So I'm quite a happy man tonight.
Well, all of us are pleased.
It's pushed away to extra cover.
All of us are pleased to hear that.
Well, that's very kind of you, Mel.
You don't have to sort car parking for me. I shall be catching a train and probably missing it and arriving out of breath at the last moment.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we'll expect you about 5 minutes before the start of play then.
I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
I enjoy the One Day Cup enormously, so I'm very, very happy to be doing the final.
Yeah, so there's me, Mel, Edge, stand, caught, second slip, Toby Albert, straight in, stomach height, and that is the end of Tom Haynes for 8, and Kyle Abbott doing what Kyle Abbott does. Has picked up a wicket early on, and Sussex are 17 for 1.
Well, Kyle Abbott has bowled just 1 loose ball of this entire spell. What he has bowled is a lot of really threatening balls, and he's been able to seam the ball away. On this occasion, he's angled it in, just a slight straightening, and it's caught the outside edge, a very thick edge as well. Catch well taken, regulation, and no surprise to see Kyle Abbott striking early in helpful conditions, and it confirms what we have thought all day, and that it is not easy to get yourself in out there, and there's just enough in it for the bowlers to make life quite uncomfortable for the batting side.
Wicket number 43 of the season for Kyle Abbott, on course for yet another 50 wicket season. That's why it was announced last week that he'd signed a new 1-year deal, which will take him through to 39 years of age come this time next year.
Amazing, isn't it? I mean, he made that obviously very tough decision to move his future away from South Africa and here in England, but he has absolutely made the most of it. I still have strong memories of he took a 6 for against Australia in Hobart in that very fractious series they always are between Australia and South Africa. That was not Sandpaper Gate, that was Mint Gate, that series.
Mint Gate?
Mint Gate, yes. Faf du Plessis was there was a shot of him with a mint in his mouth. It was a throwback to the Murray Mints kind of days. Yeah.
So Abbott to Ollie Carter, who's forward. Plays it back to Abbott, end of the over, 1 for 12 from 4 overs, and Sussex replying to that Hampshire total of 226 all out, are 17 for 1.
Now, Kyle Abbott had a lot to do with some international careers ending because they absolutely flogged Australia in that series, and he just ran through them. And they'd debuted a bunch of players for that. I think they'd made 7 changes or something for that test, and then there was a huge kerfuffle at the end of it. Australia very, very unhappy. And there are a few players who basically played their one and only test match for Australia that day, or that match. And Kyle Abbott's efforts with the ball really had a huge effect. Change in bowling. It's going to be Fuller coming into the attack. And this could cause problems. Fuller. This could cause me problems, Kevin. You know I struggle.
Oh, you'll get through it.
Will I?
Yeah, I've got every confidence.
Okay, excellent. Let's hope he does. Let's hope he bowls short. Fuller. He's in. Bowls. It's just angled that ball across and played out into the leg side by Hughes, but no run.
Just going back to Kyle Abbott very quickly, only played 11 test matches. Quite surprised he only played that few. 39 wickets at 22 apiece.
Yeah, he was terrific. He really was.
Nice guy as well. I've always gone quite well with him actually over the years, and he's got a little one in tow as well, and I think life's all good for him.
It's Fuller. It's running in once more around the wicket. That's just a little wide of off stump, but very full, and Hughes can only really dig that out. Couldn't get it away. And I almost think it's maybe quite important for Sussex to really dig in here and just try to get through unscathed if they can to stumps. Come back out tomorrow with a bit more sunshine. If they lose a couple more wickets, Fuller in. That's down the leg side. Diving stop. If they end up going in sort of 3 down with not many on the board, you sort of takes away a bit of that roll, doesn't it? If you come back day 2, you're just 1 down, even if there's not a lot of runs on the board. Yeah. You're sort of feeling like you're in a good position. You know you've had a good day, but if you go in, you've lost a couple more wickets, then you're not feeling as good about the day. It's Fuller bowls. And that's driven, but it comes off the inside edge. It was going to for the drive through the covers, and it's ended up at mid-on.
Yeah, I think in a way, though, it's good for the game that it's passing through relatively quickly, because if the weather forecast is to be believed for Wednesday and Thursday, then quite how much play we'll get, I don't know, but it'd be nice to think that we might get to that point far into the game. I'm not sure we'll be that far, but reasonable. Shot.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot. It's Fuller delivery, driven, only as far as Barker at mid-off. He's wiping the sweat from his brow and furiously working on the ball. He is obviously the designated polisher. Every team has one, at least one. Fuller is on his way. Again, doesn't have orange soles, unusual for a bowler, as he bowls just outside the off stump, well left by Hughes. That's the end of the over from Fuller. It's a maiden to start off with. After 8, Sussex is 17 for 1.
Now, after all your talk about Ace of Tribe, finally, one of the people, one of our watchers or listeners, is getting mildly interested.
He's on 168.
Well, there you go. Paul Williams, who's out in Portugal, says, as Jersey are an ICC member, can he play for England?
Yes.
Or maybe he can on residency.
He will be, and he actually told me that's his goal. He wants to play for England in all 3 formats.
So how does he qualify? Abbott's over the wicket. Ollie Carter leaves alone.
Well, I think for it's different when you go up from an associate country to a full member. as to when you go down. But I think if you're qualified, if you're resident for 3 years, I think it is now that you can qualify. So
Right.
so he's I think he can now. I'll have to check that. He would have to throw me the curly one, having to explain that. He's on 169 now. But
God, it's forward.
he's. I think it's an odd one with Jersey and England, right? Because that is also slightly different. Jersey isn't actually a country, is it? The Channel Islands. They don't. I don't think they're actually a separate country. Why am I explaining this to people who are English?
Well, you're the one that wrote the article, so we thought you'd be the one that would know.
Oh, gosh. I didn't go into those. But he can qualify for England, definitely. Definitely he can qualify.
Jersey is not a country, it's an
Yes.
autonomous crown dependency of the British Crown.
Next ball by Carter is just defended. Oh, you're on, Abbott. Sorry, I took over.
Oh,
because
no,
you were
don't
looking
worry.
up.
Well, yeah, I felt I had to, really. I presume you explained all this in your article.
Oh, it's all there. It's all there. Anyway, he's he can definitely qualify for England,
Yeah.
and because he's not playing as an overseas for Glamorgan.
A good point. Abbott's in. Carter edges along the ground, fielded by Albert. That's second. That's another one of the reasons that was explained to me this morning, actually, why Toby Albert's in the side, because they need some good slip catchers. It's been something that Hampshire have not been the best at times. They've lost Vince in the slips, they've lost Dawson. And having Toby Albert, who's a very good slip fielder, as he's just proved, to get rid of Tom Haynes, I think that was also an important factor. I think he was always going to come back in the side anyway, but I think they were also thinking about selection and that slip Gordon. Here's Abbott. Carter leaves, but it still comes off the face of the bat, and it bobbles through to Brown.
That could so easily have been chopped on.
He's watching this again, or hasn't it back, hasn't it? I think he's thinking about leaving that. I think he's surprised that it's hit the bat.
We saw Ollie Robinson bowl some beautiful induckers today, getting that ball coming in off the seam, and I think Kyle Abbott's watched that and knows that he has the skill set to be able to do the same with the right hander, just get that ball seaming back in. Really tough.
Player misses outside the off stump to a slightly fuller delivery, and Abbott perhaps a little bit unlucky not to catch the outside edge. Another good over from him, 17 for 1.
Talking about the one nipping back in, and then you see him catch the look to catch the outside edge and ball straightening. So when you've got someone of Kyle Abbott's impressive skill, just to be able to use that seam position, get the ball nipping both ways, it makes it awfully difficult for the batters. So it's another over for Fuller, maiden over last time, first ball, and he's really squared up. A batter on that occasion, Dan Hughes, he's angled it in, and it has come right back in further off the seam. So he's all about the nip at the moment. It's not so much swing. There's not a whole lot of movement through the air. It's just some fantastic seam movement. Fuller in once more to Hughes, who this time more comfortably leaves outside the off stump. I can hear the seagulls as well. I do like that.
Yeah.
Do you know what makes me feel like ice cream? And I don't normally have ice cream, but this is sort of the only cricket ground where I ever feel like having an ice cream, because I can hear seagulls. They used to do really great gelato here in the cafe, but cafe's changed now.
What, on the ground?
Yeah, it's just to our left. Fuller is in on the left outside the off stump. Yeah, there used to be the cafe, and they used to do great gelato. Such a Hove thing. Well, for me anyway.
Yeah.
So now, of course, the Sixers bar, and I really want to go in there and have a go. I always have. But I'm too embarrassed.
Really?
Yeah. Can't let anyone see me play cricket. Are you kidding?
Have you never played?
No.
But you just love the game, but never played.
Yeah. And I'm too embarrassed now to play. It's ridiculous, isn't it? In comes Fuller, and that is just chopped into the offside by Hughes.
So what made you get involved in cricket so much as you are without actually playing it?
We used to watch it loads as a kid. I used to sit. I have distinct memories of just sitting in front of the TV for hours watching Test cricket or one-day cricket. Absolutely loved it. And so my winter sport was rugby league to watch on TV. My summer sports were, I loved watching cricket and tennis as a kid. It's Fuller bowls. This one leaves Hughes quite late, but he's able to just let it wish by. So I played every sport that I could, but I didn't. It never occurred to me that girls could play cricket. I played softball. I had no interest in baseball, but I played softball because there was a lot of softball played in Australia in the summer, and so yeah, I played everything: netball, basketball, tennis, softball, touch, rugby, all those sorts of sports. But loved watching cricket. And so it's sort of a little bit sad as Fuller bowls is left outside the off stump. It makes me a little bit sad as that is another maiden over by Fuller, 17 for 1. Because, yeah, it just never entered my mind. It's really only in the past 10 years that cricket for girls has become mainstream. And so I never knew there was a Australian women's team. Didn't know if there was a local women's team. It just never occurred to me.
Wow.
Yeah, so when I became a sports reporter and I was covering rugby league in the winter and cricket in the summer, and then cricket took over, and it was sort of around that time when I started doing some stuff on the Australian women's cricket team. And yeah, I just thought, wow. By then it was too late, so now I make a living from talking about cricket, so I can't play it. It's just too far gone. What if someone saw me?
You're not too far gone. I mean, length ball from Abbott to start a new over, and Ollie Carter comes forward as the ball goes out into the covers. He's still got time to play a bit if you want to, haven't you?
Well, yeah.
But
where?
you obviously don't want to, do you?
No, I'd love to. I've thought about, I shouldn't admit this on radio, I have thought about paying someone to just teach me so that I can participate in social games, because I just don't want to make a fool of myself. That's the thing.
Right.
So yeah, but I don't know. I don't think I can afford to pay a professional coach. I keep wasting money on cancelled hotel bookings.
Carter drives, well, more push drive up through the vacant mid-off area, and nearly 2.
Tell you what, I did watch last night that the first episode of the second series of Freddie's Field of Dreams on the BBC.
I watched a little bit of that.
It's
actually.
fantastic.
Yeah.
It's absolutely fascinating. And
Are you like one of those kids?
I think I'm better behaved. Yeah, no, I wonder if it'd be interesting to see if I actually could play.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, that's a great delivery. That's a peach. That's angled in, straightened, and both bowler and batter acknowledge just how good that ball was. Look at that. Oh my word. How'd you play that?
Yeah, he's been sensational, has Abbott. They can't not play him because we've seen the way he's got it seaming both ways. Such danger in leaving him. We've seen one attempted leave already in this innings almost be chopped on. But Fuller's keeping the pressure on the other end now.
Yeah, that's good bowling from both ends, which is exactly what you want. That's turned away down to fine leg.
And immediately you heard Kyle Abbott say no, because he knows that he's straight. He's bowled, that wasn't his best ball. He's bowled one bad ball where he was wide and it was slapped away. But other than that, he's just been relentless. And as you say, Barker was keeping the pressure on the other end, but now Fuller has taken up the mantle. He's bowled 2 maidens first up, and there's really, you just don't know where the release is going to come at the moment.
Just over 11 overs left in the day, with Sussex 19 for 1, and that run rate is very slow at the moment because there's some very accurate bowling out there. Carter drives past Barker at wide mid-off, and that's going for 4. That's a lovely piece of timing. We've had a rare leg-side-ish delivery from Kyle Abbott, and on that occasion a rare half volley.
Well, I did wonder where the release was going to come from, and actually it came from the hand of Kyle Abbott itself, because it was a half volley, and he didn't have to overhit that one, just leaned on it, and that's raced away. Carter now on 5, so he was stuck on just the one there for a while.
Just wondering if this might signal the end of Abbott's spell. I have quite a few overs to bowl in this innings if Sussex can put together a partnership or 2. Last ball of his 6th over. Carter gets a length ball. He's in behind that one. 1 for 18 for Kyle Abbott. 23 for 1. Sussex trail by 203, and there are 11 overs left on day 1.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either if they just gave Kyle Abbott a bit of a breather. It's been a wonderful opening spell from him, and got the wickets as well. So
just detected whether Ben Brown, just as he walked past Kyle Abbott, said, "Are you all right for another one or what?" It looked like the briefest of conversations.
Hang on, is someone going off?
Oh, is that Kyle going off?
Yeah.
No, he's at mid on. He's at mid on.
No,
Kyle.
so he's gone off.
Not quite sure. Might have been a subfield one.
First ball of Fuller's over. It's punched firmly to point. No further. Yeah, just trying to work that out. Who was number 44?
That would have been Scott Curry.
Ah.
So he would have been on for somebody.
Okay. The other Scotland Curry.
Yeah, Brad's brother. Yeah.
It's done a lot of cricket in Scotland in the past couple of years, so I've got a soft spot for them too. In comes Fuller, and it is Fuller, and it's just Hughes getting on top of that one. It rolls towards slips.
Well, we had playing for us in a few of the one-day cup games, Brandon McMullen.
Yeah. Now, Brandon McMullen has not been in the greatest of nick this year, but he is an absolute gun. He really is, just as an all-round cricketer. He's not the quickest. He gets wickets early on, swings the ball prodigiously, as in comes Fuller, and that's come off the inside edge. He's fortunate there, Hughes. It's just gone past the stumps. Yeah, so generally, swings the ball prodigiously early. Matt Cross, the Scotland keeper, keeps up to the wicket to him and really maximises. That is the inside edge. Just looking at that again, maximises the early swing. I've seen him play, like even against Australia, seen him score serious runs against Australia, and they rated him. Spoke to Andrew McDonald, the Australia coach. As next ball in from Fuller, again, that is a peach as well. Another one angled in, straight, and just squares Hughes up. Whew. I tell you what, it's not easy out there for these batters.
One in, one out.
Well, what do you do? Fuller is like Abbott before, seaming it both ways. It's treacherous stuff. But yeah, I spoke to Andrew McDonald after the Scotland hosted Australia for 3 T20 internationals last year, and they'd played them in the T20 World Cup and gave them a really good shake in that as well. As Fuller bowls another pearler, my goodness, as tailed in late, it's angled in, it was seamed away, and then I think it tailed back in. Oh, what's going on? But I asked him afterwards, so what do you think of Brandon McMullen? He just looked at me and shook his head and said he's a jet. And because Daniel Vittori, Aussie Dan as we like to call him now, is assistant coach for Australia, and because he was involved with the Phoenix, I think, and he was looking him up. As Fuller in, it's just turned into the leg side, goes through square leg. They'll pick up, yes, they will pick up a couple. Good running in the end. So 2 runs. The first 2 runs that Fuller has conceded, coming right at the end of his third over, 25 for 1. So they were kind of looking him up, because they were like, why isn't this guy playing in the 100? Didn't understand his eligibility situation. So I'm not sure that Hampshire saw the best of him at all.
No, I think that's fair to say. I did speak to him right at the end of his stint. I think he played about 6 games actually in the middle. I know he missed the first 2 or 3, and then he had to go to Canada, didn't he, with Scotland, so he missed the last. And yeah, he had one of those sort of spells where he threatened a couple of times, mainly with the bat rather than with the ball. Here's Abbott again, he's getting another over. As Ollie Carter pushes forward, it goes out on the leg side. Yeah, he played 5 matches, top score of 30, got a 29 in there and a 20. You know, there were innings where he was batting at 4 as well, so he had time to sort of, you know, get in there and show everybody what he could do. You just needed him to get a 70 or an 80. Yeah, and to really see what he was about.
He hasn't been in great form for Scotland either. Like, the summer just wasn't there, and I think it's been really frustrating because he hasn't been sure why he's been going through this dip.
Carter bowls again. Let's come off the inside half of the bat. Goes out square on the leg side, and Ali Orr will pick it up just inside the rope. Goes to the members' pavilion away to our left, which is in the shadows. And Carter moves on to 7.27 for 1. I think with his bowling, I think he's always going to be one of those where you're looking just to him to hold up an end for 4 or 5, 6 overs. I don't think he's never going to blast through anybody.
No, I've seen him bowl some absolutely brilliant spells for Scotland. And I just don't think it's just not been coming together for him. But he is class, and I have absolutely no doubt he's going to be back again.
Sure. Well, you've seen a lot of him, Mel. You're qualified to say those sort of things as left alone outside the off stump. I think that's it for you, Mel, isn't it, for this today?
Yes.
Yeah.
I do believe it is, but it's been most enjoyable, and the best part of it is I have a hotel room to go to tonight, so I'll have a good sleep, and I'll see you tomorrow.
That's for sure. Thank you. Melinda Farrell with us today and tomorrow. Adrian Harms back for the final 9.5 overs that we've got in today's play. There's Abbott again. There's a drive through mid-on, and that's going to race up the hill despite the efforts of the mid-on fielder there. And Sussex move on to 31 for 1.
Opportunity this for Ollie Carter, who a lot of Sussex supporters feel has been perhaps a little unfortunate over the last couple of seasons. He's a very solid right-hander, one of these players who never seem to complain when he's left out of the side, but he's made a few runs in the 50 over cup, and has got a good defence, and I think that Sussex have really struggled at number 3 this season, so it's an opportunity for him.
Length ball, she's played back to Ralph Brooker. She's just gone out the room actually. Says about Mel, is Mel on holiday or at work with all the hotel bookings she's talking about and ice creams? Love Mel's work and knowledge. An interesting pundit, says Mel. Says Ralph. Says Mel. I'm an interesting pundit. Yeah, it's been good value actually. Yep. So you've worked with her before. I've only worked once with her.
Well, only Edgbaston, first game of the season this year. Never met Mel before that.
Yeah, she's good value. Well, let's nip back a bit, but it's slightly wide. And to be fair to Ollie Carter, he left that one alone. He's 11. Hughes is 12. Hughes certainly had to work on. Yeah, look, this bounce has gone over the top of the stumps. We've seen that a few times today. Ollie Robinson got a few to nip back and bounce over the top of the stumps, and Abbott the same. And well, all the seam bowlers, if they've got the ball in the right areas, have been in the game. 31 for 1.
Just saw Ben Brown give kind of a pat on the back there and made a signal, I think, in the direction of Eddie Jack to bowl the next over from the top end. We shall see. Certainly pointed. Or maybe Keith Barker's going to bark, but I think that might be the end of Kyle Abbott for a little while. James Fuller running in around the wicket, comes in and bowls and let go by Hughes through to Brown, and there is no run. Well, I guess from a Sussex point of view, if they can negotiate these final, what have we got left? 8 overs and 5 balls of the day, they'll feel they've had a decent day. But it's just one of those pitches that it just looks as if, you know, a couple of wickets could go down at any time. Hughes and Carter coming together after Tom Haynes was out for 8, caught by Toby Albert off the bowling of Abbott. Fuller round the wicket, in and bowls, and Hughes with a loose drive outside the off. He's annoyed with himself. It's Dan Hughes. No real foot movement there, and the ball very fortunate not to get an outside edge.
Yeah, that's a bit loose.
It is very loose, and you could just tell, he was just annoyed with himself. The minute he played the shot, he was annoyed.
Yeah, a bit. I got the feeling this with Tom Prest, when he sort of pushed at one, it went to mid-wicket, that I think the batters get a little bit frustrated. If somebody's bowling well at them, or 2 bowlers are bowling well at them together, it is tough.
Fuller in again, bowls, and Hughes this time is forward, plays out into the offside. There is no... I mean, it's certainly not easy to score runs, is it? I mean, Sussex aren't off to a flyer here. What have we had? 13 overs, so they're going along at, a little under 3 and over. So it's certainly not easy, and I guess from a Hampshire point of view, Kevin, they feel they've got the runs on the board. Whether it's enough remains to be seen.
Adrian, is it alright if we do you within the sport bulletin, so a few minutes later? Is that okay?
Of course that's okay.
Brilliant, thank you.
As Fuller runs away from us. In and bowls, and Hughes plays into the offside, and again there is no run. Nice and tight here from James Fuller. Elsewhere in the other games, Durham 308 for 8 at Chelmsford, so they'll, at least Durham will feel they've picked, I think it's going to be Keith Barker who's going to bowl the next over from these, just doing some warming up in front of us from the top end. Ben McKinney making 121, but the Durham middle order rather falling away. They've picked up 2 batting bonus points. Fuller in again, bowls, and Hughes up on his toes, steers that to backward point. There is no run, keeping it really tight here at Hampshire, not giving anything away. No play, only 42 overs possible down at Taunton today before the rain arrived. Somerset 155 for 3. Warwickshire 74 for 4 at the Oval in reply to Surrey's 246. And they are now playing again down at New Road. Worcestershire all out for 182. Looking almost certain to be relegated, Worcester, which is a shame. And I like going to New Road. In comes Fuller, bowls, and Hughes is for a ball of good length. Good over by James Fuller, making Dan Hughes play pretty much everything in that over. And this is a good reply by Hampshire, who are keeping things very tight. 31 for 1 at the end of the over. Hughes is on 12, Carter is on 11. It hasn't been a day of lots of runs, but it's been an intriguing day nonetheless.
Yeah, for the bowlers, it's just about bowling line and length, which I know everybody will say, well, they're professional cricketers, that's what they should be doing, but sometimes it's a little easier than others in terms of looking to get batters out. You're not necessarily trying to bowl line and length every single ball. You're always trying to work on what is their strengths, what's their weaknesses, and looking to obviously bowl to get a batter out. So you're looking at their weaknesses, and it can sometimes mean sort of just mixing things up. But this very much is a wicket where you just bowl line and length, and the wicket will help you, whether you're a seam bowler or a spinner. Really, there's been a bit of turn here from time to time. Nothing's been extravagant, but
No.
if you keep hitting the same spots, it is difficult for the batters, because the ball also is not quite coming on, so it's difficult for the batters to really put power into their shots. So as a bowler, just keep doing the same thing, ball after ball after ball. 31 for 1 as Barker's switching ends outside the off stump. His first 3 overs, none for 5. He's around the wicket, down the hill, Barker. Again, that's nipped back.
Yeah.
A bit of bounce. It's been consistent from that top end, probably more so than coming up the hill, actually, with the seam movement.
Well, he's keeping those 3 slips in there, Ben Brown. He'll know the importance of picking up wickets here.
Yeah. Oh, bowled. There's the second wicket. And that is Barker's first wicket for a very, very long time. And Carter goes pushed forward. It may just have sneaked between bat and pad. I'll have to see that replay again. 11 from 19. Here we go. Here's the replay. Barker bowls, and that's nipped back.
Yeah, good delivery, isn't it?
Unfortunately for Hampshire and for Barker on that occasion, it didn't bounce quite as much, which means it actually hit the top of the woodwork rather than going over the top. But that's a great ball. Just a small gap between bat and pad. It's very difficult out there. You're not quite sure. It's a length where, is it bouncing? Is it going to hit the pitch and straighten, or is it going to hit the pitch and come back? So you're never 100% sure when you're coming forward. And I think Carter there probably guilty about not quite sure what that ball was going to do off the pitch. Good delivery.
I was just looking at the sort of overs remaining and thinking we're not really quite yet in night watchman territory, are we? Because there's still another 6 overs after this. I mean, we were just saying, weren't we, that it just feels like the sort of game where wickets aren't too far away. We've had 12 today already. And
2 more for the pitch inspector.
yeah, but got a blast of Freddie Mercury in our ears. Better get myself ready for my sports bulletin. I think, oh crumbs, here we go. Score come a bit sharpish.
21 minutes to
Ooh.
6. Matt Davison, Hampshire Sport. Well, we're near the end of the first day of the ladies' round of County Championship cricket fixtures. Surrey, Sussex and Kent all at home. Adrian Harms is keeping an eye on all 3, but watching Sussex, Hampshire.
Yes, glorious day down here at Hove, Matt, and Sussex have just lost another wicket. It's that of Ollie Carter, who's been bowled by Keith Barker for 11. So Sussex now 31 for 2. That in reply to the Hampshire total of 226, in which Ben Brown, the former Sussex skipper, top scored with 71 at the Oval. Surrey out for 246. Ryan Patel top scoring, he made 72. In reply, Warwickshire in trouble, they're 77 for 4. In the second division, Kent have just been bowled out for 293 down at Canterbury. Ben Compton top scoring, he made 77. Lancashire about to start their reply.
And there's commentary on the BBC Sport app and website of all 3 of those games. Thousands of people attended on Brighton over the weekend for 2 matches in the Women's Rugby World Cup. On Saturday, England had decisive
Parker in again.
7 win over Australia. Yesterday, New Zealand.
He's playing a miss in there. James Coles. Just that length. It's that length here, isn't it?
Yeah.
That actually has pitched and straightened. That's exactly the line of the length where Ollie Carter's pushing forward to, and not quite sure. He got one that's nipped back. Coles has got one that's straightened. It's gone past the outside edge.
God, let's see if I can pull your headphones out a bit, Kev.
No, fine. Not so
sure.
fine, yeah. 31 for 2 then. 7 overs to do in the day after this. 2 balls left of Barker's over. Off the back foot, Coles strokes that up to mid-off.
Well, we did say, didn't we, that 226, it's not as bad as perhaps it looked.
You just got to keep, as long as Hampshire keep the pressure on by bowling accurately, then yeah, 226 doesn't look too bad a total. But if you just have little periods where you're just off it for a little bit, or somebody sort of gets after the bowling and has a little bit of luck, then that gap can very quickly be closed down. But at the moment, the way these innings is going, it looks a half decent total as Coles leaves that one alone at the end of the over. Lily's been in touch. She says, very good innings from Ben Brown there. Listening as it's raining in Taunton. Lovely seeing Kev at Scarborough. Lovely seeing Adrian at Scarborough as well. Yeah, that's very nice.
to
We see
see
people
you.
up there we don't normally see, do we?
No, we don't. It's all very nice, all very friendly. At Scarborough had a quiz night when I was up there, run by our colleague Jonathan Doige. He always puts a little quiz together, does Doige. It's always great fun. It's one of those things, a quiz, isn't it? Everyone starts off, it all starts off as quite fun, everyone gets quite serious at the end. Anyway, James Fuller is coming into bowl to Daniel Hughes. He's in around the wicket bowls, and Hughes lets that one go, taken by Brown. And there is no run. There's absolutely no quarter being given by Hampshire here.
No, and it's good. It's good to see. As I say earlier, that if anything, Hampshire have been guilty this year a little bit of just allowing teams to score a little too freely at times, and that comes with a change of guard with the ball. A lot of youngsters starting to make their way into the first team, and they'll learn and they'll get better. But at the moment, they don't always keep things tight. Whereas we've been lucky with Barker, with Abbott and Abbas over the last 3 or 4 years.
Fuller again, in and bowls. Henry Hughes is hit on the pad. You probably heard the thump of the ball on pad, and the ball ends up down at fine leg. It's going to be a single, so one more to the total. 32 for 2. We're in the 15th or the 16th over, so Sussex going along here at 2 and over. That's the least of their concerns, because they won't want to go 3 down here tonight. Neither of these two have played a huge amount of cricket in recent weeks. Certainly Daniel Hughes hasn't, and James Coles will have played some cricket in the 100, but you're not getting very long innings in there, so he didn't play at all in the one-day cup. 3 slips in place, 3 men saving one of the covers. There's a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a fine leg as Fuller is on his way over the wicket. Bowls, and Coles drives slightly uppishly to mid-on. He's going to pick up a single nonetheless, fielded by Keith Barker. Coles is on his way.
See, my recollection of Hughes is he plays a little bit more positively than this, doesn't he?
Yes, I would agree. Yeah, and I think perhaps that says much about the pitch.
Yeah.
And also I think the fact that he feels as the senior batter in the side, quite a weight of responsibility. And I think by his own very high standards, he feels he hasn't quite scored the runs that he'd hoped to this season. Fuller in again, bowls to Hughes. You said to the pad, that's a tight. It was a good shout. It wasn't a wholly convincing shout, but I thought it was a decent shout. To see this again. Said no's given.
Yeah, he's not outside the line, I don't think. But yeah, it's angling in, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's again shape on the ball. There's been some close decisions on both sides. There was a few in the Hampshire innings which you thought, okay, that's not out, but that's very, very close.
Yeah, I think the umpires have been fairly consistent, haven't they, during the day?
Yeah, to be fair to them.
Fuller again, around the wicket. Bowls, Hughes lets that one go through to Brown, and there is no run. The crowd have largely stayed. We could talk about the issues around county cricket and crowds, etc. I mean, it does seem, I guess the schedule means that this game couldn't have started yesterday. I think with a decent day yesterday, we'd have had a very good crowd here. Being a Monday, kids are back at school, people are back at work, holidays are over. But nonetheless, it's been a decent crowd for a first day. I guess if this was at the Utilita Bowl, it would look a very small crowd, but those that are here are enjoying the sunshine as in comes Fuller. Bowls and let go again by Hughes through to Brown. No run. Yeah, what I meant by that is just a bigger ground, so they would just be scattered around more. So end of another tidy over from James Fuller, and Hampshire keeping things very tight. 33 for 2 as a couple of spectators just start to drift away. Coles on 1, Hughes on 12. Is that 53 balls that Daniel Hughes has faced?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sort of bears up Kevin's point that he's been very circumspect, Daniel Hughes, and he's setting out his story. He knows how important it is that he's there first thing tomorrow.
Yes, all the Hampshire bowlers have kept the pressure on Abbott. Yep. 7 overs, 1 for 24. Barker just about to start his 5th over, 1 for 5, and Fuller none for 3 from 5. Here's Barker round the wicket, left alone by Coles. About high up in the air there.
Slightly dangerous game, leaving things to the ball. He's just moving around a little bit here. He knows where his off stump is, James Coles. He's had a very good season for Sussex. I think probably almost certain to go on the Lions tour too.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't go. But want to finish the season well.
He's still only 21 years of age.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Time on his side as Abbott bowls. That's flicked away down to fine leg, fielded by Fletcher Middleton. Total moves on to 34 for 2. And James Coles this season.
He hadn't. One of his objectives was to score a ton away from Hove, which he did against Durham. In the middle of the season, was he averaging in your
just under 50?
Yeah,
890. It's a good effort.
Yes, it is a good effort. Yeah.
300s in total this year.
Yeah, he's
Regular for the Southern Brave in the 100.
yes.
Played all 8 games. Parker's over the wicket to Hughes. Lets that one go.
And he's just a very good cricketer. Bowls left arm spin as we've seen. He's good in all formats. He played well in the T20 for Sussex as well. Very stylish player as well. Yeah, he's the leading runs. What are we looking there? Yeah.
Yeah, Hughes almost 760 coming into this one.
Yeah, and Tom Haynes sees 760 on, but Tom Haynes had a great start to the season, but he's rather fallen off in the last few weeks.
Barker down the hill. Length ball, in behind that one Hughes.
In fact, I was looking at Tom Haynes' figures because he made 141, 174, so 2 pretty hefty hundreds there. The best part of over 300 runs there. But his last half century came against Somerset in May, and since then he's gone 5, 10, 4, 12, 41, 19, 7, 15 and 8. So he's had a tough time since the middle of the summer, since the end of May really. Doesn't play T20, which doesn't help either.
Barker over the wicket again, bit of shape left alone.
But then got selected for England Lions and made runs in that series against India. He made a century at Canterbury from memory, and then a half century at Northampton. So he's just his runs have dried up a little bit in the Championship, and it's tough. Division 1 cricket opening, not easy.
No, one of the 2 sides that have been in Division 1 for a while. They sometimes they slug it out. You know what I mean? They keep going, which is important. Division 1 as you drive up towards mid-off end of the over. It's important always to hang in there.
Yeah,
which a lot of Division 1 sides can do on the whole.
And that's been probably the message from the Sussex dressing room this year. When you say to the lads, what's been the difference? They say it just keeps on coming. In the second division, it's not to say it is easier. It's not easy by any manner of means, because that's not to demean the second division. But he said that the first division sides just keep on coming, and that's what's happening here. Very interesting to see what happens tonight. There's a meeting at 6:15 of the Sussex members, where the Sussex chair John Philby is going to outline what the proposals are for changes we presume for next season. I don't know if they're for next season or the following season. So it'd be quite interesting to get the interviews done and get in to see what's being said in that meeting this evening. In comes James Fuller, bowls to James Coles, who stylishly drives to mid-off fielded. There is no run.
Looking forward to hearing your report about that tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and John Philby's going to come and talk to us tomorrow morning at 11:30 to fill us in on what the Sussex view is, and it'd be wrong for us to speculate on that before the members have heard what the Sussex board are proposing, or which option is going to be pursued. I gather there are options around. Well, we're hearing so much, aren't we, about 13 games, 14 games, no change. We know T20 is changing next year to 12 from 14. But there's been negotiations all summer about the Championship. In comes Fuller and bowls. Coles takes one hands off the bat, plays it through square leg, and they pick up a couple of runs, does James Coles. He goes to 4, and the total to 36 for 2. But it does seem, we'll have to wait and see what's said and what eventually does happen for next season, but it would be ludicrous if at this stage of the season there's no relegation and promotion. I mean, that would seem bonkers, wouldn't it, Kevin?
Yeah, it's crazy.
You just can't carry on a professional sport in that manner. Not when there's been all summer to sort it out.
Yeah, you can't change it now.
It just hasn't got a good look, has it? So maybe these proposals are for the season after next. Who knows? We'll find out. Fuller, in bright sunshine, is in and bowls, and up on his toes is Coles. He was looking for a single, much to Daniel Hughes' horror, who very quickly yelled no. And that was absolutely the right call. We've got another 4 overs to be bowled after this, so I don't know whether we'll get our interviews in before the time the meeting starts. I have to be a bit sharpish.
Do a quick one.
Yeah. I don't know who we'll speak to. Jack Carson with 3 wickets. Good to see J. Devon Nukat back. Perhaps we'll have a word to J. Devon on his return from India. Fuller runs away from us, tall upright stance in and bowls to Coles, whose loose delivery is caught behind, and James Coles has gone And I'm afraid to say that's a poor shot from James Coles. Outside the off stump, looking to drive the ball. Don't think his foot was anywhere near the pitch of the ball, and caught behind, and that is a big, big wicket and a big, big blow as far as Sussex are concerned. James Coles goes. Let's just see that again. I'm afraid that's not a great shot. Oh, he's bowled him.
Yeah,
he's dragged it on.
Yeah.
He's dragged it on. My apologies. But either way, it's a loosish shot. Is that fair to say? And Fuller picks up a wicket, and James Coles goes, and all of a sudden the Sussex are 3 down. And this 226 for Hampshire is looking a decent score, Kevin.
Yeah, well, all Hampshire are doing is just bowling a good line and good length. The pitch is helping them from time to time, and if you get the batters sort of bogged down a little bit, they will just push out at balls that perhaps they shouldn't, and things like that happen.
I would imagine this is going to be a night watchman, and it is Sean Hunt, who made a bit of a name for himself here, did Sean, in the One Day Cup game against Lancashire, where he hit the penultimate ball of the match for 4. There were some good crowds here for the One Day Cup. But he's got to survive 4 overs out here, and that's not going to be an easy task. Well, a good fight back here by Hampshire, who 13 wickets in the day. And this game is moving on apace.
Yeah, as I say, it's probably just as well, really, with some rain forecast.
Yeah.
Second half of the game, I think it might be that we can dodge whatever rain comes down and still get some sort of result come Thursday night, which would be nice.
Well, and it's one of those games that if we do get a result here, whoever loses this may not end up with many bonus points. Maybe 3 bowlings. Fuller, so he's coming into bowl to Sean Hunt. In and bowls down the leg side. He'll be disappointed with that, will James Fuller? He looks heavenward as if to say, what on earth, I've bowled him one down the leg side. Taken by Brown, there is no run. And that is the point, isn't it? If if you lose a game and only pick, and that's been one of the problems for Sussex in the last couple of games against Essex and against Yorkshire. Not only have they lost, but they've lost heavily and barely picked up any bonus points. And that's been a real problem.
It's probably not surprising that both these two teams are doing well with the ball here. Come back to that.
Fuller in bowls, Hunt defends into the... he picks up a single defend, he punches it into the offside, but I don't think they'll be too worried about that, because Sean Hunt's going to retain the strike, which I guess is his job as the night watchman, but there are still another 4 overs to go tonight. End of the over, 37 for 3.
Yeah, both these two teams have been picking up their bowling points during the season. Hampshire with 29, second most. Sussex with 31.
Yeah.
So not surprising they're making it hard for the batters.
Yeah. But not many batting points, Sussex.
Hampshire only got 12, which is not good, really.
Yeah.
It's only bottom club Worcester 10 have fewer than Hampshire's.
So Sussex picked up 2 bowling points. So 2 points against Essex, 3 against Yorkshire. See, so you're picking up 5 points. Out of a possible 48, you're going to be in trouble.
Yeah.
And that's what's happened. And again here, whoever loses this game, if we do get a result, quite possibly is only going to get 3 points.
So 37 for 3, 4 overs left in the day as Barker's around the wicket. Oh, and he's leaving that one on his Hunt, and the ball's off the face of the bat. Unfortunately for him, just trickles past the outside of the off stump.
Yeah.
Watching that again, and he's trying to leave that a little bit later on that decision.
That 71 from Ben Brown is looking...
It is, isn't it?
It's looking a very good... But we did say... we've got a bit of a wait here, because I think we've got some fielding pads and stuff being brought out. We did say it just seemed like Brown's experience of this ground and knowing this ground, it was just the way he nurdled the ball around, as if he had in his mind, he knew that this wasn't a sort of a 400 pitch.
Yeah. 189 runs difference between the two sides currently. Sussex 37 for 3.
That's a lot of runs.
It is, and when you think that Ben Brown was dropped an 18, so that was 53.
They were 104 for 4 at that stage.
53 runs it cost. It's that may yet prove.
Yeah.
I won't say decisive, but it might have a bearing on the game.
Well, yeah, 104 for 4 would have been 104 for 5, and you might send Hampshire out for 150.
Barker got the short leg in now then. Hunt leaves that one alone. Okay, this time. So Barker is 1 for 6, having picked up Ollie Carter with a beauty that came into him from round the wicket between bat and pad. Barker back on the wicket trail after a long period out.
Big wicket that, James Coles, though.
Yeah.
But again, he hasn't played a lot of cricket. And, but I don't think he'd be that pleased with this shot.
Here's Barker. Hands forward. Plays that up to Abbott. Long shadows across the pitch now with the floodlight pylon. One in the corner anyway.
Yeah, I don't think it's a washout here on.
Is it not?
I don't think it's a washout. I think there is rain around, but I don't know. Who knows? Quite often on the coast, it seems as if you may not be. But there's been times when I've left here, it's been pouring with rain. You get as far as Crawley, and it's dry, and vice versa.
Barker again. Short one. Hunt has to duck low to get underneath that one. Yeah, we're all right to down tomorrow, aren't we?
Yes, we are. Tomorrow's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah, tomorrow's fine. Tomorrow's fine all the way through. Yeah, Wednesday. Let's have a look at Hove. I'm never quite sure how accurate the BBC weather is, to be honest. But yeah, looks like sunshine. Yeah, rain on and off during the day. It's
Oh, tomorrow?
No, on Wednesday.
On Wednesday, yeah. Barker in again. Ooh, Hunt's playing a miss in there. This just bounced a fraction and straightened. A good delivery. Just keep it there, which Barker always does anyway. He doesn't need me to say that. Just watching that again. Oh, look at that. That's not. I tell you what, that's almost caught the outside edge. But just watch this ball bounce and straighten.
Yeah.
Difficult to play. You've got to play at it because of the angle, and you ain't quite sure what it's doing off the pitch. Three slips for Barker. Bowls forward, he's placed that into the ground. Ball trickles down to Fuller at third slip, and that's the end of the over. So 3 overs remain, and we're just about 6 o'clock. So it looked like at one stage we were going to go way over 6 o'clock. Sussex brought the spinners on and had dragged it back, and probably going to be about what, 10 past 6.
Yes, I think so. I think you'd probably at this stage, Kevin, have to say it's been Hampshire's day, wouldn't you? I mean, I think if you're asked to bat, and then you make 226, you've got the opposition 37 for 3. I would say it's been more Hampshire's day than Sussex.
I think if Hampshire bowl like this tomorrow, then I would say definitely. It's definitely been a good day for Hampshire. It is all about how they bowl from here on in. They bowl well so far. If they can keep that going, then yeah, Sussex have got a lot of work to do. We're going to have Fortain. Bjorn Fortain, the South African, brought over.
This could be interesting.
Yeah, for T20 Finals Day on Saturday and playing today in this 4-day game leading up to it.
Well, Jack Carson picked up 3 wickets. James Coles 1, so it could be a little bit there for the spinner. It's Daniel Hughes who will know just how important he is. He's there tomorrow morning. So in comes Fortain bowls. Hughes defends down the onside of the track, and there is no run. Well, if we see 13 wickets go down tomorrow, we're going to be. The game is well on its way, isn't it? Yeah. Fortain again. Bowls, Hughes is forward. He does that a lot, Daniel Hughes, when the ball just drops in front of him. He always stretches down, picks up the ball and throws it back to the... Did you like that when batters did that?
I don't think it looks a good look.
Do you not like it?
Do you not think?
Yeah, you don't see many people doing it, but Daniel Hughes does it all the time. Did you get irritated as a bowler if someone picked the ball?
Not many people did it, but I just think it looks a bit village, really.
We'll say bowls. Hughes drives, lovely shot. That's 4 runs. Beautifully played by Daniel Hughes. Lovely shot. Drawled away for extra cover. In fact, the fielder on the cover boundary didn't see that. He's looking directly into the sun. But too much air, and Daniel Hughes said, thank you very much.
It's a half volley, that one, isn't it?
Yeah, punched
I think, yeah, the argument against that is that a lot of players used to say to me, well, the fielders are out there to field the ball. You know what I mean?
And there was
you're not out there to assist them.
And there's always this thing about appealing, isn't there, when you pick the ball up and that
You've
sort of
got to
thing.
be careful sometimes against some players.
He's a nice bloke, Daniel Hughes. That's probably why he does it. Now, what a change in the field. Ben Brown is making a signal to Keith Barker to go a little wider at mid-off. Taking it again, bowls. Oh, now that was rather dug out by Daniel Hughes. Played to mid-wicket, you can tell by the oohs and ahs in our effects microphone. 41 for 3.
I don't know when Fortain arrived. I don't know whether he got in literally a day or two ago, but I don't think it was that long ago.
14 again, bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. I reckon that turned. It's gone through to Ben Brown. We'll just have a little look at that. But it's that's a good delivery, isn't it? Just see outside the off stump. I'm not sure. It's just gone on with the arm.
I think he's thinking it might turn a fraction.
Yeah. 14 in the bowls, and Hughes back and across and steers it onto the leg side. So just the 4 runs coming off of the over. 41 for 3, 2 overs remaining. Sussex 41 for 3, still trailing by 185. Would he have been in South Africa, or would he have?
He went, well, since he played those 3 T20 games for us in the early part of the tournament, he went out and played in the Major League Cricket, but only played 1 game for the Seattle Orcas,
Right.
I've noted. So whether he played any other sort of cricket around that, I don't know. I'm going to try and chat to him actually at some point this week, which that interview will go on the Hampshire Cricket website. There will be a bit on the Sunny Sport X feed. Just to sort of catch up with him, because I never got a chance to talk to him during the T20. As Barker's around the wicket to Hunt, who's forward, and I guess he wouldn't have expected to be back here, and with a finals day to look forward to. So it'd be nice to get his thoughts. I'll be doing that. Not sure, maybe not today, but maybe over the next couple of days, try and grab a chat with him.
I'd imagine if he came in from South Africa, the great thing is there's no time difference, is there? Or
That's the good thing.
Only an hour or so.
Yeah. And just while we're on the subject of T20 finals day, as Hunt's playing inside the line there, so that's well played by the night watchman. That just to repeat what I mentioned earlier, that Hampshire are running a coach service to Edgbaston next Saturday, and for Trent Bridge for the 50 over final the week after. Those tickets can be booked via tickets.utilitabowl.com. And I do know 1 or 2 people taking advantage of that. It'd be a nice couple of days. Do both if you can make it. Down the leg side, well taken by Ben Brown. So we are into the final 9 balls of day 1. Barker looking for his 2nd wicket.
Yeah.
Economical.
Just done a good job, haven't they? They're both very, very tightly here. Hampshire have given absolutely nothing away.
Eddie Jack was just doing some exercises to my right. I can't believe he's going to come on just for 1 over tonight. I think he's just doing it to keep himself loose. Sure, Fortain will get another over. Barker bowls. It's too wide of off stump. 2 bounces through to Ben Brown there. Hughes at the on strikers end. 16 from 63 deliveries.
Yeah. I think he says a lot about his position in this side, that he's a senior player and he'll know the importance of this. Sussex with 2 games after this. Yorkshire next week, which is going to be a right battle royal. 2 sides again at the wrong end of the table as of this week.
Barker again. Full of delivery and eased out on the leg side by Sean Hunt. They could have taken a single there, and in a way I'm surprised they didn't take it, because that was the 5th ball of the penultimate over, which means Hunt would probably have started to face the final over. So Hughes has decided that no, we'll stay at the ends we're at. I think some people would say that's fine. Some people would say, well, surely the night watchman is out there
No, totally.
take the majority of the deliveries, but maybe Hughes is confident enough against Fortain. Although we did play and miss once in the last over. Barker then, length ball. Hunt keeps that one out, and we are down to the final 6 balls here as they change between overs. 41 for 3, Sussex and Hampshire currently have a lead on the first innings of 185.
Indeed they do. And just one over to go. Thanks very much to everybody who's been listening throughout the day. Thanks very much for your emails and for your correspondence. Been great to have your company today. Kevin, myself and Mel will be back tomorrow morning from 10:30, not 11 o'clock.
I'll start at 11, you can start at 10:30.
Yeah, 10:30 start tomorrow. But in the meantime, it's going to be Bjorn Fontaine who's going to come in from the sea end of the ground with the seagulls making a bit of a fuss. You could probably hear them in the background, coming into bowl to Daniel Hughes in a bowls, and Hughes is struck around about the thigh pad. The ball bounces down in front of him. On this occasion he decides not to pick up the ball but leaves that to Ben Brown, who does the honours, and there is no run.
Might have just bitten the wicket a little bit, I think.
Fontaine again. In and bowls, forward comes Hughes solidly. He's not going to take any risks here. Plays to mid wicket, and again there is no run. So just a reminder of the day: Hampshire losing the toss, batting first, making 226. Ben Brown top scoring with 71. 3 wickets for Jack Carson. Fontaine again bowls, quicker delivery, and Hughes plays it firmly to mid wicket. There is no run. And in reply, Sussex have lost 3 wickets. Just 41 on the board, trailing by 185. Daniel Hughes, though, standing firm. He's 16 not out, but Haynes, Carter and Coles all back in the pavilion. Fontaine again gives that plenty of air, and just hesitated for a moment because I thought it had just breached Daniel Hughes' defences, but he's managed to play that one down to deep mid wicket and picks up a single. Does Hughes? He goes to 17, and there are just 2 balls remaining in the day for Sean Hunt to face. Ben Brown is just reorganising his field. They're bringing out some more protective equipment.
They want some more around the bat.
They do, just for the last couple of balls of the day. I'm sure Hampshire are okay on over rates. Someone's coming trotting out with another helmet, just keeping Sean Hunt waiting.
Of course, there's me thinking we should be finishing at 6. We technically should be finishing at 5:30, shouldn't we?
Yes, we should. Yeah, we should.
I'm thinking, we haven't done too badly there, but actually we're going to be 40 minutes over time.
We had a bit of a break, didn't we, for a few minutes whilst there was some reflection of the sun off some of the off a railing just above us here in the media centre. Now the helmet has been brought out, and we've got the umpire saying, right, what's going on now? Hunter and Hughes are having a little natter in the middle of the pitch. There are 2 slips, a leg slip, a short leg. Hughes has given his words of advice to Sean Hunt, probably something like, don't come running down the wicket. But Sean's I'm sure Sean won't do that. And with that, there's another change in the field. So there's a bit of kidology going on here. There's now a leg slip, a short leg, 2 slips in place, and a silly mid-off. Oh, there we are. Where's any 2? Oh dear, people getting very agitated.
So the grounds people want to get the covers on.
I don't know, dear oh dear. We'll take in bowls to Hunt who's forward. And some rather ironic applause from people around the ground. Oh dear.
Haven't heard them all day.
Fontaine again. Last ball of the day. In and bowls, Hunt defends, and there we are. That is it. That is the close of play. 42 for 3 are Sussex, with Daniel Hughes on 17. Sean Hunt is on a single, and the players make their way from the field. It just remains for me to say thank you very much to Kevin. Thanks very much indeed to Mel. We'll all be back tomorrow, and as absorbing as it's been today, we should be in for another cracking day's cricket. So thank you very much for listening, and I'm sure the interviews will appear on social media at some stage this evening. For myself, Adrian Harms, thanks for joining us, and we'll speak to you again tomorrow.